Gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the Elite from Challengers, and this time it's playoffs. It's the final week of Stage 2. My name is Bryce, and joining me here, Chris Tunn.
Like you forgot where you were for a second there, Brycey. We're in week number 3. It's time to really get down to the nitty-gritty. We're really excited to get into this final week. 3 games today, 2 games tomorrow. We will decide our champion here in Europe. Should be a very, very exciting time.
It certainly should. Well, here is the bracket as it so stands, and let me walk you down memory lane. So in winners round 1, nothing too out of the ordinary here. Ton, of course, some very close games. You can see MM on that bracket. That's the Magpies now, but it was BBHH last time around.
Yeah, Mission Magpies coming in and taking over Banter's organization. We'll touch on that a little bit more later, but they kind of made a decent enough start through after a bit of a shaky group stage, but nothing too crazy in winners round 1. Didn't see anything kind of happen that we didn't expect. Same in winners round 2 as well, Brycey, but losers of round 1 and 2 were a little bit more interesting.
They certainly were. Close game there with Clutch Rain, unfortunately, kind of jumping out of the tournament. P7 moving forward, though, ready for their game against Crud Muffins later on today. Of course, on the side of it, Team Notorious, or is it Notorious Org? It's one of the two. Managed to get through with a 3-0. So they'll be going up against the Magpies later on. And that Magpies name, it's definitely better than BBHH, but I keep thinking magical instead of Mission Ton.
It's going to be a lot easier for me specifically, as they are an organization for my part. My neck of the woods, Brycey. Mission Magpies. Magpies, because Newcastle United, mate. We're here to just support. If I was going to be biased towards Ben Bance beforehand, it's now going to get even worse. If Bansmithix, Henry and Harry make up this roster of a Mission Magpies. Let's see how the lads are going to manage to do here underneath this new organization. But for these boys, look, it was a bit of a shaky start. And, well, that shaky start was up against their opposition in their very first game. We'll touch on that when we do get into things. But for this roster, they kind of have been tipped as the 3rd best team in the region. A team who are really going to be up there with those 2 teams who are sitting in that winners bracket final now in Katana and Notorious. Going up against Notorious Gaming, though, that is going to be a difficult task for them. We're down in the losers bracket. Haven't necessarily had the best of time of things. There's been results that you would have thought would be a lot easier for them. There's been results that went against them. You know, it hasn't necessarily been a case of hitting the ground running if you're talking about BBHH or Mission Magpies.
No, it certainly hasn't, but they have got better as time has gone on. Unfortunately, find themselves in that lower bracket because it's still difficult to really judge just how good they are, because obviously those first 2 losses could have just been a bit of teething issues and then made a run through the bracket, but you know, went down to what we are calling probably the number 1 team in the game so far. So where do you really judge them? Have they got a chance to get much further in this tournament? This is going to be a great game for them.
Yeah, no, it should be a really good barometer to kind of see where they're sitting at the moment, especially considering they did lose against their opposition in their very first game of the season. Notorious Gaming, Mighty, Melko, Naddox, and Sykes. I mean, these boys have been doing fairly decent, kind of where we expected them to be. Not necessarily scraping through, but getting through at a relatively easy pace, putting themselves into this bracket. And then, I mean, kind of from there, yeah, okay, it has been a little bit more tough going up against some really strong opposition, namely Katana Gaming. That's the one you kind of look at and sort of say to yourself, right, okay, is this how things are really going to play out for us? Actually, they haven't played up against Katana Gaming. That was previously they had done. They went up in there on the playoff side of things. They went up against Disworld, won that one quite comfortably last week. But other than that, lost to Crud Muffins 3-0. So that's where things have kind of taken a little bit of a turn now, Bryce. But they have a really good opportunity here to, well, go and beat a team that they have beaten before. Before you chime in, though, Bryce, I am actually going to break down basically what happened between these 2 teams when they did meet up against each other. Notorious Oak took it away 3-2. We only get to see 2 of the maps from that previous series, though, in this series today. That will be the map number 5 in the red card Search and Destroy, and map number 4 in Hacienda Hardpoint. Hacienda Hardpoint last time went over towards the side of Mission Magpies. The red card, Notorious Org. So they will be wanting to send us to a map number 5 if they can.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do just that as we get into this one. Of course, these 2 teams know that's all on the line. Realistically, they want to get as far as possible in this tournament, but this is the elimination side of it, and that makes just the pressure a little bit higher as both teams start heading towards P1.
Here we go, then. There's, of course, another game going on over on Bravo as the other losers round 2 game. And that is also an interesting one to see how that one's going to go down. That is going to be between Crud Muffins 7 Esports. That's an absolute banger as well. So we'll be jumping in between the two. And after that, we only have one game at a time. So keep it locked with us here on Alpha. See how things are going to go across these last 2 days of Challenger Season 2. Mission Magpies with a fairly decent start. I think for these boys, the hardpoint is relatively strong. It's just a case of their experience, though. You start going deep into tournaments, these are the kind of people you want on your team. People like Vance, people like Henry, people like Harry as well. I mean, Mythics is there, has been a constant thorn in everybody's side in challenges in Europe for the past couple of years. And, well, a thorn in their side right now is a 4-2 to kick things off.
Just got a little bit of cost timing. I didn't see the player next to him, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about this next setup. Technically, you're going to have Notorious Gaming take the lead. That should flip back in a few seconds, but nobody's on the point here for Mission Magpies to start as Bance tries to hold the line first, but some bad trades. Unfortunately, they end up getting away with it, but Sykes towards the background. Mythics will have to hold, as you can see it flip back to back. And now this is where the crunch comes in. They technically got into the hill here, Notorious, but can they hold off completely?
Yeah, they've done well. This last little kill towards the back will be big. There you go. So no more pinch potentially on the cards. If I was Harry there, I would have maybe just hang tight a little bit, wait for your team to push through, or is he maybe the pincer? Is he the one that gets things going? Well, he wasn't, because he got taken down. Notorious Gaming with some very good time and some opportunity to find a little bit more here. 20 seconds or so left over towards P2. Mission Magpies will be disappointed with that. All things considered, they had a nice little start. Well, since then, you've nearly been full 60 to P2. Not ideal.
Okay, just managing to rack up their kills already 10 and 4 as they keep going. They're going to have an advantageous position already on P3 as well. And what was a good first flurry for the Mission Magpies has certainly fallen by the wayside. That is an unbelievable transfer from 1 to 2. And Magpies cannot seem to get going.
Yeah, I mean, Henry's kind of getting put in a body bag right now. He's 1 and 9 to kick things off. And you expect a lot more of players like that. He's able to find 1 and 2, and there you go. That's just going to give him so much confidence. So the rest of the map should be able to reset nicely. And there's the team to pick up the pieces as well. Some good time over towards P3 on offer. They will, of course, be wanting to try and rotate and push through where Notorious are now spawning. You want those P4 spawns as soon as you possibly can. 30 seconds to go here over towards P3, though. And I think they'll just be thankful for the time if they can keep a hold of it.
There's a lot of pressure coming through, and this is one of the issues with holding P3 is you kind of put yourself in a position to at least lose one player as they get onto the point, but Lucifer's got away with it. Still starting to stay alive, and that is an outrageous shot. Eventually will go down for those 9 seconds of scrap, but it has enabled the team to get over and get themselves in a position around P4 done.
Yeah, it's allowed them to get into that position and set up shop, if only momentarily. Keep an eye on where these spawns are going to be. Towards the backside. Maddox, how have you won that gunfight? I think it'll only just disrupt and slow Mission Magpies down rather than actually do anything too much about the hold. A ridiculous gunfight to find. Now they can start to set up shop. Start to try and find a hold here. Maddox, another big win. We'll take down Mythics, and now they can start to tighten the screw. One player found a kill towards the backside. That was Melko. Potential break.
Oh, just trying to stay alive. Very difficult proposition. But Body's still going to be in here as they will regain that control as Lucifer flies out towards the back. Should be traded very easily there by Mythics. Looks like they might go for one last swing at this one, but Bance is trying to play blocker every single direction he can, but will be find out before he can do any more. It has been a bit of a rally here for the Magpies, but as we go into the next set of rotations, certainly anyone's game.
Yeah, really good play there by Lucifer, actually. Managed to find 2. It just keeps himself alive. He holds down the backside, waits for the rest of the team to come through. Notorious Gaming get very little for what was a moderately successful push. Either way, first rotation is done and dusted. Notorious Gaming with a ever so slight lead. Mostly thanks to that hold over towards P2, which was clean, but you can't always just be counting on full 60s. You need to be chipping away at every single point. You need to be competitive over every single hill. So if Sykes is shooting like that, it shouldn't be a problem. Mission Magpies, though, we're going to try and get a rotation over towards P2. Still have one other player to deal with in Melko, but some good time being found here by the boys on Mission Magpies right now.
This is where it all went wrong for them last time. The transition. From P1, they lost a bit of scrap time, and they were at P2, but lost all of the trades, and history seems to be the same thing, except this time, they don't have the advantageous position of being at P2. They're now going to have to push through P1 to get there.
A little bit more of a difficult push, yes. Let's see if they can get things going here. They are going to find 3 kills at the crucial time, though, and all of a sudden, Mighty has some work to do. Teammate did spawn back here with him. Just trying to survive as long as he can. Mythics will be there to pick up the pieces. Lance now towards the back. They hunt him down as well. Sykes is being dealt with, like the positioning coming in from Lucifer to try and cut them off. Now, all of a sudden, it's a good opportunity for Mission Magpies to get some good time on the board. They are finding themselves in the lead, and that's with Henry, sorry, going 5 and 16. So, well, things can only get better.
A little bit of a slow start, and realistically, at any point he switches that on, Ton, it should help kick them into another gear. But you are right, that is not usual for Henry.
No, not at all. We've had more hills than he's had kills, mate.
Maybe some magic here. Nope, down he goes again, 5 and 17. Really not having a good time, and for the Magpies, not really an opportunity to push back towards P2. They're going to have to try to get that time on P3 again.
And I think for somebody like Henry, he's one of your kind of entry subs, right? You need him to be going in there. He is kind of that guy who is going to throw caution to the wind. He's going to throw his life away to try and find you an entry, but kind of need him backed up. You need to be making some plays as well. There's one, and there's a really important one. He's found it over towards the top side, and that's the difference it can make. He will get taken down. Velko ready for it. Does find the third as well before he gets taken down. Those kills towards the backside have kind of put this one in a little bit of a limbo. You can see already Mythics is pushed up over towards the building towards the backside where you want to be trying to get some P4 control, but Notorious Gaming doing a good job rooting out the rats. Magpies holding it down so far. They're over towards P3, but Notorious Gaming in the better position for P4 once again.
A little bit of time to soak here, but they've lost a few kills. A lot of kills there. Nades flowing. And that gives Notorious a great position. You can already see them setting up, waiting for the pinch that's not even coming yet, as Magpies continue to hit the front of this hill. At least keeping Notorious off of it, but will they get a good transition at the end?
Let's see. It worked out last time. Just some psychs though, that might just quell any ideas of a push coming here. Nadux will find one shot spawn with his teammates as well, so no problem. And he gets taken down. There he is. Welcome back. And now the setup is here for Notorious Gaming. With a 20-point lead, having this rotation over towards P4, nothing to turn your nose up at whatsoever. Mission Magpies need to find a break here. They cannot be one by one. It has to be coordinated.
Oh, they've got to find some kills as well. There's the first. Now looks towards the back. We'll be looking for anything here, but Mythics has gone out early. There's the double trade. Managed to get it perfectly into this break turn, and that's exactly what you were calling for.
Yep. Nice entry from Henry. Finds 3 in a row in the end over towards this backside. That's the difference. He finds the route through. The distraction is there. The teammates are there to pick up the pieces as well. Really good job from Henry now on a 4 spree. Looking to find his 5th. Mythics will help him with that one. With a nice break coming through from Mission Magpies. Puts him in a really nice spot to hold down this time. And tell you what, we're going to be heading into the 3rd rotation if it stays this way with a very, very close game. There is going to be nothing in it. Cracker to start things off here in our first day of our final week of Season 2. Champion will be crowned at the end of these 2 days. 3 games today, 2 games tomorrow. If the rest of them are like this, well, we got a long one and a good one on our hands.
Well, both teams trying to make it so as start to trade blows against, and Mythics gets a little bit of bad timing, pulled away from that pre-aim that was ready. And now it'll be Notorious going for the soak. Everybody dancing around, and Lucifer is certainly going to go down here. Surely they know he's going to be here, and does go down as well. Mission Magpies having a little bit of a struggle around this P1.
And Vault hasn't necessarily been their friend so far, has it? Like, P1, P2 is really where they've been struggling. They've been doing a good job at P4. Some good time potentially on offer here. 25 seconds to play for. You find a couple of kills. Henry's starting to heat up a little bit now, considering I think he was, what, 5 and 17, now 14 and 24, so has definitely turned it around. And that's all you need out of him. You don't need miraculous numbers. Just those entries, a little bit of damage down, and then go from there, see what you can find. You see, is the trade there from your teammate? No, it isn't. You're able to find one, but your team have now had the opportunity to set up over towards P2. Mighty is going to be towards the backside, though. He really could be the ace in the hole from the side of Notorious Gaming, but you needed to win some gunfights. Rotation is in for Mission Magpies.
This is what they need, a big hold here, something they've really been unable to achieve on P2. Lucifer is being naded heavily over and over again. Health still hasn't come back, but we'll take that first gunfight. Trade's coming in. Ban slides out for it. Can he get the 2? Not quite yet, and the reinforcements are towards the back here for Notorious. Bans will strike at it.
Love it.
A little bit of movement to try and get the kill without them knowing he's there, and he goes back into the point, and, well, that's a play that needed to be made.
Yep, I think they thought he had dipped out the front to just back up and wait for some reinforcements, but lovely play coming in from Vance, finds a kill towards the back, staggers them, and then comes in and finds the one inside of the point. Henry will eventually find this one inside the point as well. 21 and 26. He has turned this one around big time. Trying to stay alive, and this is some good time. Yep, ridiculous turnaround.
There's no wonder they're winning now. That is a recovery and a half. We'll have to go back and check when he started to do it. But still, game balance on the knife edge. P3 for Mission Magpies has been pretty good so far this game. A double trade there, but it will be Notorious that have got into it, and Bance will have to wait for his teammates. You see he's actually just looking for a cheap kill.
I think he was hoping that they were going to spawn with him, but well, never mind. Bance now still holding towards the backside. These teammates doing a good job on the front foot. Elko's done well, though, just surviving around that side of the map. Now he's going to go for the gunfight. Bance will find it. He should be dead to rights here, and is. Now the rest of the team can kind of push through, though. They're a little bit more aware of where everybody else is for the side of Notorious Gaming. Magpies can find a couple of kills and now have the spawn that they need. P4 really has been their moneymaker. I wish we could bring up the stats of how many points they've actually managed to hold down towards this backside. We're going there for what feels... I mean, how many times we've been here now, Bryce? Is this the third time, fourth time? I can't even remember. The stage has been a banger. Right now, Notorious Gaming, you need to find a way through.
They are so far away as well. This is going to be a sprint. They basically just have to go. Only 12 seconds to win this game. Henry will be looking to get any kill here on the train, and that is bad COD timing. The rest of the players will now pour through the front. They're going for this one. Mythics needs to reinforce, but Bance will get two before they can do any more. And there's the final kill, the third for Bance. And they will win that one after not a great start for them. And probably the story of it is going to be Henry. We'll have to go back in the replays and count the kills, but I think he still ended negative by 2, but it is definitely an outrageous turnaround time.
Yeah, I think what he was sitting at 5 and 17 at one stage or something along those lines. And just turn around to, well, just negative if you've turned around 12 kills in your favor. I mean, to be fair, absolute credit towards the side of the Magpies there, just purely because you really were... I mean, I don't want to be as harsh as saying you were playing 3 versus 4, but you nearly were, and you still managed to keep it relatively close. As soon as Henry starts turning things on, it is a wrap. A really good job in map number 1 to turn that one around, because it could have got scary on a couple of occasions. You see Notorious Gaming, they had a little bit of a lead, they had a rotation. Were able to capitalize for the most part, but Mission Magpies were able to answer back. Again, I would love to see how much time they actually managed to get over towards P4, because, well, shoes on the other foot, actually. If I'm Notorious Gaming, I want to see what I've been doing wrong with P4 there, because the rest of the map, you kept it fairly contested, but Mission Magpies picked up some big time. At least it felt that way over towards P4, and that was the real difference maker. I love this play from Bance, though. Spins it round, pushes out the back, holds this down as well. Really nice job. Yeah, Henry went on a 6 spree towards the end, and probably found a little bit more. I know he got a terrible time in there. It should be in a 7 or an 8. Unlucky, but just those kind of moments where Henry's able to step it up. 28 and 30 and to end things out. Really nice turnaround from him after a, well, quite simply disastrous start, but Mission Magpies will get the job done. And that is that. 250 to 205. And they will happily take that map number 1.
Yeah, I think I was watching the replay there as well, and Henry, I think I saw like a 5 and 16, if I remember from the match, and then I saw a 7 and 18. So he's ended up only dying 12 more times from that point, but gaining 21 kills. So really turned up massively for the squad, and I think you can kind of put it a little bit on the fact that he was doing a lot of the hill work early in the game, wasn't getting the kills. That sort of changed out. Bance ended up getting more into the hill, and Henry started slaying out because it is just a ridiculous turnaround. 21 kills is just huge. You're going to start dropping when you only die a few more times. So yeah, they really start getting their slaying in order, and it did turn the game for them.
Absolutely. And that will be map number 1 going their way. Vault Hardpoint. Skyline Search and Destroy going to be coming up, then Hacienda Control. If we need to see it, we'll see Hacienda and Red Card for maps 4 and 5. I'm curious if we do get there, but I mean, if anything is to kind of go by again, I'll just remind you of that history. It was a 3-2 win for Notorious Gaming in the group stages. But again, to kind of caveat that, we do often say it ourselves, it doesn't really matter how well you do in the group stages. Obviously, it does make your life a lot easier heading into the bracket if you get yourself a nice seed. But ultimately, you've got to still beat the best teams when you get to playoffs, irrelevant of how it goes down. So let's see how it's going to go down here. And Skyline Search and Destroy are going to be loading in momentarily, but that's a nice start. 250 to 205. Mission Magpies take a lead.
Well, while we're waiting for this second one to start, let's jump over to our Bravo game. P7 Esports versus Crud Muffins. And it looks like P7 took that first blood in the Hardpoint as we join them in the S&D.
Yeah, P7 been doing a decent enough job when it has come down to the losers bracket side of things. As I mentioned last week, they did go on to lose their first one against BBHH. A really close game. 3-2, they lost that one. But then going up against Cochrane, winning that one 3-2 as well. Big result for them. Keep an eye on how things have went down between these two teams when we do get a chance to see what the score was in map number 1. But obviously a P7 Esports victory. Crud Muffins, though. Good opportunities to turn it around. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, we did see something from them in Skylight last week as well to get themselves through. So Crud Muffins trying to turn this one round 3 versus 2 in their favor, making it 2 versus 2 as Ray will find Denza, but that bomb is down.
Tang getting ready to push, and well, there's an easy pick. Just Connor to try and watch. Once the right time isn't going to. Unfortunately, he's going to go down. It's a Crud Muffins round on the board. They go up 2-0, but you can catch that all over at the Bravo stream. We're going back to Alpha here. Notorious versus Mission Magpies. They've just spawned in on the Skyline S&D themselves as everybody's running catwalk. It's an absolute monster. Mythics almost finds 3.
Absolute hell on to kick things off, and all of a sudden, I mean, the round is done and Notorious Gaming have won it. With Mythics opening things up like that and still Notorious find the round win. Incredible. It's Mighty to find Sue. Yeah, let's just pick his head up here. I think he's probably dead to rights anyway. Mighty will find it. Really, really nice job, and there you go. Round number 1 is done. I can't imagine that we'll see every single round go like that, but you never know.
No, I mean that's just one of those ones that we talk about sometimes. The initial round 1 is an anomaly. It always is, and I think now we're going to see probably a little bit more. No, wait a minute. I'm lying. They've gone for it the other side. That is unbelievable. I said, hey, catwalk work. Let's just do it again.
1v1, just like that.
And the game's over.
I mean, boys, if you want to get this one over and done with, let's just keep running it up like this.
It was me explaining how it's going to be different, and then suddenly I was like, oh, they're just running catwalk one more time. At least it wasn't all 4 this time. It was just like 2 of them that just really pushed hard, but oh my goodness.
Ridiculous. Well, here we go. Just sent it into the first 2 rounds. Just trying to bring up some like scores from previous games and stuff like that, and the first round was done. Oh, no, they'll probably not do that again in round number 2. Yeah, well, no, same thing happened. It's the entirety. Here we go. We're going for it again over towards the top side. Mission Magpies, happy to do so. Notorious Gaming got very aggressive. Nadox has just found himself deep in enemy territory. Lucifer has found himself staring at a grey screen. 4 versus 3 in the favor of Notorious now. And being back down over towards Kitchen, so that probably indicates where this bomb's going down. Over towards the A side. 4 versus 3. Retake will have to be there for Mission Magpies at a disadvantage.
Henry really impossible, and can't even get with the first. Isn't going to work out. Notorious Gaming will take that round. And they go up 2-1 into this, but anything could happen in these rounds after the kind of the ballistic first 2 we had, but that was more comfortable from Notorious.
The gunfire win comes through. Alex will find it. Yeah, Notorious, the aggression's working out for them. I said that I really could have went either way in those first 2 rounds, but as I did, it didn't. See if anything's going to change up here. It seems to be pure aggression from both these 2 teams. Adox was the one to be able to push up that previous round. Let's see if Bance and Co can maybe do something similar. I think Mighty be shutting that down. They're way over the top again. Bance will be screaming this out to his teammates, just holding to help out. Yeah, I would get your gunny up. There you go. It is just easy pickings for Lucifer. Finds 3. Bance there with the assists. And this has just been a bonkers search and destroy. Mighty's actually in a good position here. If he can find the second, not going to be able to get it. Notorious fall to the wayside. This has been a weird one.
It certainly has. I mean, the thing is, you can't really say which team you're more confident in S&D at this point. Like, there's just no way to go, oh yeah, this team looks the stronger, and maybe they've lost a couple of close guns. But no, these teams are almost kind of both reading from the same playbook and just doing it back to each other.
I'm happy for it. Sending, in my opinion.
Well, let's have a look. It looks like a couple of players all aiming towards the A point. There's certainly going to be another heavy hit going in, and it will be Notorious that pile bodies into A, looking maybe for another fast part again. I think Banter's backed up already. And here we go, 4v4 retake.
They managed to find that opening break. That's usually the most important thing. Well, there you go. Sykes has been taken down. Notorious Gaming are being backed down. Nalox holding the more aggressive angle, but this is always awkward. You need a trade to go in your favor. Big time here. Nalox should find the first one. Vance is going to be able to find a kill before that. Though Mythics there to pick up the pieces, and Melko may well get the angle here. Can he get out? The answer is no. 20 seconds to go. That bomb will be defused. Magpies will find themselves in the lead.
And you never know which way it's going to go there. You thought maybe if Melko just managed to slip the shoulder, because he got a good bit of timing. Wasn't the Overwatch that they were expecting. Mission Magpies do get that retake as well, and it's just like Notorious's main game plan is to be aggressive, to try and take that map control and really push Mission Magpies onto the back foot. But Magpies didn't give away any kills on that push. They just sort of waited and then took it back on their own terms.
See if Notorious can find one back here. It's been here a rip-roaring start. The Skyline Search and Destroy. I mean, it's definitely one of the more aggressive ones, of course, but it doesn't usually go this way, does it?
It does not, and trying to get in a good position here, crawling slowly but surely to just watch this cross. Says to me that maybe they're thinking about going in for an A plant, and Vance will try and get it. Mighty will be calling this one out as well. He would have seen it. Lucifer on Overwatch. Here comes the retake. Now, will this play by Bance pay up? Because Mythic's also got underneath. He's been snabbed. And Bance is still waiting. They have given up this bomb fight massively done.
Yeah, I think Bance in this position as well is really going to be the one that like saved them the round, because Mighty's now jumped onto the bomb. Have they got any eyes onto it? Is Bance going to drop on down? Somebody's going to have to do something about it. This bomb is being diffused underneath their noses. Not until Lucifer can find two, though. We jump over towards Bance, but it's Harry that finds the gunfight. Does he just line them up? There's one on the Nadox. Oh, lovely jubbly. Thank you very much. Wonderful from Lucifer. He will find three. And that is now a 4-2 lead for Mission Magpies. And just to caveat the search and destroy at this moment in time, with this 2-round lead, last time around up against Notorious Org, they didn't win a search and destroy. It was a 6-2, 6-4 win for Protocol and Red Card on the side of Notorious Gaming. So Notorious need these search and destroys right now, big time, considering they want a 0 down.
And that felt like it could have gone either way. I mean, just how close was that? But pretty standard here from Notorious again. Being backed up. Might tries to take it, but Lucifer will get him out, and here comes the pressure. Nadox already deflects one. Mythic is going to go down as well, but Bance comes in with the RC.
Gotta wait.
2 versus 2. Bance swinging out wide. Finds the first. 2 versus 1. He tries to take on Melko, but it will be Lucifer for the trade. A 5 streak for him.
Yeah, not necessarily as clean as they maybe would have liked Mission Magpies. I mean, if Bance has got the RC car out there, which trades the kill on the Mythics, you gotta let the RC just go first, right? But, I mean, look, they win the round anyway. I think they would have been calling it out to each other, and they are 5-2 up, so they won't care what I'm saying and how it could have been better, but irrelevant of that. 5-2 is a hefty lead, and as mentioned, Notorious could really do with this search and destroy. You're going to be heading into a control. You could be staring down the barrel of a 3-0 loss. Mission Magpies absolutely have improved this time as went on this season. It's maybe just taken a little bit of extra practice, a little bit of extra time to get things up and running. But they're certainly looking like a bit more of a force now. Lucifer. Yeah, okay, well, you're never going to be able to find much there. RC's not going to back anybody down. 4 versus 4, not a lot of map control either, and Sykes in a really good spot to cause some havoc.
Timing is going to be everything here. Sykes will wait for the call that they're distracted. They'll be cool. They know where Lucifer's going to be. Will Sykes strike for this? He will. He's going to go for it. He gets it. There's the call. Won't get the second, though. Back down to a 3 versus 3. But the Magpies are far back in their spawn. They do not have map control or any opportunity to plant.
Oh. It's a tough spot to be in. But for Notorious Gaming, losing that last gunfight. I mean, the thing is, though, I just don't think Mission Magpies knew how much map control they really did have. But now they're going to get this bomb down. Might be behind them. Vance hear him? You see him?
I think he was seen. There was just a tiny moment where he was going to be seen, and that's a huge gunfight. And oh no, he's gone off. It's down to 1v1.
The instinctual jump out, but Henry, he's found Malco, should be dead to rights and will be. Mission Magpies will take this one and find themselves up 2-0. A really, really rapid search and destroy coming out from both sides, but it is Mission Magpies who come out in this almost war of who can find the first blood and who can get a bit more mental in the opening kills. Goes their way. And they are 2-0 up now in this series. Brycey, a really, really good spot for them to be in, but disastrous now for Notorious.
Yeah, you thought after those first couple of rounds they were feeling pretty confident, but adjustments were made and even some kind of just sneaky plays. You really got to give it to Lucifer, though. A couple of clutch-up moments, especially on that bomb defuse. Certainly gave Notorious a little bit of a second guessing with the way they were approaching the game. Unfortunately, adjustments couldn't be made towards the end, but yet some just big performances. I mean, it was close on some rounds. I think that's the best you can say for it, really, because that scoreboard doesn't justify how some of it actually went down.
Yeah, there were definitely a couple of 1v1s in there as well, wasn't there? I mean, there were definitely some moments where there could have been something. The sign of Notorious giving just a trade here or there, and then all of a sudden it's not 6-2, and we're maybe setting a 5-3, or maybe even 4-4 at a stretch. It all sounds a lot worse than it is, isn't it? When it comes down to a couple of 1v1s, it could have really went either way. There was another one. Yeah, Sykes just didn't have the position and didn't have any whereabouts on Bance whatsoever. Always difficult for Henry in this situation. Felt like one of the only rounds that they actually lost there in that second round. Other than that, pretty dominant in the end for Mission Magpies as far as the rounds go. But as you say, each round could have went a different way.
Yeah, and I think that was, I mean, even things like that round, you remember the RCXD having to get the trade, and then basically this comes down to a 2 versus 2. Band's just in a slightly better position, and that gets caught, and Malco, while he wins it, just a trade. A 1v1 technically for Lucifer. And it comes down again to a 1v1, and we talk about the, 8th round here. There's lots of this happening over and over again, and truth being told, Mission Magpies did feel a little bit more comfortable on the map in about the mid-game.
Definitely felt that way. Started to turn the screw, didn't they? Over towards Hassie under control. Will be map number 3 for these two teams, but there's still a game going over on Bravo, and, well, there was. There you go.
There we go. Brad Muffins beat P7 Esports. And that means it's 1-1 over on Bravo as they tie it up.
Nice win coming in from Crud Muffins. Find themselves now one apiece in that one, so we'll be keeping an eye on how things are going there. But both these games, well, in a little bit of a different spot, aren't they? I mean, a close one between P7 and Crud Muffins. I would have actually liked to know, I'm not too sure if production let us know, how the, okay, so it was 250-237 to P7 in map number 1, so really close one there. 6-4 victory for them in the search and destroy for Crud Muffins. That's a super, super tight series. I think, you know, when we had the opportunity of both of them, I kind of like the idea of this one because of the fact that Notorious took the first series of their season up against what were then BBHH, now the Magpies, of course. So I think it sets itself up lovely. But at this moment in time, Mission Magpies have just found another level. We mentioned they've been getting better as the season has been going on, and what that is showing, the evidence is very much there to see. Hassie under control going to be coming up next. They are in true command of the series, Bryce.
They are, and they're going to be feeling pretty confident going into this one. We spoke at length already when we've been breaking it down for the Mission Magpies, aka BBHH. Slow start, but we were confident they would look better as time has gone on. And their only real significant defeat was in that winner's bracket against Team Notorious, who realistically are, I mean, just an incredible team and kind of the favourites to win this entire thing. So for the Magpies coming against the other Notorious Gaming, and that is very confusing to say, it has just been better. Really, it has most of the way through, and I don't know what you would put it down to, whether it was just teething issues in the first week of the game or whether they just needed to really lock into this patch, even though it has been around a while. It does feel like a much smoother team.
Definitely does seem to be working out a little bit better, doesn't it? Here we are now, into the next one. We're going to find out Notorious Gaming can start to stage a comeback, or our Mission Magpies just going to put their foot down. Well, these first few kills always do help things in this attack. Able to push players back. Melko do very little now that he's dead, and the B push starting to come through. Really, really nice spot of your mission Magpies.
Oh, there's 3 down. That's about as good as you can get. Lucifer just trying to keep his teammate on that point safe. And right now, I mean, this is kind of ideal. Henry has to back off, but more kills go down from the teammates. And I think you're right, Ton. Realistically, I mean, only having one person here on the B, it's slow but steady progress.
Probably just keep the map control. Right now, they are reaping those benefits. Notorious Gaming, I just mean farmed here at the moment. That's 4 dead now. You welcome yourself to a bit of a spawn trap. In a really, really rough spot now. They didn't push up. They wanted to make sure they secured B, but there was potential there for the side of Mission Magpies. They are running through Notorious. When was the last time they got a bloody kill? Mission Magpies are dominating them.
Yeah, this is out of control. And that is not a pun I'm intending. Now a bit of a stack here onto 8. Pressure coming forward. Notorious might be able to stop this for just a second, but they've lost so many lives here. It's 27-12. And they finally get 3 on. They basically double their entire kills going down, even with the team kills flowing through, but it does mean it's 23-10 and a sliver of a point.
I mean, Mission Magpies, I mean, they've got 2 minutes to just bleed them dry. No, there's just no chance. I mean, you're in such a difficult spot. You all have to just play corners. Hopefully you can find a kill and then a few more on top of that before you drop. But you've got to do that multiple times. Melko, Nadux, yep. Trades are not good enough right now.
Yeah, it's just TDM. That's all Magpies have to play. Just keep moving, waiting for the next one, and he will get it. There's a 4 streak for Bats. He goes even further forward. Not going to get the 5. It's going to be shut down, but that'll be the round. Mission Magpies, a dominating open break. Realistically, if they hadn't got that reverse break, they're Notorious. I think they would have got about 3 kills for the round.
That was... I mean, this game might be over already at this stage. I know attacks are like a little bit easier to find when it does come down to Hacienda, but in that manner is never a nice way to lose a round. Here we are now. And they managed to turn it around, or this is Notorious Gaming. Done and dusted for this season.
Notorious Gaming. Gotta have every bit of a good break, as the Mission Magpies did. Going towards B. Might all get that first kill. Mythic's looking to try and find anybody coming through. We'll see a nade actually go up the stairs for him. That is not the way they wanted to go, though, Notorious.
I mean, they are just getting bodied across the map right now, Bryce. There's not really much else to say about it. Opening gunfights not working in their favor. Now you're shoved back, and as an attacking team, you have got to dot your I's, cross your T's for every single gunfight. Dance maybe caught out a little bit deep there. But Mission Magpies will keep this pressure on. Big fan coming in from Mythics here. Don't hate this at all. Yeah, taking your time. He's looking for more than one here. At least find one. There's the second. Spins on the Nadux. Now the rest of the team can just pinch on down. Mighty will find the gunfight. Trade not going to be there, though. So Notorious Gaming do some good work over towards this B side.
Oh, there's a 3 down. That's huge for them as well. Melko will get Lucifer on the other side. Opportunity here for Notorious as they go straight into the spawn themselves. And that's a recovery. 2 ticks already onto the B point. Life in Notorious as they finally feel like they're on top.
Such a good spot. Henry's able to find one back. Melko just staying alive. That should be the point gone unless Mythics can find a second. Not going to happen. So in a decent spot here, Notorious. You can extend that time. You've got a life lead as well. You can see already Mission Magpies have got a little bit of a setup over towards that water side. Sax is going to shut that down, but Melko now just going to try and keep this off his control. So paramount when you're on about attack here on Hacienda. Kills being traded. Works for Notorious right now.
Such a good job to just continue to put Magpies on the back foot. And even a little bit of a flurry of bands trying to get the relieving of pressure going. This is feeling like a Notorious round. They're just going to try and bleed this out a little bit.
Just comes off that opening break. Mission Magpies find the opening break themselves, I should say, sorry. And then all of a sudden, Notorious Gaming just spin it on its head where Mission Magpies maybe just didn't set up as well as they could have. And there's the door, well and truly open now. It's a 6 life disadvantage for Mission Magpies now. They just try to find a way over towards A. Second tickets in this round is pretty much done. And Mission Magpies, I mean, we haven't seen a great deal from them here. They get pinned in their spawn, kind of go a little one by one, get caught out, and well, somehow survive, if only momentarily. Should be one apiece here in this control now.
Oh, Melko wins the pistol fight, wins a round. 1-1. Not as clean as the Magpies, but that doesn't count on the scoreboard, although it will be slightly in favor of the Magpies simply because of the lives, but realistically, still very much all to play for, Ton.
Oh yeah, there's still a long way to go here in this control, but that'll be a nice settler for the side of Notorious. I think, you know, when you go into, especially in that previous round when, I mean, it just did not go swimmingly at all. You got battered, but that was a nice way to bounce back. A comfortable round for Notorious to find that attack. I mean, look, we can see attacks like that happen for Mission Magpies in round number 1, but sometimes when you're 2-0 down the series and it happens to you in round number 1, it can be a bit of a death sentence, but they're able to turn it around, find a round underneath them. Can they use that momentum to carry them through, to put them in a bit of a better spot in this series? Right now, still 2-0 down, but with hope here in the control.
Not as good of a break this time for Magpies. It looks like Notorious learned from their mistakes. And Henry calls that one correctly and wins the gunfight. Next few kills will prove pivotal. Notorious find them and will have a chance to kind of reset. Magpies find it. Wow. Could be a disaster looming.
Couple of kills go their way over towards fences, though. Oh, and Bance has actually found the route here. Should have at least one kill. Oh, goes for the long distance one, but we'll butter up the players that are on their way over. Henry should be able to find something here. Second one should be going his way. Elongated gunfight. Mythics will find it. That's allowed a little bit of pressure to come in from Notorious given, and they are going to be able to stop B going there all the way. How on earth? I mean, literally milliseconds away from securing that if you're Mission Magpie, so a bit of a step back. Oh, never mind.
Opportunity, though. Again, they've managed to find the kill so far. Lucifer really needs to stay alive here. I think he's got reinforcements. Henry's up there as well. Gonna be for a few seconds. Gotta be careful here because Magpies still not really in a dominant position. Notorious will find the kills and push them back off. Bance has gone for the spawn kills again. But with 35 seconds left to go, Ton, they're really gonna have to win these gunfights.
And they're gonna have to turn it around somehow, aren't they? It's just a little bit of a difficult position, though, because Banter's trying to farm them off if he can. But at the same time, his team are not making the inroads that he's potentially creating for them. Notorious Gaming are staring down the barrel of a very, very good hold here on defense. It's in that way because it just felt like Mission Magpies have had the positioning. They're not even going to get a chance to touch it over towards B. Notorious is going to be 2-1 up.
They get on it. Just a second to spare. What he's going to be onto it as Nanox rips through that magazine trying to get it.
Oh,
and
wow.
They have got the extra minute.
I think there was a player who actually, I was saying that it's done because I was just looking towards B. I was like, no way they get there. There's one player pushing through the middle of the map, got a touch on A, so they had the time to get over towards B. Now in a very, very precarious spot. Sorry to give him, that's a big break to find towards water, though. Find 3 kills combined. Lucifer is there to pick up 1. 8 versus 7.
8 versus 6, but still that's too close of a margin here because Magpies will be looking to stop this clock. It puts him in a slightly worse position life-wise. Alex a little bit weak. Nobody looking for him quite yet. Lucifer also running a route as well. They get another kill, 8-5, but the time is still against them. Notorious that they just have to find a kill or 2. That's all they have to do to really shut this one down. Mythic is going to lose a big gunfight. Progress still stops. 6 versus 3. Advantage for Magpies.
Next kill's massive. Dice can find it. Oh, Melko, if you found that, then you have a potential route back into this one. 2 versus 5. You just got to kind of start the point here if you Mission Magpies. Draw them out.
Oh, he didn't get the kill. 12 seconds. Here we go. Sykes looking for 1. So weak. 9 health. Dived out of there as well. It's still going to be stopped.
Mighty.
It's a 4 versus 2. Mighty finds him. He's going to go down. Sykes for the hero play. For everything onto this round. And isn't going to get it. Too many bodies. Too many bullets. And Magpies win their attack out of basically nowhere in the end.
Oh, that's got to be a frustrating one. What was it? It was a mere second away from Notorious going to 2-1 up. Love to see it back, actually, as far as how close I mean, we know a second, but the route that had to be taken, I presume the touch over towards A was what came in first by the looks of things, but we'll see again, though. Irrelevant of that, Mission Magpies 2-1 to the good now in the control. Over towards the defense they go.
Notorious. Time for them to hit this every bit as hard as they did last time. They'll be kicking themselves that they allowed the Magpies that 1 second stop to get B going. As this could be last run in the Elite.
They'll turn this round somewhere. I mean, there's ways to come back into a series. 2-1 down on the control when you're 2-0 down in it. That'll be some way to bring it back if you can start the reverse sweep here. Have it within them. These last two maps were very, very close between both these two teams when they did meet up previously, but that was 2 weeks ago, Bryce. A lot has changed for Mission Magpies in that time. They've changed their name, they changed their rogue and everything.
Can they change? Well, we've kind of got them ranked. That's the real question. Just how far do they go in this tournament? Will we see them in a grand final? We've got to do it the long way around now they're in a lower bracket, but so far making a good case for it. Still got to stop Notorious.
Notorious trying to hold it down over towards B here, succeeding at the moment. A lot of pressure coming in from Notorious though. And well, that pressure is going to be flipped on its head and right back at them because now they have 22 seconds to try and capture something. Over towards this B or A side. Malco, can he be the guy? You can only find one. Now you've got to try and get a touch over towards A if you can. Nadox is trying to set up here. Hopefully they can transition. 2 big kills coming in from Nadox though, and that's going to open the door.
Henry going for a bit of a run here. Hoping to catch them with timing. Not the easiest because they will be watching and he threads the needle. Not going to get the second, but enough kills come through on the trade for 10 seconds left. Melko, to be the hero, needs to just disrupt them enough to allow his team to jump back in. He might even touch it himself. There we go. 3.4 seconds on. He will get cut down. Players from Notorious will have to run at this, and they will not make it. And that'll be the Mission Magpies who take the control and take the series 3-0. And they will move forward, whereas Notorious Gaming are out of the Elite.
And that puts some demons to rest from week number 1 for the Mission Magpies. They lost this series against Notorious Gaming 3-2 on the very first week. They managed to beat them in playoffs though when it really does matter. 3-0. A statement win, actually, for me. If anything, I think for Mission Magpies to find that kind of dub now puts you in a really good position. You're going to be going up against another one of the losers bracket teams in your next game, which will either be between P7 or Crud Muffins, if I believe correctly. I can't remember exactly how things are going in that particular game. I know things are being backwards and forwards, but let's see who they're going to go up against, because now it puts them in a position where they've just 3-0 Notorious Gaming. Solid roster. Gives you so much confidence heading into the rest.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, you are right. I think the kind of the biggest takeaway is we were so curious about what happened in that first day of games that BBHH ended up losing against Notorious, and now they come back and look, well, considerably stronger. You wouldn't have believed that would have happened last time. The only thing that was kind of close was probably the hard point, and that was maybe off the back of a Henry having a very early game struggle.
Yeah, potentially. I think it has been a relatively one-sided series in the end. As mentioned, I suppose the Search and Destroy, a couple of those rounds could have went a different way, but they didn't, and that's the point. Really nice job coming in from Mission Magpies. That's just a nice series to win. Nice one to get you up and running for the night and for the week, of course. You may well see them, of course, in the losers bracket final tomorrow. They'll fight for a space in that coveted game. And our third game of the night tonight, where they'll be going up against one of the other teams in the loser bracket side of things between P7 and Crud Muffins. That game, however, I believe is still ongoing. I'd imagine we'll be jumping over towards that very, very shortly. But wow, that was a domination from the side of Magpie Movers.
Well, here we go. Talk about that game, and here it is on our screens. You can see all tied up 1-1 at the moment. P7 and Crud Muffins throwing down. It does seem like the Crud Muffins might have an opportunity here. A couple of bodies onto it as well as going for the kills off the spawn. They're going to put 3 on. This is going up very, very fast. I don't even know if they're going to get here in time. Don't die, Denza, and you're good. There we go.
Just called them the Magpie Movers. That's like a ticket you get for a Team game on a Saturday.
Earlier, when I was messing up their name, it's Musical Magpie.
You know what? I feel like we could. I think we'll be alright with it, won't we? If we just mess the name up consistently.
We're adjusting. It's better than BBHH. I'm all good.
It is. We'll get there. We'll get there.
And back to reality here. Crud Muffins looking to try and get this over the line now. Can they shut down P7 Esports, who will now have the attack ton?
Easier said than done. Red Muffins now. This would put them in a really nice spot. If you can hold this defense, I don't know. It's hard to say between these two teams. It seems like such a close matchup. We will be staying with this one before we do get on with our winners bracket final, which, by the way, should be an absolute corker. Katana look fantastic. Team Notorious, obviously, probably the favourites for the season, but Katana have looked great. Let's see how things are going to go down. Connor trying to hold something down over towards this other side. Overlay can find two to offer P7 Esports maybe a route into this attacking round. Pretty much immediately Connor with the angle on the pack. He's like, just spawn me. Give me your brick.
Connor looking for them. They're going to know this as well. That's a huge double, but Connor will finish that off with a pistol. Exactly what he was planning on doing, but considering it's basically a 2 versus 2, Lampy just managing to stop the clock for a second. Takes a few bullets, but not as many. It goes for the reach. What is going on with the gunfight? Every bullet everywhere but where they needed to be. And players also doing the same thing, Ton. Look at that mini-map.
Oh, taking down. Red Muffins start to get a little bit more control. P7 Esports, for all that they have had a little bit of success to kick off this round, now being battered back a little bit. Denser should win this one as well, and does, and now all of a sudden P7 Esports, you've really got to fight through. Crud Muffins in a brilliant spot to try and close out this control.
Yeah, Kez on the 6th streak. Looking to end it here, the Crud Muffins. Looking more like the Stud Muffins with just how good his control is. You know what? I felt bad about that when I said it. But hey, they've had a good control.
Oh, for any Crud Muffins
fans,
or...
face. I couldn't do it.
I could hear you laughing in my ears. Like, when you said it, Crud Muffins will take it away. For any Crud Muffins fans, family members, or players who are watching this back, we do sincerely apologize for Bryce's actions.
Well, they win the control, go 2-1 up in the series. And now, potentially one more round away. Just to remind you of where we are currently sitting. This is lower round 2, the elimination games. Already we've said goodbye to Notorious, and we will be saying goodbye to either the Crud Muffins or P7 Esports, depending on how it goes. And, well, there's the bracket. You can see the winner of this will play the Mission Magpies in lower round 3, but that's not all we've got today. You can see the winner's final is creeping up on us soon.
Very shortly. We'll be sticking with this one whilst that game gets up and running. But yeah, the winner's final is been thinking about it a lot today. Been thinking about it a lot. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, Brycey, because we haven't seen either one of these two teams play up against each other since what, the grand final last time. So I think it's interesting. Obviously, there has been change-ups. Vortex coming into the Katana gaming setup, but I mean, they haven't batted an eyelid whatsoever either, have they? I mean, look, I want to say, and maybe we'll probably discuss this later on, but Team Notorious have looked, I want to say, a little bit more human this season. Last season, they looked incredible, like a level above everybody else. But they've definitely, I don't want to say they've dropped off. Maybe everybody else is kind of caught up to how to play the game correctly, and is now causing problems for them. You can see they're dropping maps at least, so it's going to be an interesting one. Really looking forward to that series to see who's going to bang it up, because I mean, look, they are our two top teams. I don't think anyone could question that, but I think for these teams in the losers round, it's about getting a little bit of momentum, a couple of wins under your belt. You're then heading into a lower final. We have first game tomorrow, of course, with, well, I don't want to say an advantage, because obviously it's a different day, but you'll be feeling good about yourself. You just won potentially, well, you would have won 2 games in a row to get yourselves there to that losers final. Going up against somebody who's maybe just being battered around in the winners, I mean, that is a nice position to be in. Teams probably at their weakest point.
Well, we're going to see. I mean, there are a lot of very good games left for us to kind of keep an eye on here, Ton, realistically. at this point here, I mean, that was a very close vote. Hardpoint 250 to 237. We could have been talking about a 3-0 here in this game. But P7 Esports still looking pretty strong themselves as we go into the next Hardpoint. And truth being told, when we get to this stage of any bracket in the Elite, it's always going to be close between the teams that are left. And you've got to give credit to Muffins being ahead, but whether or not P7 can fight back, I don't know.
Well, there's an opportunity here on red card Hardpoint, but I'm trying to recall any time that we've watched these teams. There's been a lot of maps being watched, right? See, there's a lot of teams to watch through, so I'm trying to recall how they went down, but interested to see how map 4 is going to go when these two teams do eventually get at it.
Certainly will. Well, that is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action on Challengers Elite right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are in the playoffs and well, round 2 is almost done, but the winners bracket calls us to the fore here. As you can see on our bracket at the moment, we are waiting on the results of Muffins versus P7. But that's not the game we are going to be showing here on stream next. No, Notorious versus Katana Gaming is winging its way to us, Ton.
And this is an absolute cracker, isn't it? Team Notorious, obviously the team to beat this season. F'd out Eric Boom, Rafi and Afro, but can they keep things rolling? Their stiffest competition are going to be the opposition. This is the winners bracket final. That's how things usually do work. And I mean, this is presumed grand final as well, but we haven't got that quite confirmed yet. We'll find out which team are going to make it there first, though. Katana Gaming, Aspect, Brezzy, Cobra, and Vortex new to this roster. Obviously, with Super going over towards the other side of the pond. That's put Katana Gaming in the position where they've got to change it up. Vortex has come in, though, and done a really, really good job. Let's see how things are going to go in this winners bracket final. Brycey, honestly, this one is so hard to call because both these two teams look like they can lose maps here and there, but they have both just dominated their series, dominated their groups, haven't lost a game yet. And this is how things are going to go down. Protocol, Hardpoint, Protocol, Search and Destroy, followed by Vault Control. If we need to see, it'll be Hassie under Hardpoint and a Redcon Search to finish things up. I don't know what to make of this, Brycey. That Vault Control's a spicy one as well. It's one I really, really like for the side of Katana Gaming. Looking over towards Katana's bans. Otherwise, though, they get rid of Vault both times on Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. Interesting to see that's already gone. We have seen them look good on the control, though. Protocol, Search and Destroy, a bit of an awkward one. You're thinking about the SMGs. What can they get going in that bottom bomb site? But Protocol Hardpoint to kick things off as well is a nice one to see us out. But I don't know. I think this is just such a hard game to call, Bryce. Both these two teams have looked a level above everybody else all season.
Yeah, I think I can understand why they're struggling with this one because Notorious, you are right, haven't looked as dominating, maybe is the best way to put it, as they have done in previous years. They seem to pull back on the horsepower maybe just a little bit here, with Afro kind of still being their main gun. But on the other side of it, Katana it almost comes in a bit of a roller coaster with them. Sometimes I think, hey, pretty good. Other times I think, well, it could be better. And I would still be leaning towards Notorious in this matchup.
Let's see how it's going to go down. Here we go. Winners bracket final. Our Challengers Elite stage. Second season. I think it's a really hard one to call. I think, you know, for me, Team Notorious they've not looked shaky, but they haven't looked unbeatable this season. Same with Katana, though, and I think that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think the hard points for the Team Notorious is where their weakness maybe lies, but I mean, the time we've seen them have any sort of weaknesses, Afro had a slow start. I can't imagine he's going to do that in a winners bracket final. Here we go.
Well, this one now, and you can see straight into P1 for both sides as everybody starts to square up. Right, a lot of questions about this due to the fact that we haven't seen them play each other, and they would have also been spent all week preparing for this game, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams will know each other inside out. All these players all have went, well, probably in teams together, against each other, time and time again here in Europe. This one has started maybe just a little bit passively. Neither one of these two teams want to make too much of a mistake early on. Now, though, it is Team Notorious in control of where they want to be, which is P2 rotation. That's coming up in 15 seconds.
Rafi going to go down before he can do any more here, and you are right about this rotation. Could be very important for both sides. So far, just a little bit of a bleed time here. It's always difficult to kind of tell off of P1 which team is looking the stronger, really. Can very much be a bit of a coin flip as everybody tries to get into a better position, but this is Katana so far on the rotation, Tom.
Sorry, it was Katana in the rotation over towards P2, but right now they're on threat of losing this. I think with Katana, I think we've seen early on in the season that there's a bit of a struggle in terms of that rotation over towards P3, but that's going to be more of a struggle now when Eric Boom's found 3 in the middle of the map. 5 seconds remaining over towards P2 here, and this is going to be a game of chess between these two teams. Both more than capable, winning gunfights and holding down what they should. Going to be about these rotations. Aspect finding 2, though. Eric Boom's able to shut that down, and if only momentarily. 25 seconds to go. Katana do have a little bit of an inroad. Gunfight coming through from Afro, can find the second. But it definitely feels like this guy is potentially going to be the X factor in this series. Afro, we know when he gets on a heater, there ain't many better on the planet at doing things like he does. P3 rotation's going to be there for Katana, but Team Notorious pick up that scrap time.
Still thinking this is maybe Afro's kind of time to shine, and because I fully believe he should be back in the Pro League, that's how well he's been playing so far in Challengers. Can he pull off that kind of performance again today? We see him dropping 40 bombs on the regular. Eric Boom now also had a very good time at the moment. Has been a influential player in Team Notorious' success in some of the big games we've seen so far.
People find some gunfights here because his team are not on the best side of the map. They're trying to find a push through over towards P3. Afro can find 2, not before he falls. Resi having a good game to kick things off, as his Aspect, both sitting at 10 and 5. Now just trying to get something going over towards P4 as well. Nobody teammates can hold it down over towards P3.
Well, also come out for it. Cobra will find 2. Not going to be any more, though. And so far, Katana having a good showing of it. Should have this rotation locked in. Resi. Well, that's a stun check, and that's why he's backing off. He's like, well, if they know I'm here, it's not as easy of a gunfight, because they could double chow me. Aspect will also be looking out the window, just trying to keep an eye here. That's where Rafi's going to be. Has to back down as well. I find Notorious doing a good job at taking away all of this positioning.
Afro was the first one through the rest of the door, though. The rest of the team, no, can't find anything. Eric Boom left on his own. Should be dead to rights. Good hold from Katana in the end. I think Afro went very, very early, and the rest of the team just not in a position to kind of help him out. Yep, Cobra doing the right thing here. Just backing up, slowing them down. And revisiting the scene of the crime. Happy to hold it from this side, but it felt like when Katana came in, it found their rotation. P3 and P4 is where you make your money on this map, and right now they are printing. Resi left on his own will eventually fall down, and that's for 18 seconds. It could be a crucial 18 seconds for Team Notorious if Katana let them have it.
Rafi staying alive, back and forth, has reinforcements. Katana had a good P1 last time, and well, the fact they're here again, Rafi will have to try and make a solo play, and that's the danger here. Already lost a lot of health going for it, Ton.
I mean, Aspect and Brezzy are trying to go bar for bar right now. Literally both keeping up with each other. Oh my god, Cobra and Vortex at the same time. What's going on with the scoreboard? Look at that. Is that a codecast error? Never mind. Here we are. But yeah, Katana game, very, very nice start. But look, we talk about it when it does come down to protocol, how often that 3 to 4 flip can change a game. And well, Katana game will win the lead when they headed there. And if Aspect keeps shooting like this, well, that will continue. 6 spree for him to kick things off here in the second rotation. 25 seconds remaining here over towards P1. And you are soaking up every single second with a smile on your face right now if you're Aspect. My god, never mind.
You gotta ask yourself, is this a typical slow start from Notorious? Because you are right, Ton, this really has got out of hand. And that rotation again is looking like it will be at least Vortex first for Katana. Notorious want to get here at least somewhat fast, but he's just not going to see him. He's under. Oh my goodness, Rafi just finds him in time.
Shots from Eric Boom. Great shots from Eric Boom. Aspect and Vortex will fall. I think, well, for Team Notorious, they did want to try and hold down the P3 side of the map. That's where they made most of their time in that previous rotation. But right now, they are being kind of dealt with a little bit too easily. Everybody dropping and, well, being forced towards that backside. Rafi is kind of the anchor here for Team Notorious. Aspect going to eventually call in the streak, just to try and give them a little bit of breathing room, and well used. Okay, Rafi is over towards this side. Katana will have to battle through these spawns, but they may well get 15 seconds for their troubles as well.
This is where it can really go against the team here. If Katana do well on this rotation, it will put Notorious in a horrible position for the rest of the game. And they are looking for Cobra. Somebody would have called out. We haven't seen him in some time. And I think they found him. That will be called out. Yeah, they're going to cut him down now. Get the back lines out. Did a little bit of time damage there. It made them pull away from that point, but Notorious in control.
Aspect can only find one as well. If you Katana yet really banging on Cobra, finding something over towards the backside. They're searching for him again. Or is he going to get a little bit of bad timing there? Eric Boom's on a 4 spree. Eventually gets taken down. The big push over towards the backside coming for Katana. Aspect can find another. They're slowly bleeding them away. Vortex from the front, Cobra at the back, and they will find a break. There's about 30 seconds uncontested for Team Notorious, though. They will happily pick up that time. Cobra doing the same thing again. They want to make this rotation over towards P4. Should have F dot dead to rights, and there you go. Big gunfight win, and again, Katana find a way. They just find a way to get into P3. P4's already up and running. Cobra, though, caught YYing. We've seen that before. Afro cannot find it. F dot is there to pick up the pieces, and there's the P3 rotation as well. That was looking so good for Katana. Massive kills for Team Notorious down low.
They need it. Rafi just trying to hold them at bay. Nuga's going to be there as well. Desperately trying to make sure they can't get through, and Rafi puts a lot of bullets down, but it's not going to be enough. Pistol going to be out as well. Needs a trade. F dot back and forth. No health. Gets into the point here, and then Afro to the rescue. Everybody flying in and hitting those slide cancels. Eric Boom coming in to help Afro out eventually. Notorious do walk away as the victors of that trade.
Yeah, just about. For Katana, well, okay, you keep them off for a second, but you're not able to find your way back in. And they really did have onus on this point. They may well be able to find a break here to stop the bleeding. There's 3 dead, make it 4. The break is very, very efficient. Katana Gaming will find that final 15 or 20 seconds. Unless Notorious can get themselves in again. Now their team really want to let that scrap time go over freely. We've seen it over towards P2 on this rotation. There's a big push to make sure that they try and get that time with your Notorious. Even though you were set up over towards P3. Katana Gaming, this time getting pushed by Team Notorious down low, but still that lead belongs to Katana. Not sure if it's grown or if it's just pretty similar, but right now they'd be more than happy to head into this third rotation with a 40-point lead, and now growing with some time in P1.
Eric Boom.
God damn.
Just drilled them here, and that's what we said. Sometimes Notorious are just slow starters. Eric Boom has been very consistent for them so far. F dot has to get out of it. They've already found him. So far, a good bleed for Notorious at P1. Katana have been in control of this game from the get-go. Is that about to change?
Good time for Notorious, and I think that is the worrying thing for the side of Katana, right? Is that they have been in control of the majority of the game. It takes one good hold for Team Notorious to wipe that out, but that just shows how close these two teams are. Oh, that is a disaster, though. I mean, the trophy's unfortunate, but Prezi taking down Cobra, that's just a mistake for the final 10. So now all of a sudden, it's going to be about a 20-point game as we head over towards P2. We'd expect nothing less between these two teams.
Boom finds one, but it's all going to be about P2. Opportunity here for Notorious to take the lead. Katana Gaming, slowly but surely pushing, squeezing, pressure mounting. F dot trying to stay alive, but it does open up the map a little bit for them, and he will have to reinforce his teammates, but so far, all the trades are good for them. Only Vortex able to fire back, but he is not close.
And this is now the lead, as said. Team Notorious needed one good hold, and that's been about 30 seconds of it. Katana trying to find a way through. Being picked apart one by one. Aspect, though, can find 2. It's a little bit of help, not going to find it. Rafi will eventually get taken down as well, so to get them off the point of your Katana. It's going to be about this rotation to P3-4, though. I mean, that is where the difference is going to be made. F-Dot finding those 2 kills might be massive. Where are they going to spawn now? Still towards the backside for Katana Gaming. You got to deal with F-Dot pretty quickly. He's going to stay alive. It's going to allow the rest of the team just to make their way up the map a little bit more than they would have been able to. The setup is going to be here for Katana. The hardpoint is now popping. They're in a good spot here, but Team Notorious have not just closed that gap. They now lead.
Big win. Big fight towards the back here. This puts pressure onto Katana. They know it's going to be hitting from all angles, and, well, they don't even deflect the front. Afro doesn't have to do anything. Get back on the point, somebody! Oh, my goodness. This game is too close to give even away a second. F-Dot will go down, but the nade will be good enough. Rafi still alive, still soaking time. I think they just about have the tick here to win it on this one, but you wouldn't suspect that Katana don't even get a foot in the door before we switch. There we go. They won't contest on this one at all, so it will at least come down to the next hill.
They're huge wins. Now it's about this rotation. Eric Boom's on his own. If they find him in this corner, and here come the rest of them. Now it's all about this rotation. It's all about these gunfights. It's fish in a barrel, though. If you're coming down the elevator shaft from the side of Team Notorious, you want to find this kill. Vortex will probably try and push this. The player way back up. Cobra will find it. They will clear them out. The rotation is there for Katana. Team Notorious are still only 20 away.
There they go. Double Chow's trophies doing all the work possible for this one. Presley already down to 50 health. Everybody from every single angle. As Rafi will find 2. That's huge. Not going to find any more, though. Afro now facing it in a 1v1 in the point, and he will get it. Locks it down for them. Gives them the opportunity, but bodies will now pile down the stairway, pile down the elevator from both sides. And it looks like it's going to be Team Notorious that are going to be pushed out this time.
Yeah, Prezi will find 2. That's huge. If you're Katana, you just get those ever so slight closer spawns. Vortex trying to hold it from the outside now as well. Both teams can still win it here.
So we should get at least one here, but no, goes down to Eric Boom. Down they drop.
5 seconds.
Last run as they get back into this point. F will get one though, gets the contest, finds a second, stays alive, and Rafi gets the third. And now it's going to be Katana Gaming that have to run into this point. There's Cobra on the outside, deflecting Rafi, which Rafi means he can't turn around quite yet. Do they have the tick? I think they do. Got it with just the smallest amount of time you possibly can. Team Notorious, 250 to 246, take the win away from Katana. And that is a horrible way for both teams to finish. Nobody was sure which way it was going. Too many bodies, too little time.
Wonderful, wonderful work for Team Notorious to bring that one back. It was, what, a 50-point deficit. They chipped away and they chipped away. And it was just so back and forth. How many times have we seen teams hold it down early, perfectly down towards P4? It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, of course, but considering both these two teams, when they had previously in this map, in this series, found themselves in that position and holding it down, don't manage to do it. So back and forth, it could have went either way, and it comes down to one single gunfight in the end. I think, you know, Afro winning it towards the backside, the break then coming through again. It was just whoever was finding these times to have to break, they were finding it towards the back end of that, and it was Team Notorious who came out on top that final time, which is what made the difference. That is a dagger for Katana Gaming, considering the position that you were in throughout the majority of that map. Team Notorious steal that one away. Brilliant map number 1.
Well, we said maybe just Notorious start slow, and it felt like tide was slowly turning against Katana. Truth being told, on that last break with Katana, I thought they had the game wrapped up. F-Dot finding those kills was unbelievable, but you're going to see it here. This whole last hard point was a movie ton.
Crazy, crazy game. And yeah, when you're into this stage, if you're Team Notorious, you've just got to find something. The Katana have got to find an awkward gunfight. I think F-Dot does he even get traded here. No, Cobra found one from the outside. They're just a little bit too far away. Like, Cobra's there just trying to pick his way in, because I think if he runs headfirst in, he's just going to get taken. But he picked apart, right? In the end, he has to take his time. He does find the pick, but it's just too little too late. What a game. Everybody really popping off when needed. Nobody any kind of outlier really aspect had a really good game, as did Eric Boom, but an absolute banger to kick things off. A 4-pointer here in map number 1 of the winner bracket final. And long may that continue. We've got a Surge and Destroy coming up next, and well, okay, if the rest of the series could just be that close, that would be sensational.
And it could be. It really could be. We've been expecting this matchup for some time, and it hasn't disappointed. For Katana Gaming, it's all about the mental game now. Bounce back into it. Remember, this is just one map. It's a drop in the bucket if you can continue. There's a lot of COD left to play. For Notorious, they've shaken off the rust. I don't know what it is about Notorious, and just having what I feel like is maybe not the most coordinated starts to hard points.
Yeah, it just felt like maybe Katana were playing it well, to be honest with you. I think from 3 to 4, 2 rotations in a row, they just got the majority of the time there, and that is really where you can sink the opposition big time. And actually, even towards P1, Katana were doing a good job there. But it was that final rotation. I think what Team Notorious were heading into it, 40 or 50 down. You win it by 4 by the time we finish it up. Literally to the second. Protocol Search and Destroy going to be coming up next, though. Katana, can you lick your wounds quickly? Team Notorious going to be heading into this one absolutely buzzing with that result, Bryce.
Yeah, I think so. And here's the thing, Tom. I'm going to ask you a little bit of a question here to put you on the spot, right?
Oh, God.
Out of the teams remaining so far in this tournament, of which there are 4, what do you think makes the best matchup in the final? Do you think that the other 2 teams in the lower brackets match up to these 2 Titans?
I really don't think they do. It has felt like a 2-horse race throughout the majority. You know, we've seen it throughout the group stages, looking towards how things ended there. Everybody lost games apart from Katana and Team Notorious. Both those teams went 5-0 in their groups. Both of them have barely lost a map in the playoffs as well. Okay, the 3-1 Team Notorious against Clutch Rain and BBHH at the time. Yeah, okay, they're decent results, only dropping 1 map. Katana Gaming, same for them. They've dropped 1 map. They both dropped the exact same maps in playoffs against the opposition. Now that's changed, of course, as Team Notorious will find the first one up against Katana Gaming. But I think the thing is, for me, in this series specifically, is that Team Notorious finding that map 1 win is massive. I think that sets them up for success throughout the rest of the series. Katana Gaming gonna have to bring this one back, but really, to properly answer your question, Brycey, I don't think anyone can hold a candle to either two of these teams. Maybe Vance and the boys, but right now, you would have to step it up a couple of different levels. These boys, and a different one right now.
Well, obviously same map, but a little bit different circumstances. Katana Gaming will take control of this bomb site. Brezzy backing off here. Those nades are just a bit more dangerous with those trophies. And, well, here comes the first one. Afro trying to throw a shoulder here, but this is a nightmare gunfight for him, but he wins one.
How is this falling apart? How is this falling apart? Eric Boom flanks from behind. Afro's throwing shoulders. They can't get rid of him. Eric Boom comes in from the other side and causes absolute chaos. Team Notorious find round number 1. How have they done that?
I didn't think they were going to. They got the first blood as well here, Katana. Afro was basically pinned and somehow finds 2 and doesn't go down. Shoulders on point. Eventually we'll pick it up on Vortex. But you can tell at this point, Vortex was like, I know what's coming. I know they're coming from both angles. And they just shouldn't have lost those gunfights. That is unbelievable. The Notorious get first blood in the S&D.
I mean, from the position you're in, you are sick to your back teeth if you're Katana in this position now. I mean, you are sitting pretty. Big time. What was it? All versus 2? Tough one to take. Stop. A bit of bad timing. We'll be back down by Brezzy. Now the attack for Team Notorious is underway. Not being quite as aggressive as Katana were in their previous run. They're actually looking for a completely different angle.
Oh, trying to get out of there. Trying to get out of there. Oh, that's a big pick. Afro goes down as he manages to get him through the box. Katana have first blood and therefore the advantage. Respect. He's going to get traded out.
Now all of a sudden, 3 versus 3. Still the onus on Team Notorious to make a move here. Position in the bomb carrier. It's not what you would expect, and I don't think it's where Eric Boom really wants to be. He wants to make his move, but presuming somebody top trips, well, they've dealt with Vortex, who's over towards his B side, but Brezzy catches him off guard. Now all of a sudden the bomb carrier is, well, it's down in a really awkward position. But do Katana even know that? I don't know. 2v2.
Cobra should have these. There's one. That's going to be Rafi. Grabs the bomb, but goes down. And yeah, you were right about that bomb carrier, Ton. That's a deep place to drop it.
Not where you want to be. At all. Just probably heads up play from Brezzy. Just draw up and all the way back. Didn't have much info. And I think for Team Notorious, it kind of just fell apart a little bit. You kind of got caught between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to go. Katana will happily have that one back. 3 in a row for Brezzy. And I think for me, he kind of... I don't want to say he's been the one that's went under the radar in this team, but he just constantly performs. And I feel like it's just because he's been around for so long and kind of has had his day in the sun, had his opportunity in the CDL and whatever, but well, to a certain degree. And showing it here in challenges that the talent is still very much there. Vortex will be the first to fall. Rafi cannot find that opening blood. There are so many bodies in here.
Big chow there from Brezzy, and well, Aspect gets his trade as well, and it leaves F. Dot alone. Huge there from Katana. So many bodies around that point. Does he drop down? That is the question.
I'd love to see how he found the second kill. Here we are. F. Dot now having a look. They'll get a little bit of info. They're looking for the Child Cobra. Has had his head snapped onto. F. Dot can't really do much here. That bomb is going to go down with 35 seconds remaining. Now, add another 12 or so. 44. Going to go for the push. F. Dot inside of the point now. This is hard to lose if you're Katana.
This is going to be shoulders. They're going for double chow. That is exactly what they needed to do. Do not give him a 1v1. The double chow was the opportunity. They went for it. Confidence. You can see that call we made on the mini-map. They just both went for it at the same time.
Good job on the side of Katana. They find the round 2-1 to the good. Again, that's all on Aspect. Finding those 2 kills inside the site. Ludicrous behavior. Not sure how we managed that one, but here we are. Now into the next round. Katana will actually probably feel a little bit unlucky not to be 3-0 up. Oh yeah, I don't think Vortex is ready for 3 of them down there. Here comes the push over towards A for Notorious. One will be going down. Over towards the safe side. Notorious in a 4 versus 3 here. I mean, it's just a really hard retake for Katana. Kind of hoping Aspect can maybe catch somebody off guard from the outside. I don't think he's going to manage to. Cobra, though, with the entry. That's going to be the first one. Is the trade going to be there? Yes, it is. Afro can find it. Can he find the second? Yep, he catches Brezzy. Nade in hand. Aspect now left in the 1 versus 3.
Oh, Aspect just trying to stay alive. Not going to work out. Team Notorious, though, bring this back to 2-2. Talent. Just a chess game that seems to be going on between these teams about who can get the more impactful kill, really. Neither team making it easy. You're going to see so many shoulders when we come to this bomb site over and over again.
Well, here we go again. Just so hard to separate these 2 squads at the moment. Still no idea which way this series is going. I mean, it'd be very easy for him to say Team Notorious with the advantage that they have, but Katana are that good. They can bring this one back. Afro should be dead to right. Katana, this is stinking them around going towards you. Rafi will maybe make it a little bit more interesting with F down now left and then 1 versus 2.
For information here, I mean, F-Dot can get lucky and find a kill. Unfortunately, they know where he's going to be. And, well, that's a 1v1.
Oh, no.
Cobra's gone in a little bit too fast there. That's for Aspect. Yeah, he's got to pick up the pieces. Oh, my goodness. F-Dot is waiting for this one as well. There's the first kill. Oh, the clutch for Team Notorious. Cobra has slid in there a little bit too aggressively. Maybe he was called out being a little bit weak or something. That's just a disaster for them, Ton.
Especially in that scenario. What, you win a 4 versus 2? Rafi can find 2 kills out of nothing, and then the 1 versus 2 from F-Dot. Team Notorious have just got the clutch gene right now. That seems to be the case. There's been 2 of the rounds they've won. They had no right to do so. Katana will be kicking themselves. They'll be thinking to themselves, how do we not win map number 1? How are we down 3-2 here in map number 2? And, well, you're going to wonder at what stage does it become a bit of a problem for them in the mentality sense. Afro is not going to have anything to do with that gunfight. So A push now going to be very, very difficult. Nade's somewhat wasted. Vortex will take no damage and we'll just hold this one tight.
Everybody just playing for a little bit of positioning. Cobra might find somebody. Choose to back off as well. Nobody's 100% sure. Gunfight towards the back will be big, but this bomb is going down here at B.
So, not the easiest one to hold here, but Rafi over towards this backside is the one that really does need to stay alive. The Katana game, and you got players all over the map, and look, F-Dot is just holding the deepest angle. And there's just no way that Vortex ever reading that one. Not a chance.
He's furious as well. Look at this on the minimap, though. Aspect's looking for him, and he's disappeared. Still a pinch coming in, though. Opportunity for Katana.
Seconds.
Aspect is slipped the net somewhat. He could find a couple of kills here, but already been found, and down he goes. And Cobra's like, where did my teammates disappear to?
I mean, that is just... There's just no way that Vortex is going to read the positioning of their start. And then that's made Aspect have to kind of clear that whole entire side of the map, which just makes that round unwinnable. Team Notorious 4-2 up somehow in the search and destroy. They could be making light work of this winners bracket final this rate, Bryce.
Yeah, this could be a rather swift day. We don't normally expect it on days like this, but games are right along pretty fast. Here comes a big hit though. Afro's gonna go down. Pretty, that's a massive first kill. Eric Boom leaves as well. A 2 versus 4. This should be Katana's locked and loaded. Even F-Dot just backing off a second, but all they got to do, put the bomb down, watch it, get any trade at all, and they're good.
Well, they've lost 2v4s before. I think they might have lost 2 already in this map, Brycey. So, third time's the charm, maybe, to close one out. Eric going to push from one side. F-Dot's found one. Now Eric's going to find a way through. I think he's going to find a kill here as well. Goes for it. Aspect will find the gunfight. Now F-Dot left in 1 versus 3. I think if Eric finds that kill, there's some potential. Not waiting for his health to come back up. We'll find Cobra. Give me the 1v1 gunfights. We'll take it all day long. He butters them both up. Eventually will fall. Katana Gaming get the round, but they are not making things easy on themselves.
They do seem to be having some issues. Like, that didn't feel like a 2 versus 4.
It's a very odd game of search this at the moment. Katana Gaming seem to put themselves in unlosable positions. Maybe that's a little bit over the top, but in super good positions. And yet they still are managing to lose them. That one they didn't. Of course, they will take that one away, but there has been multiple moments that have got very, very scary. They'll be thinking to themselves, feasibly, we should probably be, what, 5-2 up right now? They're 4-3 down.
Well, the first blood will be a little bit of a balm to the soul. As Cobra finds a second as well. Another 2 versus 4. Expect this one to be super scrappy and Katana to barely walk away with it.
I think for all that, Katana Gaming does have a little bit of flack from not, or maybe being in a better position in this map in particular. You got to give the credit over towards Team Notorious as well. They have just pulled something quite literally out their behind on a couple of occasions here, Bryce. And it's working out for them. They're 4-3 up. They're probably going to go down in this round, and things will probably tie up 4-4. Rafi going to make a big move here. Prezi, haven't given much of a clue that he's here, so Rafi will find that. And that's just going to get everybody on a swivel. They're turning things back around. Are they going to catch people in the middle of the map? Or are you going to get caught in the middle of the map? Rafi, I think he got seen. Could be dead to rights here. Oh my god, there's just no way.
God, okay. Oh, bullets. That's
Can't.
timing. That's timing.
Oh, I can't.
Do bomb down.
Big kill.
Oh.
I tell you what, this is my heart rate. My blood pressure cannot take this. I mean, these rounds as well, like, you know yourself, like any level of gaming, when you are like firmly in the driving seat, and you only just, we've been playing a particular hero shooter recently. I will not mention any names, but if you only like just scrape moments here and there with each other, like it does feel somewhat hollow. You'll be happy with the rounds absolutely for Katana, but I think there will still be a level of frustration there. And how do you get rid of it? Well, maybe with a big fight over towards A, because that's about to happen.
Early bomb down. RC taken out though. Katana haven't had the greatest of luck when it comes to this before, but those trophies certainly doing their work here at the moment. Everybody ready for the pinch. This is going to kick off very, very fast. Double Chow coming through. They get the one. It gets traded out. Rafi gets another one. Cobra, that's a huge gunfight for him as well. And F-Dot, the only one not involved in the trade, is now going to find a 1 versus 2. Can't even find the first. And Katana will go up 5-4.
And themselves in the lead for what feels like the first time. Just about hold that down. Vortex is there to trade out Afro. He gets killed. But it's the big one over towards the backside, yeah, from Cobra. He loses that one. The whole damn thing falls apart. Or at worst, we're looking at a 1 versus 1. There you go. Katana now 5-4 up. Team Notorious. I don't want to say that it has their luck run out, but on occasions, you know, there have been rounds they shouldn't have won, and they've managed to pull them away. That hasn't happened in the last 2. They've had opportunities, to try and do the same again. They are very much going about it the hard way. Both teams kind of are. Katana Gaming now inside of it, happy to hold this down, but Team Notorious have definitely felt like a bit of a different team on attack, and they will find first blood onto Brezzy. I thought Vortex was just going to send it there.
Oh, well, he is. And, Rafi said, all right, thank you very much. Eric Boone, there's a huge gunfight. Bomb's going to go down at B. Katana, hope still alive.
F-Dot's watching over this. Yeah, he wants to push this Cobra. And it might be good. And they might be brilliant. He might be able to get in there, pick up the kill, and get out just like that. They've been 4 versus 2 multiple times here, Katana. Is this time for the run?
Still committing. Still bomb going down. Player out towards helicopter. It's not always the most fun gunfight to have, but they've lost all the map control. All of it.
I think the information here for Katana is that they haven't seen anybody push back, so they've got a bit more of a generic idea of where the players are. Cobra can spot one out. Rafi will happily put those bullets in and just back on down. Cobra will now have to take his time. 25 seconds. Cobra's landed. He just went for it.
And one F-Dot is hugging that corner. Rafi will throw every shoulder possible. Aspect has to commit one way or the other, and it will be onto F-Dot. Still can't find him. Still can't find the gunfight. They will not give him an easy one. He finds the first. Unfortunately, the time has bled away enough. Aspect has to dive for it. Won't get it. We go to around 11.
Oh, I just think it was a bit overzealous from Cobra in that moment. They nearly pulled off the 2 versus 4, so I don't want to be too critical, but he just sends it. And Aspect's not in a position to help him out. 12 and 7 from Rafi. Well, round 11. Would you have it any other way?
Well, here we go. Who knows who'll win, as these rounds have been close. Katana Gaming on the attack. Time and time again, they've gone in A. They've got control. I'm guessing they're looking for the same thing.
It's a big push down towards A, but Katana are not here. Vortex was on the other side of things, though. Oh, and the gunfights just went the opposition. Team Notorious have found 2. Aspect needs to go huge, and oh, they have just went out without a whimper. It's a 1 versus 4 needed from Cobra. Oh, you're 2-0 down in the winners bracket final.
He finds 1. 3 more for the miracle.
He's going to have time to get this down.
Well, if this was the time, we're going to need a fairy godmother, a pumpkin, some glass slippers. Because this could be a fairy tale. But it's still never going to be easy, and timing will have to be on the side. Already been found out. Too many bodies. He finds one!
No way.
Oh my goodness, Cobra has brought this back to a 1v1! The 1v4 is now alive!
Needs to calm it down. Needs to calm it down.
Oh!
He's sliding around like a madman. He's going up against Afro. He's still very, very weak. It's the 1 versus 4 from Cobra for the game! Are you kidding?
Every clutch the Notorious hit Katana with has just been outdone. A 1 versus 4 for Cobra. Should never, ever happen. And that is unbelievable. It shouldn't happen. But Cobra found magic. Those 2 kills he got in the middle of the map. I mean, you can't even really blame Afro. Didn't have time, didn't have positioning, didn't have backup. But a 2-piece.
There's no way that you've got to be kidding. What a game of Search and Destroy that is. And I think you're right. You know, for all the fumbles, all those advantageous situations that Katana had. I mean, that kind of... Is that the response? Is that the okay? Well, you know you've had your situations where you're at a disadvantage. Yeah, hold my goddamn beer. What on earth was that? I mean, it's the first gunfight is what it is. You know, he's kind of caught one off guard. He's then got the bomb down, but it's the 2 inside of trips. This is absurd, and this is where it kind of comes to it. I hope we're gonna play it the entire. I mean, look, they know where he is. How? Slid dead. Oh my god. And the fact that Afro nearly kills him because Cobra's obviously gassed. He's like probably tweaking. And then just catches Afro. Knows he's going to go for the Chal. A 1 versus 4 for the ages to tie the series up. Bloody hell.
Well, I'm speechless. Really, I actually watched that again on the stream as we were watching it as well. Everything went well for Cobra there. He wasn't in the initial flurry. He managed to get it 250 to 246. We're going to watch the entire thing again. Here's Cobra catching fire. Finds the first up top. Now, this should have been Team Notorious's chance to Wolfpack. They could have just played as a 3, solid all the way around, but Cobra plants for the back.
Yep,
At this
that's
point...
perfect.
Yeah, at this point, it's still an impossible scenario.
But him having the bomb and having that free route to B gives, I mean, I would say it kind of throws that probability in a different direction, but that's absurd. Rafi gets deleted. And then at this stage, I mean, I'm pissing my pants if I'm Afro, frankly. You know, 1 versus 3, gets those bullets down, and of course he's going to push it. Cobra, full health back, doesn't matter. Afro doesn't land a gunfight. Oh my word.
I almost want to like watch that in slow-mo, because I feel like they knew where he was. I think it must have been Afro on the outside that could have given the information, because Rafi was ready for that gunfight. Eric Boom didn't seem ready. He was the second player to die in that 1 versus 4. And obviously Rafi was stationary because of the pillar going back and forth, which obviously gave the camera ability to Cobra. It basically just meant he could hit him quicker. I'm just going to actually watch this again. I'm going to watch the replay again on the second stream as we go through this, because I'm fairly certain they had info, and it's just, I just don't understand how that 2-piece came to be. He almost got terrible timing as well on spiral stairs.
Yeah, nearly did, didn't he? And then it swings back in his favor. I mean, that's the best search and destroy I've casted this year. Like, I mean, multiple clutchable situations. Yeah, run it again. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
waiting on the next one.
So that first kill doesn't matter. First kill, it is what it is. Yeah. They didn't know where Cobra was going to be. It happens. Watching this back again, I'm fairly certain Rafi gets the first bullet into Cobra. So, good plant position. Absolutely fine. Right? Almost, when he hits spiral stairs, look how close this timing is. Now, you can actually see him slow down for a second to get together. They know where he is. Doors opened. Rafi hits him. Rafi hits the first bullet. And
Man.
Eric Boom gets caught flat. He has half health. Rafi doesn't land another bullet on Cobra because Cobra had a better position. When you move out of position, out of a thing like that, you essentially camera them. It's a very old thing, but it gives you the onus on it, as they have to look 2 ways. You only have to look 1. For Afro, it's a long-range gunfight. He had to make a push. Even if, right, Cobra had stayed where he was and didn't catch Afro here, Cobra would have still probably won the round just by dipping and diving behind that thing. It is a massive failing in that double kill in the middle of the map where Cobra, that was the magic. Those 2 kills in trips.
I mean, just looking back on it there, I'm glad we slowed it down, but I think Rafi found 1 bullet and Eric Boom found 1 bullet. Other than that, he is quite literally a shadow in between that pillar that's just dropped them both on their asses, and all of a sudden we're heading into a vault control, all tied up. Now, that we can talk about how it worked out, but how does that play out in the minds now of Team Notorious? Heading into a vault control, which actually, you know what, I really like this map for both these 2 teams, so it should be a banger. But, I mean, where is everybody's heads at? Because Katana Gaming, you've kind of resigned yourself to being 2-0 down there. Doesn't matter how good you think Cobra is, you don't think he's clutching that one, and yet he has, and yet here we are, heading into a vault control, all tied up. Don't think I needed my energy drink, Bryce. Yeah, I'll be awake till bloody 2 a.m. after that one.
Just so we're clear, that's probably the most we've ever replayed anything, just because we had to watch it multiple times. But truly, just an epic clip there from Cobra. 1v4s, sometimes they involve a little bit of luck, but my goodness, that 2-piece was magical. Wow, let's talk about the mental game. Katana managed to get their heads back after a bad hardpoint loss, and Notorious just had about as bad of a S&D loss as you possibly can.
Oh, no, it doesn't get any worse than that, really, does it? You mean 1v4 in round 11. I mean, in credit to them, like, Katana Gaming probably should have won that a lot sooner than they did. They did fumble a couple of different situations, but ultimately, it doesn't matter now. You still threw away a 1 versus 4, but nice bounce back straight away from Team Notorious. They'll find a couple of kills over towards the B side. A little bit of map control. Resi's the only one out. He will get dealt with, so They start from them, they can push up to the halfway point. Maybe just put themselves in a position to farm Katana off, but not going to happen right now. Trades across the board. Katana not in too bad of a spot.
Get a little bit of pressure over towards the 8. Respect. Trying to find 2. Not going to be able to. Cobra looking to wrap around. Has been seen as Raphael picked that one up as well. Vortex just waiting to see if he can pick something here, because he knows his teammates are working the way to reinforce him. Nobody knows where he is at the moment. We'll eventually find Rafi as he baits out his teammate a little bit, but now back onto the point.
Oh, Vortex still going. A little bit of help from the rest of his team, though. Brezzy will find 2. That's a really good gunfight in there. Vortex will get a freebie. That probably should be that. Rafi and Co, yeah, you can see them stretching over towards the B side. They might have a little look at this one. They've done more than that. They found the majority of the kills, and F-Dot will find another. Vortex is still alive, by the way. There's that moment we found him in the corner. Cobra will find one at the respawn as well. They're still looking for Vortex, who's still alive and still capturing A. Has the help now. That should be it.
Vortex, nobody can kill Vortex. Somebody's taken down. Vortex is basically just captured that. He's died once so far in this attack. Nobody found him. They eventually have for the second time, but still a good position here for Katana. And it's all going to be based off of Aspect here.
I think they'll have a general idea, though. Yep. Or do they? No, we don't. Never mind. Free kill. He's assassinated him. There's no way. He's holding him hostage. I question it, but never mind. The bloody worked. Aspect towards the backside as he found a third as well. Afro will get away with his life, if only momentarily. They know he's still behind them. Now they need to hold it down from the front side. I know that Afro's behind. Big nade coming in from F-Dot, though. The trophy's not working out, but Aspect's still alive here. 9 versus 9.
The Aspect doing all of the work they need him to do. Vortex finds another one. Slowly but surely, Katana had an opportunity to lock this up as Aspect is on 5. Aspect is on 6. Aspect is on 6. No, stolen by Cobra, but still on 6. Still alive. Flies out. 3 respawns remaining for Notorious. And Aspect eventually goes down, but that damage is too little, too late. As B is captured, and Katana will take the first control round.
Yeah, huge plays coming in from Aspect. Wasn't too sure about the spawns and exactly where they would have been, like, considering they're going to spawn. This is it. Yeah, grabs them, says, "Yo, coming along with me, pal." It's over towards the other side. It's a freebie kill, and yeah, okay. Well, the thing is with that, it takes a play. I'm surprised we haven't necessarily seen it more often, because in the respawn, it takes a player out of the game for just that few more seconds. Aspect thinking about it. Does really well to hold down that backside. I wonder if I'm maybe thinking into that. Kind of maybe a little bit too much, but it does put you at a disadvantage for just a little bit longer, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, you could just kill him and then kill somebody else, to be honest. I don't know. I mean,
hey, well, that's what he did.
It works. It works. They've gone for a bit of a B push here. Eric Boom waiting for anybody to come down the side here. Afro going for a chow. Manages to get one. Eric Boom continuing on stopping the clock here. F-Dot, make sure that player towards the back hasn't got anything. And this is looking pretty good for them. Rafi, will he push in? Because they're going to expect him here. Oh, almost takes down Vortex, but Vortex still alive. And they're actually almost got B done already.
Yeah, B off the rip is one of the easier times to probably get a hold of it. Especially if you're able to find these couple of gunfights. F-Dot was there ready for the flank that was coming in. F-Dot is now ready for a couple more. Finds 2. We've seen some heroics from F-Dot down that side of the map before. Eventually will fall. But now it just gives Team Notorious the onus to be able to just switch it up over towards B. Rafi will find the opening gunfight. Or over towards A, I should say. Could be an easier capture, and it just means that this push over towards B is done probably with one decent break after you capture it.
Rafi looking to just continue on what was a pretty good start for him. Afro very, very trigger happy. Looking for it. F-Dot still firing 2 different directions. It does feel a little bit chaotic here for Team Notorious. Relying on those kills all over the map. Somebody at least lock down A, so you're not worrying about it. You need the time. Afro is shooting quite nicely.
Shock. F-Dot going to get caught out there, pushing over towards B, kind of on his own a little bit, so Team Notorious going to have to reset. Katana, especially with having Brezzy in that position, are not in too bad of a spot here, especially if Cobra's just going to find 2. Gets a little bit of a hand from Aspect to pick up the second. But Team Notorious just being bled a little bit here after a really good start to the round. We're going to Terrible timing, though. Kind of got some good timing in that last S&D round, though, so we'll allow it. Yeah, that needed to happen. Brezzy needed to be dealt with. Vortex has found 2, though. Now, all of a sudden, Team Notorious don't have to worry about Brezzy behind them.
Here comes a push. Afro with a big first kill. One thing Notorious don't have is that quite typical flanking player around the other side, but at the moment they do have advantage in numbers, and, well, if you get all the kills, it's not going to matter. They win their attack as well.
And that's just really credit to what the start of the round was like from Team Notorious. You find those 2 segments very, very early on, and that's all it takes. Usually if you're on the defensive side and a team makes one push like that at B, you've got a decent chance at actually trying for the retake. But you just don't have the time to because it's gone so fast. One apiece, both teams winning their attacking side. You know, I want to say in relatively comfortable circumstances for both of them as well. So, ticks are completely tied up between these 2 squads. Would you still want defense in round number 5? I mean, I presume so. Still a little bit difficult. Just a good start there for Team Notorious. Nice end for Katana in their attack. Now, back over towards the attacking side for Katana Gaming. A decent opening break here as well, Cobra. It's going to try and hold down the pool side. Knows there's a couple of players here. F will find him. So opening break's always just so important as well. Last time we seen for Team Notorious, they were able to push through and get a hold of B. This time, though, for Katana Gaming, just staying alive in the middle of the map, keeping that map presence is so important.
Over it. Wait, it's still alive enough here as they kind of play this game where if you get a good enough bit of positioning, try to find a couple of kills, get some more time on the way. If you get a wipe like that, though, you jump all on and get the extra minute. In fact, one player's already going to beat.
Vortex just trying to keep the pressure on. As his team just sweep up over towards A. Now it's just about trying to keep that pressure on in the middle of the map here as well. Afro, well, he's going to try and slow it down. Aspect will find his head. Eric Boom now going to put himself in that position that we've seen from Brezzy in that previous round. And I'd imagine that Katana Gaming are probably just going to try and hunt him down before they do anything. Yeah, nice timing. Cobra will just see him as he goes over the cross, knows exactly where he is. Everybody else now making a move over towards B. Opportunity here now for Katana.
Afro just trying to keep them on the back foot, but that
He's
first
scared.
tick is already in. They will know that Afro is coming. Doesn't matter. Afro gets Cobra regardless, and that's cleared out. One thing we haven't seen a lot of so far on this is that spawn trap where the attackers pinning the defenders. That's what Afro is now going for. A long way. Spawns have been manipulated, and you can already see that they're kind of wise to this. Afro finds the first. He is pushing them down B Street.
Yeah, spawns you right into, well, not quite into the firing lane, but it's just awkward, isn't it? Especially with Eric Boom and Afro are kind of just running skates on you. This should be a Team Notorious round. They're playing this so well. It takes one decent break, though, I suppose, to turn this one around. Afro did eventually fall. Then back to his spawn, but Eric Boom is just running circles around them here, just staying alive so long. There's another kill in the Vortex. It's 5 in a row for Eric Boom. If I'm Katana, are you trying to just go a different direction now? Maybe.
Well, all the pressure is kind of shitting on the Raffi here. They know that if they get towards the back, as Afro also hunts a player. Eric Boom's still alive, by the way. They haven't been able to kind of pin him down. Afro looking for Aspect, and that timing is not going to work out for the stun. Raffi will kill another one. Just 4 remaining. Eric Boom still deep in the backfield here of Katana. And there's the timing. Here's the door bang, and Eric Boom will eventually go down.
2 dead. See? They're going to play their lives. Let's just try and keep this one going. 13 versus 3. And After just puts it into the realms of impossibility. Inside the Team
1 versus
Notorious.
12.
Yeah, well. The 1v4 was a stretch. The Team Notorious will find a defensive round. Not a whole lot to write home about there for the side of Katana Gaming. To be honest, Team Notorious just played it extremely well. Afro, and this was kind of when we just went on board with him. We've seen it from his POV. Just skating around the middle of the map, just causing an issue. Yeah, reflanking Cobra as he's turning around. Tough scenes. Already weak. Pretty much already dead if Afro is in that position against you. Katana Gaming falling down. Team Notorious 2-1 to the good, and now Katana. Well, yeah, okay, you're on the more favored defensive side, but with how Team Notorious won it last time, they're going to have to be careful of this initial B push. This is where Team Notorious found a lot of their success in their previous attacking round. We'll be looking to do the same to retake the lead in the series.
Long-range fight there from F-Dot, and he gets a few bullets in, but not enough to drop them. Rafi making moves, and you can already see Katana trying to react to this. They want to end this quickly. They did this last time I went for B first, and it worked out very nicely. Fortunately, Eric Boom gets caught holding the grenade for a long time.
Top response too over there was the side. There's the cover from Aspect as well. So that initial B attack that worked so well last time for Team Notorious didn't work so good this time. Afro trying to get something going. I mean, this guy is just when he's shooting like this, he is a big problem. Rafi finds one on the outside as well, and all of a sudden Katana Gaming might just have to forego away.
Take a swipe at it though, because they've got a couple of kills, so it's not out of the realms. Eric Boom, 21 health in a dream. They have not locked that one down, Notorious. And now they've got to deal with Aspect in the spawn.
Dealt with. Nice gunfight. Yeah, dealt with indeed. And you just have to be careful every Katana game. You have set up halfway up, and now, yep, he's just going to try and drag you away from it. You can see already what F-Dot's trying to do. Just trying to cause absolute havoc if he can. Cobra left on his own. Has been in this position before. Eventually will fall. So that should be a gone, and is Team Notorious now in that position. But again, it has come down to one player who's kind of been playing the flank in all of these rounds. Aspect now putting himself in that position to be that guy. He's clan tag at the moment. It's him. Well, he is the one that is going to be the one that potentially wins the round for Katana if he can stay alive up here.
Very, very dangerous. Rafi finds another big kill. Notorious have to pull in the middle of the map, but big kill
fight.
from Brezzy. Every time they get this, they kind of stagger them a little bit. Afro has gone deep.
Oh, he has. There we go. 26 and 19 out of Afro. Looking to add to the tally. AR in hand as well. This is dangerous, but I think they've actually dealt with Aspect now as well. Katana I've got no idea that Afro is up here. This is a very, very dangerous spot now for Katana.
Looking for players, he knows around him. He finds one and a second. This is now huge. They have to get through Afro. Cobra's going to be in. Goes down as well. 3 streak for Afro. Teammates need to really help him out. There's a 4 for Afro. Where on earth is the rest of Notorious? Finally getting onto B. Afro's done about as much as you possibly can for this. He goes over the top of a player.
Terrible
Eventually
timing.
will go down in a 5 streak. How is that not enough to win the round?
I mean, how have Katana Gaming managed to get themselves out with Afro causing havoc like that? 7 versus 8, still winnable for Team Notorious. After just staying alive as long as he can, but that's a huge flurry of gunfights. Resi tries to get aggressive. 5 versus 6 in favor of Notorious.
Times the killer here, and Cobra will definitely get at least 1. Maybe even a second. Afro shuts him down. No respawns for Katana, but it's not really going to matter. There won't be a second push. Vortex finds 1. 4 versus 4. Vortex being traded away. Down he goes. 3 versus 4. 3 versus 2.
Big trades.
And now, if you are Notorious, you basically just have to jump onto the point and hope for the best. You don't have the lives. You don't have positioning. Down they go. 1 versus 2.
Wow.
And it all runs out, and you got to ask yourself, Afro found so many kills, but they just couldn't trade out.
I think it's a 5 or 6 in a row. I mean, we're going to get to see some of them here. Vortex coming back to try and help his teammates after they lose that initial pressure up towards the Notorious spawn. And I mean, you know he's here. And to be fair, in credits to Katana, they semi-ignored him, didn't they? They kind of just were like, yeah, cool, that's fine. And he did pick up kills, but they were finding kills otherwise to try and keep Notorious away. Yes, okay, it's all very well having Afro there, but the rest of the team still need to find something in the middle of the map to add to the value that he's already providing. Either way, here we are. Round number 5 we go. Katana Gaming will be on the attacking side. Both teams have 1 in defense, 1 in attack. Here we are into round number 5.
Big initial kills.
Huge.
Oh, that's actually a little bit of madness, because they'll be looking to go straight to the spawn. There it is. F-Dot's already been stunned. Still going to win the gunfight, and this could be a problem for Katana. They are going to bleed lives if they cannot find these trades to get out of this trap.
Just don't want to be taking 1v1s. Well, after him right now, Aspect will find it up. Rafi, Eric Boom combining really good shots again, and this is just disaster for Katana, because now you have 50 seconds, you're 7 lives down. You need to get a hold of A really quickly now.
They're under an awful lot of pressure. so many bodies against him. Somebody will eventually find him, but doesn't matter. Teammates actually to the rescue. Aspect will find them, but there's a team kill. Eventually going down again.
Flank.
Yeah, Rafi has run into the spawn one more time.
They're not going to read it, and Team Notorious is just going to wait on Rafi putting himself in a position to cause maximum damage. Just constantly reflanking here, Team Notorious. Katana are capturing A, but this needs to go faster, and it needs to be cleaner.
Rafi's still staying alive. Eventually the teammates kind of catch up to him and help him out. Vortex is going to get caught. That's not where he wants to be caught either.
No, it's felt like Katana have never had a read on where Team Notorious are. It's been a really big problem, and they are just getting pushed in this, but they get battered, Brycey.
They really are. 10 seconds to go. 11 kills, and Katana need a miracle. As Eric Boom just says, thank you very much. I will stat pad all day long. They don't give him the fourth, but it's not going to matter. It will be Notorious with a dominant control in the end. They go up 2-1 in the series. And this should be over if they didn't get 1v4'd.
Incredible. I think that's what's keeping things going. I mean, there is nothing to separate these teams. 4 points in the hard point, 1 round in the search and destroy, 1 round in the control. I think the only disappointment for Katana is that they forced it there. They managed to hold on to the defense really, really well. And then they just get bodied like that on their attack. The opening break, especially for the attacking team, is just so important. If you're a defensive team, you lose that opening break. Not the end of the world. You can come back from that. It's fine. Sometimes for these attacking teams, though, if you get wiped like that, when you're on the attacking side, it's an arduous task to try and get yourself out, especially with the way that Team Notorious played it, right? I mean, you've got to give them a lot of credit for it. Eric Boom and Afro, just awkward players to go up against in that scenario. They're just moving around the map without a care in the world, not worrying about players and where they're spawning or anything like that. They're just like, okay, how can I put myself in a position where they don't think I'm going to be? And they do it over and over and over again, and it is just like needles in a haystack trying to find them over and over again, and then actually get yourself even anywhere near the point. Really nice job from Team Notorious. Just played awkward Call of Duty in that final round, and Katana Gaming never got a sniff.
And yeah, you got to say Team Notorious just looked the stronger team, right? I mean, Katana, great opening round, but after that, there's difficulty. If anything, you could think that could have ended a round sooner. You know, Notorious had the opportunity when Afro was in the backfield. They could have got that one finished. But it has been close throughout the series. In fact, that was probably the most distant map between the two. And it's still a 3-2 on control. It's been 252-4-6, 6-5 on the S&D with the 1 versus 4. And now a tight control as well as we move towards Hacienda Ton.
Oh my. I mean, this is just so back and forth. I mean, if any COD fan looks at that scoreline so far, just like, oh yeah, oh. So it's been a close one, has it? Yes, it has. There is nothing. I mean, there's 6 points between them in total when it comes down to each and every one of these maps combined. That's the end of Hardpoint. I mean, will we be trekked to something as close as that? I think we'll do well to be. But I would very much appreciate it if these teams can continue to do that, because right now it has been such a good series to watch. But you are right with kind of what you said towards the end of that control, though, Brycey. Katana should have lost this series by now. That 1 versus 4 from Cobra brings them back into it. I suppose what you could say is that they absolutely fumbled some of their own search and destroy rounds as well throughout that protocol.
And the hard point being so far close as well with a 4-point difference, it could be either way. But we expected this, right? We've spoke about this over and over again. Here's the thing, right? We've done this for a long time. We know what to expect from some of these teams. When we call a close game, it's because it's going to be close. They're very, very good. I think how this ends up really could come down to just who's in the better mental space. Both teams right now have a reason to put their heads in their hands. Neither team has. Right? That loss that Katana suffered on map 1, it could have knocked them out of the game. And it looked like it might have done for a little bit of the search, but it didn't. And then 1v4 to take it to map 3, Notorious, they had a slow control, maybe recovering, but they certainly did recover. And now as we move to Hacienda Hardpoint, it's anyone's game, but maybe, just maybe, Notorious have a little bit more confidence than Katana.
Seems that way. And to give Team Notorious credit as well, that's a hell of a way to bounce back. So you get 1v forward for a round 11 for a map in a winners bracket final to turn it on immediately. Find that control. That's the end of Hardpoint incoming. Got to feel they are the favourites for the series now, but it's very easy to say. As mentioned, I mean, look, you look at that first map as well, Brycey. I mean, that is coming down to absolutely nothing. We might well get that again on the Hacienda when it comes up in a second, but hey, it's been a crazy series so far, and we'll keep it going.
We certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a quick break ourselves. Map 4 is winging its way to your screen, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Team Notorious and Katana Gaming are our winners game, and you can see already 2-1 for Team Notorious. Katana Gaming will be playing catch up on the Hardpoint, and I don't mean tomato tongue.
You lost me entirely with that for a second. I was like, what? Play it? Oh, right, yeah. Thanks for that. I mean, you would think I've been with you long enough these days, Brycey, to be ready for those kind of things. You caught me while I've got actually in the first series of the day. I don't know if you want to talk about that one as well. What was it again? Oh, stud muffins, crud muffins.
If you want to talk about off guard, you criticised my opening to the stream, and I can tell you the reason is that because I pulled out a joke as well there. So I backed out of a joke I was going to do, and so you know I've had some interesting moments tonight. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's something in the air, but we'll go through the bracket anyway and talk about how we got to this point. At the moment, let's talk about Notorious. They've dropped a map every single series so far on their run. They've dropped one to Katana, but will it be a different score? Kind of the same thing as well, though, for Katana Gaming, although this time around they find themselves down in a series ton.
Yeah, for the very first time, it feels this season. I want to say they maybe lost a Hardpoint on the map number 1 in one of their series in particular, but I can't quite remember exactly how it went down. I'm sure I could find that out if I wanted to, but we're not going to right now. Either way, they are backs against the wall. They are in a very, very tough situation now. They need to turn this one around. The caveat for them is that they do have the ability to still lose a game, and they will still be fine. Lower final could be beckoning if they can't turn it around here on Hacienda Hardpoint. But a red card search and destroy, whew, that's a banger potentially between these two teams heading into it if we do get there. But Hacienda's going to be coming up in just a second. A couple of players obviously going for a recomposure break. I feel like we needed one, in fairness. That 1v4 still is living rent-free still. Had a little watch of it there in the break. Still cannot believe he 1v2'd outside of lockers there. That was ridiculous from Cobra. But I mean, I suppose that's the only reason that they're still in the series. That's the only reason that we are really still heading towards a Hacienda Hardpoint in map number 4 between these two teams. Notorious still up 2-1 to the good. Katana Gaming have, well, not quite all to do, but they are not in a great spot. But they can definitely turn it around here over on Hacienda. Both these two teams are just so evenly matched. Team Notorious have just ever so slightly had that edge. Katana Gaming, though, have got it within them to bring this one back.
Well, let's find out. Because Katana really got to find the ice onto this one. They've had some good starts and hard points before. We're looking to do the same thing here. Notorious, though, everybody squares up.
See if Katana can find some good time over towards P1. They do have the spawns. See over towards P2. I have to catch myself every week, because I swear to God, the map is actually rotated from when I do COD Mobile. The map on the bottom left corner is rotated, and I always have to check myself. Yes, they do have P2 spawns. Look at
right now. Both teams fighting for a little bit of time on P1 as Rosie gets caught with a pistol out of here, and Aspect does not have an angle that he would like. All right, boom, picks up an easy kill.
And we'll find it. The rest of the team can now start to flood through over towards P2 with a healthy little lead based on just one hill. Rafi's just deleted Vortex, and yeah, Cobra. Oh, we'll find the gunfight onto Rafi as well. Should be traded. Afro is going to cause so much issue. Cobra's French brother and Brezzy is there to just pick up the pieces, and all of a sudden it is going to be Katana Gaming the ones inside the point as things do start to kick off. Push-up driveway is going to be an issue, but you got to deal with one player over towards the water side. They haven't dealt with anybody so far. Brezzy's the only one that can find it. Team Notorious set this pinch very, very well and execute it perfectly.
Eric Boom trying to hold off the pressure. Still doing very well in it. Rafi's like, where are they? Such a slow push here coming in from Katana. It's actually thrown the timing off of Team Notorious for a second. The players got through. Cobra caused problems,
as he so often has done. Now the pinch is there set up for Katana, but the problem for them is that Team Notorious are just soaking up some free time here. We'll get the final 10 or 12 seconds, and it will put them within about 15 or so by the time we head over towards P3. But it has been a bit of a tough start for Katana Gaming. Team Notorious starting to heat up here as the series goes on. Aspect there's really been a bit of a shining light for Katana, but he hasn't necessarily got things going here to kick off this Hacienda. Sitting in 1-6 right now, you need your AR player to be finding big gunfights, especially over towards P2.
Trying to cut the angle on his own. Maybe a bit of a slow chout. Brezzy trying to get the out the map experience. Here you go. Nades out. Opportunity for a push. Brezzy in to at least contest. They'll know exactly where he is. This is a very common corner, but it doesn't matter. Wins a gunfight, and that's a good retake there from Katana.
They need this time as well. It felt like Notorious have kind of just been somewhat dominant on this side of things when it has come down to these rotations. They've been finding it time and time again, but you need to keep finding these breaks, Katana, and then hopefully find a rotation for their own, because right now it has been a little more difficult for them as things have went on here in Hacienda. Aspect starting to heat up a little bit. We'll get dealt with, though. It just feels a little one by one from Katana. They seem a little bit disjointed. There's a bit of a fissure between the front and the back of the team right now, and it is just getting ever wider. Notorious are just holding this down. It's just a bit easy for them at the moment.
Rafi seems to be very much locked in every angle he goes. Back and forth. That, though, just a little bit of bad timing, but still hasn't died as Rafi continues to run it up. This will all be about checking the right spawn. Afro will call this one out now. They'll know where they're coming from, but there will still be a pinch. You can see Brezzy might just get timing here onto this. Everybody's coming through, so it's going to be F-Dot. And while they do manage to find a trade out of this one, it's not going to be good enough.
It just feels like Katana are left to pick up the scraps throughout the entirety of this first rotation. Which, to be fair, look, they've barely won a rotation. They've barely really been at sea here. I mean, sorry, they've been all at sea here, I should say. Team Notorious have been somewhat dominant. But for Katana, I suppose the caveat you can say is that we've not played that well at all. Our ARs are kind of getting diffed at the moment. And yet, we're still within 40.
I thought it was going to be a turn and burn with Afro. Not able to find the magic. Health comes back, knows where the player's going to be. Running round. Eventually will find the kill. And everybody off the point here. This does happen frequently on P1. Just a big kill box as Afro continues to find kills, but no points for Notorious while he does this because nobody really wants to jump into the hill.
And it's still around 10 seconds or so, though. You take those all day long, especially considering your P2 spawns are looking pretty good. This is a big gunfight. Oh, Raf is just about going to win it. Brezzy finds that he is the tip of the spear for Katana Gaming, but again, Team Notorious are going to be the first ones here. Katana Gaming couldn't buy a rotation at the moment. This is just dominant from Team Notorious where it needs to be. Afro Nelly finds the 3. You've just never had anything to write home about for Katana throughout this entirety of the map. Team Notorious have dominated.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of a beating here. Realistically, Katana going to have to step it up, or they're going to the lower bracket. Rafi not able to find that one. Bit of pressure now mounting. Katana trying to get through, but they are finding roadblocks in every single direction. And if you do not make the kills, you do not get the points. Wolex finds 2, though. Afro picks up an easy reply. He's currently 19 and 9. Brezzy should be able to cut him down. And the second. Actually, it's kind of duo with Aspect. And you are right. Here's some scrap time for Katana.
Yeah, that's it. Like, oh yeah, great break for 20 seconds. Team Notorious just picked up 30 and are nearly 100 in the lead. And they may well be able to stop you picking up all these 20 if they want to. Docking onto back. Vortex left on his own momentarily. Will get gunned, but Cobra is there. Well, he's not even going to bother about the scrap time. He's on his way already. They need more than that. They need a full 60 here somewhere, Pricey, or this series is done. They need one big time. I think for them is if they can just elongate it, if they can get the better of them on P3 and 4, get us to a 3rd rotation, maybe P2 is the time. But they barely won a rotational gunfight this entire game.
It seems like the fight's gone out of Katana. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank as they desperately try to get through. This one is a big kill by Afro, taking away flat control. Rafi is just throwing bullets through a doorway. Eventually falls to Cobra. An opportunity for Katana, but still 30 seconds is gone, and now they're the team making the move.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, what, 100 points between you. And as long as that gap remains the same, this game is over. You have to turn this around. There has to be a big moment. It's some stage from Katana. Vortex with the SMG out. He's struggling a little bit with the AR. Maybe they just thought maybe a bit of a change-up. I'm kind of getting now pressured, but there we go. This is a potential. This feels like the first time that Katana have been first to ale.
And that's what they need, really. I mean, you get this full 60, it's game on. Cobra on a 5 streak. Already it puts a few bullets down, but that trade's going to hit. Rafi finds one as well. 2 players on the hill. They try and get every single angle, and somehow they don't find anything.
Oh my.
And Notorious are straight back on.
I mean, this is just raw horsepower from Notorious now. Afro 22 and 15, Rafi 20 and 14. They are bullying them. They may well have taken that 1 versus 4 a little bit personally. Afro 1, 2, starting to line them up. The 3rd and the 4th not going to be an option for them because, to be honest with you, they're already dead. Cobra will be the 3rd to fall in the end. I mean, this is just a free game for Notorious right now. Katana might have closed that gap slightly. Not if Team Notorious get the rest of this time. They would have extended over this rotation of hills. This is an absolute beating to potentially finish off this series.
Notorious just pretty much an easy streak. So close. Lethal range for any of the hills that come up. For Katana, they would have to find 130 points before Notorious find just 23.
I mean, if there's any time on the map to be able to do it, it's 1 to 2, right? You need to keep them off it. You need to slay out up top. You need to transition perfectly over towards 2. Not allow a pinch to get sent up. I mean, there are a lot of steps Katana Gaming to have to go through here to win this game now. Have to extend this series even. This would still just be to send us to a map number 5. They've been beaten pillar to post on Hacienda. It just seems like they don't have an answer. They've kind of kept it around 100 points for like the last few hills, but too little, too late, it feels.
Well, Cairo, we're going to need you to 1v4 again, but this time 15 times in a row. Them to have any opportunity. Eric Bohm just strutting about. They know here that they would have to do something really, really silly to throw this game away. 100 points ahead, 4 seconds to the end, and nobody even remotely close enough. Team Notorious take the Hardpoint and the series 3-1 against Katana, and they march their way to our grand final, Tom.
Incredible performance in map number 4. Incredible. They just bodied Katana from the get-go. Didn't let them get a sniff. They said, okay, well, what do you want this entire Hardpoint? This is just 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds of scrap time on the odd hill here and there, because that's all you're bloody getting. Incredible from Afro in that game. And that's the kind of game you look at and you think, how is this guy not back in the league? That is a insane performance from Afro. And again, it just feels as if, like, in the last round of the control and into this Hardpoint, they skated around them. They just ran circles around them consistently. The SMGs were up close and personal on the faces of the ARs, who couldn't get anything going whatsoever. Think about that first P2. It was just utter domination from Team Notorious from the word go. I don't think they were ever behind in that entire map.
No, I think, yeah. Basically, as soon as it started, it was like, okay, this seems like a bit of a mismatch. And hill after hill, point after point, Katana never looked like they were gaining any sort of momentum. In fact, for half the time, I was just waiting for Notorious to find and fill the kill feed again.
It's just one of them that you look back on and you just think, right, okay, well, we're probably not going to play them on Hacienda anytime soon again. Look, I really do expect Katana to meet Team Notorious again in this grand final. I mean, I haven't shied away from that opinion whatsoever. I do think these are the 2 best teams in Europe right now. And, well, it's going to be up to some of these teams who we're going to get to see in a second to try and upset that idea. But there's going to have to be a rethink from Katana because, hey, look, map number 1, super close. Map number 2, had to pull the 1 versus 4 out to try and get it. Map number 3, well, you'd be disappointed with how round 5 went, but that was as clean cut as Katana have been beaten all season. 250 to 141 to finish off this series. Kind of went out with a bit of a whimper there, Brycey, didn't it? I was thinking after the first 3, we got teased a little, didn't we, with how good they all were, and then that was just a drubbing.
And then I think that was the issue I was having. I was sitting there going, there's got
to be something. There's got to be 100 points back, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be something.
I felt like maybe that, you know, they could have rallied in some of them, but a couple of mistakes, a couple of key gunfights, and an awful lot of slaying. And you're like, well, Katana just aren't matching them. There's just no parity in the way that these two have approached this Hardpoint. And after everything that we've seen so far, you thought there might have been, maybe Katana can you know, get a good rotation, pick up 80 points to 20 or something to kind of run it back forward. And just the opportunity they had where we were like, hey, if they hold Rock down, they've got it. They lost it almost instantly after we said it. And that was kind of the final thing here, because, you know, 60 to 80 point difference, yeah, you can claw that back, right? But 120 point difference or 100 point difference, it's very, very difficult, especially once you start approaching the 200 point mark. It's like the other team can rotate early, they can take scrap, they can put pressure on you. You have to kind of make all these weird and wonderful moves that give you a disadvantageous position in gunfights or positioning just to keep them off the point. And you basically end up playing their game. You're reactionary instead of proactive. And once that happens, especially that late in the game, it's done.
Well, that will be that. You have a grand finalist, Pricey. The first one is Team Notorious. I think, you know, a lot of people would have had them as the #1 team coming into this season, just purely on the fact that how good they looked last season, right? But Katana now into the losers final. They will have to await the winner of Crud Muffins and, of course, the Magpies to see who is going to go through to face them in that loser bracket final. As mentioned, I'm still confident that Katana can get it done, but hey, you never know when it comes down to loser bracket. You never know when it comes down to Call of Duty. We just seen a 1 versus 4. That should never have happened. So really toss out all predictions out the window. This is far from done for all these teams.
It certainly is. Well, we are not done in terms of the bracket. We have another game coming up in just a little while after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite Stage 2. We are in the playoffs and moving towards the final European game of the day. So, two more teams. We say goodbye to one of them. What do you think?
I think it's a hard one to call, to be honest with you. You can kind of see both of their runs here. We'll have a quick look over the bracket. Muffins actually starting off things, well, pretty well in the winners bracket side of things, but then unfortunately going up against Katana. And for the Magpies, going up against Team Notorious, unfortunately, in the winners bracket. So both these teams only dropping to the teams who were in the winners bracket final. Of course, then they had to do a little run through the losers side of things. Bit of revenge for the Magpies in their previous game against Notorious Gaming. Muffins finding a 3-1 win after going 1-0 down against P7 Esports has ultimately meant we now have them both in losers round 3 going up against each other for your prize, a game against Katana Gaming to stay in the tournament. Lovely, but you will always want to advance further, and well, I think for both these two teams, they will fancy themselves. They've watched Katana there in that previous series and thought to themselves, okay, yeah, we can definitely get it done, especially when you look towards Muffins. Kezpak, Detain, and most importantly Denza will always fancy himself going up against Steve Vortex, his former teammate. We know there's always a bit of beef between them through games, but Muffins have been an interesting one. You know, they've kind of been thrown together a little bit. Pack coming into the roster, you know, it's a little bit different from what we've seen in previous seasons, and they've kind of just been chipping away. I mean, unfortunately for them, I think, you know, they are, again, like Mission Magpies, a little bit of a tear down from Katana and Team Notorious, but they are very much in that second tier alongside these guys.
They certainly are, of course. Magpies, Band Mythics, Henry and Harry have been looking better as the time has gone on here, of course, and they'll be looking to kind of justify that by what would be a potential third place minimum, whoever wins this one, of course. But hey, new org, new team.
I think for this squad as well, are they going to be able to find that extra gear? I think this is a game they will be looking at and expecting to win, but I mean, candidly, if you look at how both these two rosters obviously did throughout their group stages for BBHH, you didn't limp over the line, but you know, you kind of got it done. It was a case of losing your first game, and then you won every other game that you really needed to. 3-2 scoreline in the end to get yourself through behind Katana, who are 5-0. For Muffins going 4-1, I do feel as if Muffins' group was ever slightly easier, but they're kind of coming through as both those number 2 teams out of their groups. And that's where we kind of are now. We're in losers round 3. This is how it comes down to it. We're going to be heading over towards a red card Hardpoint, and then a red card Search and Destroy. Vault Control will be map number 3, and 4 and 5 as well. Hardpoint and Search and Destroy going to be coming up for them 2 maps if we need it. For the final series of the night, Bryce, we've actually kind of flown through these first 2 games, so that means we've surely got a map number 5. Well, because we haven't had a map number 5 yet, have we?
No, we haven't, but you don't say things like that. You're going to jinx it. We don't need that at this point in the night. But the question does remain. Out of these two, which one moves forward? That's the key here. You know, is it going to be the bready cakes or the thieving birds? Because both teams have made a good case for themselves throughout the playoffs and the groups. I don't know which way I'm leaning. I feel like maybe I should lean a little bit more towards the Magpies.
I'm still processing bready cakes.
Well, okay, is muffin bread or a cake? Very simple.
It's a cake.
Is it?
It is. This is not up for debate. Mission Magpies. Magpies are a bird, by the way.
I'm aware of that, mate.
Well, I don't know. You were asking me if muffins are cakes or bread. You completely lost my train of thought. I would say that Mission Magpies are probably the favorites heading into this one, purely on paper kind of roster, but then they did have that shaky start, but have looked better, so they will be the team who probably come into this as favorites. Muffins fought their way here, absolutely, but we sometimes know that it's not just down to paper when it comes down to Call of Duty. How are these teams gonna kind of do it on these maps? Trying to have a little bit of a scroll through for some of these squads of how this map in particular has kind of worked. I mean, Mission Magpies lost it in their very first series for red card Search and Destroy, at least anyway, and red card Hardpoint actually back to back. So there you go. That's not necessarily a good start, but that was a long time ago, well, 2 weeks ago. Looking over towards for Muffins, or what they were formerly known as Noctem, I believe. Yeah, okay, red card. You've also got a loss here, so not necessarily looking like the best of maps for both these two teams, at least at the beginning of the season. Vault Search and Destroy again. We're going to get to see it. We're going to get to see a Vault Control. I don't know. I think it's difficult to really judge how we're going to see this one. Other than that, I would say that Mission Magpies are probably the favorites heading into it.
Well, I agree with you. I do agree with you. We'll get back to the muffin conversation later on if we have any more, Phil. But I think for me, this is... I think the bigger picture, right? Let's be honest here. The bigger picture is, do we believe that either of these two teams could take Katana? And I feel like I would be more confident about the Magpies doing so rather than the Muffins. But the truth is that whichever team goes forward is obviously the team that deserves to do so and would be the better match against Katana. I think it's going to be close. I think maybe it's just the names of Magpies that are giving me more confidence in that roster than on the Muffins. But the Muffins have also been very, very good. You got to remember, obviously, you are right. They are Noctum from back, because both teams have changed during the Elite, have changed their names in just a short span of 2 weeks.
That's what was making me try and figure out what maps have been good for them, but a little bit more difficult, I'm not gonna lie. To give a little bit of context to that, both of them already lost to Katana this season. Crud Muffins losing in the winners semi-finals, 3-1 up against Katana. BBH losing in the regular season, if I remember correctly. I mean, obviously they did because the Katana went fine, we know, yeah. So I'm just trying to check how that kind of actually went down. I think if I remember correctly, it was relatively one-sided for the side of Katana. Yeah, 3-1. They went on to win that one. So I think, that is... Katana will feel comfortable, whoever they're going up against. I think Katana will have one eye on Team Notorious, and that's kind of how they're going to run things. They'll be waiting just to get back in that grand final, now at a disadvantage, to try and do something about it. I don't think they'll care who they go up against here. They'll feel confident that they can beat them. But I think, if you were to put kind of what you're saying into it for the side of Mission Magpies, it probably seems a little bit more doable. They definitely, I want to say, have the raw talent a little bit more on their side, but ultimately we will figure out who the better team is of these two very, very shortly, because we're heading into a red card hardpoint. Mission Magpies going up against Crud Muffins here, losers round 3, final game of the night, and then we have one more day of this challenge season coming to you guys tomorrow. With the final 2 games, we'll get to decide our top 3 teams. We're going to find out exactly who our top 3 teams are right after this game. And honestly, Bryce, I think it's a really hard one to call. If I was to lean in any direction, it is Mission Magpies, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong either. Let's get into it. Or not.
Well, about 25 lobby restarts currently happening in this one.
We can blame me for this.
Yeah, while we're waiting for that, let's revisit the muffin conversation.
Right, there's not a conversation that we had. A muffin is 100% a cake. It's a little cake. It's a little cake.
It might seem like a little cake, but I'm fairly certain it's under the classification of bread.
Or bread. Muffin is you're
a little bit sad now, aren't you? Use a different baking technique.
So what I would say is that muffins are considered a type of quick bread, which are distinctive from both cakes and bread. So it's a different type of thing entirely.
But that is a very key word in that sense. And I think I was very happy to see your face fall there, as you clearly Googled it while we were waiting, and then you read it. And hey, sometimes I'm right. While Ton sort of tries to get over the fact that he was wrong here live on broadcast, we are going to give you a little bit of a peek back into the Katana 1v4, I think. So let's go back into this for what must be the 10th time, because it's great to watch. So if you haven't seen this, Cobra will find the first here in a 1 versus 4 in round 11. Now, even from this point, Tan, shouldn't have been possible.
No, and I think Team Notorious, even though they are through to the grand final, probably sick of us showing this at this stage. But yes, we have to kind of show it again and again. We are just waiting on these teams, just trying to hopefully get a lobby up and running. It do be that way sometimes. So I think this door, did it get shot by Afro, or was it a stun or something like that? I'm not too sure. Yeah, Rafi, 1 bullet. Yeah, you can see HP 77. Eric Boom, 1 bullet, dead. And then it's the chat. I mean, Rafi he's got to go 50-50, guesses the wrong way, and then when the Jackal is in the hands of Cobra, you die fast. So it's just it's a bit of an awkward gunfight, but that you've got to give more credit towards Cobra for playing well than anything else there. By the way, 2 more bullets and he's dead to Afro. Regens up, and I think you're right. Even if he hadn't pulled position here and got aggressive, I still think that Afro's going to be in a really, really tough spot to try and win that round. But there you go. There's the 1 versus 4 for you guys again. If you haven't seen it already on Twitter, what do you do? But irrelevant.
I was, funny enough, I was just actually going to look at Afro's tweets about it. He said the S&D nearly sent them to hell, but they managed to bounce back. And yeah, even he was like, yeah, that round 11 wasn't fun for us. It really, really wasn't. And for Afro, it must have been kind of a horrible watch because he was at the other side of the map. So he's seen the first player go down the kill feed, saw Cobra in that position, and then watched the kill feed as two of his teammates died. And then he had to run a 1v1 with bomb down. And it's just a horrible position where you're like, we've done so much, we've won the round basically, and now I've got to try and make a god kill to get it back for us.
Well, hopefully we are heading in. Here we go. Looks good to me. I don't think there's any problems here whatsoever. Tell me I'm right. I am absolutely right. Mission Magpies taking on Crud Muffins here in our final game, the losers bracket semi-final. I mean, it's a really, really hard one to call. For me, my head does say Mission Magpies, but Crud Muffins absolutely could take this one away themselves. Let's see how it goes down.
Yeah, both teams have been good, and here's the key for this point. There's no bad teams left in this tournament. Everybody's good. Everybody's trying to make a name for themselves. Potential in any of these to be pulled up to the CDL. But at the moment, they won't be worrying about that. They'll be worrying about getting through these next 5 maps, potentially. Getting as many points onto the board. As you can see, already a bit of a bloodbath happening around P1.
I mean, typically, you're not going to get a call-up if you're not winning challenges. That's where you do tend to see a lot of these guys. The orgs do put a lot of credit into that, right? Teams who are going up there, players who are... Well...
I was going to say this. Sometimes they do. Other times, like, I think Hydra was one of the anomalies. Like, his individual skill shone through because they weren't winning when he was pulled up.
No, but he probably was still ridiculously disgusting. I think we knew from the get-go with Hydra, right?
Yeah, he was the one of the players that got pulled up even without like the big ton of challenger wins.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't want to go too much of a tangent. I think him and Scrap are probably the two only players that have kind of made that kind of impact as quickly. Coming up from challenges, you're like, oh right, yeah, these guys are absolutely insane. Irrelevant what's been going on with them, but right now Henry is looking just as insane. Big gunfight win from Pack. Denzer will find one towards this backside. Crud Muffins will find themselves inside of the point now. And kind of have Mission Magpies spawning where they want them. Have to win the gunfight, so I tell you what, Mythics has done a wonderful job of staying alive. There comes the reinforcements. Mission Magpies now with some time underneath their belts. And can try and push out for the P3 spawns. Yep, there you go. You can see Crud Muffins spawning towards the back.
Takes a bullet there. Mythics goes for a long slide. Gets him back as well. Well, like a second or two there. But, oh, look at that parallel spawn that's just happened in the back. Lucifer and Detain have spawned basically next to each other. Does mean that Crud Muffins will be in this hill first. And this gives a little bit of hope here for Crud Muffins. They were not in a great position to kind of contest this, but Detain got a god spawn.
And you will say thank you very much for it as well. Still spawning towards the back door of your Mission Magpies, so you're not too far away. Bit of an awkward push, though, from this side. Denzer butted up just a little bit. Continued to survive, though. Roofline kind of coming in here for the side of Crud Muffins. Can they find anything with it? Pack will find 2. The Mission Magpies will break on through. Nicely done. Big gunfights going their way. But for 15 seconds, Crud Muffins got a good amount of time there. Thankfully, the spawns did work in their favor. Still have 10 seconds to fight for here, and they are likely going to hold it down. Or not. The thing will find a way through. He'll find the kills, and then all of a sudden you're finding the spawns, you're finding the rotation, and that little bit of scrap time. Nice job from Crud Muffins.
Opportunity to take the lead here. They really do have the positioning, and you are right about Detain. We'll be very happy for that spawn. That really did give them a good glut of time. And now what is a very difficult push some of the times, because you basically have to get through not only a little bit of a gauntlet, but then find the player on the hill. And right now, Crud Muffins locking it down, taking a huge lead out of the back of this as everybody goes to work.
Yeah, they've done a really good job since, I mean, the beginning of P3. Put themselves in this kind of spot. I wouldn't say it's quite miraculous, but nice jobs all around. Crud Muffins. I mean, Denzer is sitting at 14-9. You love to see those kind of numbers out of him. If he's having a good game, usually means Crud Muffins are starting to fry. 10 seconds to go here over towards P4, and I think Crud Muffins have held nearly every single one of them.
Kez knows where Lucifer is. Pixel's trying to line up, but he's not going to get it. And they line up for Lucifer. Finds 2 on the rotation. Mythics finds another one. Should go down now to Denzer. And somehow, Crud Muffins, even after being a 3 wipe, are now in the better position.
I mean, Denza finding 3 through ticket. I mean, that is always going to help. Keeping on going from where he left off is going to get picked up here, though. Lucifer does a really, really nice job. Vance should find 2. Just the 1. Back and forth we go. But yeah, Crud Muffin's just been bleeding them here. Sensational work so far on the red card. Denza's been a constant pain. Really, if you're Henry and Mythics, your SMGs have never really got going too much here. Well, Henry, obviously, AR in hand right now for red card, but you have struggled. The SMGs of Crud Muffins have dominated.
They're still holding them at bay here. Kez just drills Vance before he can do any more, and Lucifer lines up for him again. P1 beckons. Crud Muffins do seem to have the tempo of this game under their feet. Denza already pushing out, looking for more kills. Should at least find 1 on this flank.
Yeah, wonderful positioning. Lovely transition. Back over towards P1. Crud Muffins have done fantastic here. Yeah, okay, Mission Magpies have... Well, they closed that gap ever so slightly, but... Crud Muffins, every single time the kill feed lights up, it's just all about them over and over again. Pack and Kez doing phenomenally. 4 in a row for Kez, 3 in a row for Pack. Everybody chipping in here for the side of Crud Muffins, and they are soaking up some serious time over towards P1, but that's a nice break from Mission Magpies. Finally 3 dead, and they're continuing to survive here, but it's an opportunity for them to get some time with a little bit more map presence.
Crud Muffins, though, just feel like they are all switched on. Not really the same case here, and I don't want to call it out again, but last time this happened, Henry in a bad position and then turned it around. Will he find the same magic one more time?
Well, unfortunately, Vance has just bombed a stun grenade off the back of his teammate's head. Now all of a sudden it's 3 dead, and there's a perfect position here. Mythics should be dead to rights here. Never mind, it's Mythics. Yep, wins the gunfight up against Denza. You get seen a mile away. And now potential break going to come through for Mission Magpies. If they can continue to find the kills, and they do, they need to spin around as a bit of a split spawn going to come through here. Looks like it. One of them spawns there, one of them doesn't. Don't make me angry. Kez now pushing over towards the stage. Trying to stay alive. Not going to happen. Gunfight's coming in from the middle of the map. Not going to work out for Mission Magpies. You hold it down if you're Crud Muffins, and you know exactly where they're all spawning now.
And the Crud Muffins, this game is very quickly approaching basically a very comfortable win. Like, it's actually just getting worse for the Magpies as time goes on. Crud Muffins are in every position they need to be. They win the key gunfights. While you'll see the Magpies have the back spawn here, they've got to find some kills first. Bands has actually pulled out the Jackal.
I think those couple of kills should lead to a pretty easy break here. Yeah, you can see the players pushing for a mid-map. Once spawning towards the back, you got to be so deep if you're Crud Muffins. You got to make sure they're not going to be back there, but it's so hard. Mythics and Vance starting to combine well, and is this a potential rip back into the game? I mean, I say that. Mission Magpies, even if they get this time, are still going to be 50 behind Pricey, and that's if they get it. Right now, Vance is just dancing around. If he can find a second, that would be huge. Cannot detain Kez. Working well together. Lucifer and Co just need to try and hold this down, but again, the kill feed. Just every time it lights up, it looks really, really bad for Mission Magpies, and they find a way through.
And trying to slide through, trying to guess correctly, isn't going to do so. And now the rotation is technically in the hands of the Magpies, and you are right, even with a full hold, still going to be behind. But a full hold will help somewhat, but Denza now going to hit the flank. He's 27 and 17. Slide, another kill, 4 streak already, should be traded out, will go down, but pressure mounting here. Crud Muffins have got into a good position.
And again, it just seems to be this moment in the kill feed that does tend to go their way, but not this time around. Mission Magpie starting to step up just a little bit. This is some more good time. Previous hold that they needed would have had them within 50. And hold this down, won't be within 30 or so. So they are closing the gap, and they are holding it down. It's a good time going over towards the side of Mission Magpies, but they need to continue to find it. They are still comfortably behind. These are big wins, though. Ken's the only one who can answer back. He does manage to find a way through, but Pack is there for the reinforcement. It will be a break for a little bit of time for the side of Crud Muffins, but is it going to be enough keep Mission Magpies away, because they've now found a rotation. Can they lock this down?
Vance finds a couple there. Knows the last player's going to be there. Detain is just playing shoulders. Bullets going through, and Bats might get caught off for timing here as Kez starts to throw it around. Bats trying to throw a shoulder. Everybody's just throwing bullets in every direction, and while Bats gets a kill, that is going to be a loss for them in the kill feed. Mythics finds one to get it down. That's a huge 2 for Mythics. Somehow Magpies are fighting ferociously here to get back into this game, but still on the back foot.
It's a big 2 kills from Mythics, but it doesn't really gain them a whole load, does it? Just, I suppose, keeps Crud Muffins off the point for a little while, but they are spawning significantly closer. Lucifer trying to do something here, just trying to disrupt where he can, trying to keep Crud Muffins off. And that's kind of the best case scenario here for Mission Magpies without the kills. Kez and Denza, though, starting to answer back with some kills of their own from the side of Crud Muffins. Lucifer now trying to light them up as well. Can't quite find it. I think that's not too bad a result, though, for Mission Magpies. All things considered, Brycey, okay, they did have the rotation, but they don't lose a whole load of time. And now it's heading into another rotation. Can you do something special at P1 and P2 to bring this back into contention? Oh, is this one just going to bleed away?
I think this might be bled because they just aren't finding the kills. They've been pushed off completely. But what a ferocious last hill as kind of turned into a bit of nothing here. And Crud Muffins are so far ahead, they can continue to just jump on and off this point at will. It's Magpies who have to make the move, who have to try and get into these fights where they need them. And Mythics isn't going to find that one. Pack cuts him down. And every second that passes helps out the Muffins.
Time is whittling down. Keep an eye on the game clock. We're heading towards a minute or so now. I wonder if it will be much of a difference. I don't think it will be if Crud Muffins keep frying like this. 3 more seconds going to go their way. Rotation over towards P2. They are going to be there imminently. Good shots coming in from Kez. The rest of the team starting to line up here as well. This may well be game, Bryce.
Kane looking to just put the final nail in the coffin. While there is a split spawn going through, it's 10 seconds for Muffins to take this W. And they may end up losing. So I say this pack towards the back here, and while it's going to be contested, it's not going to be good enough. And with 6 seconds to go, I don't think the Magpies really have a hope. And that'll be it. What a game from the Muffins. They take the first hard point and put it right out of contest. The Magpies fought back for a couple of hills, but it was never really in doubt. And I think I dislike what I'm about to say. Oh. But there was a player, again, who's had a slow start on the hardpoint, but didn't really catch up, and that's Henry. For a lot of the time, I actually improved it to a 0.5 from what I remember, and that's unfortunate. In a game that, you know, you really need to be firing on all cylinders to stay in the tournament, it's just not going well for him.
Yeah, I suppose it's difficult, though, because as mentioned, he is that guy. He's one of the entry subs. It can be difficult, but at the same time, yeah, you kind of need to be... I mean, when Denza's running around doing that to you, and with all due respect to Denza again, you know, I think he'll admit that his best years are probably behind him at some stage, like, and I don't think he would be taking too much offense to me saying that. I'd imagine I might get a tweet later if he does listen back. But irrelevant of that, if Denza's dropping nearly 40 on your forehead, and if you're Henry and you're only dropping 14, that's when things are tough, right? I mean, just the damage isn't there across the board. Need to see more from him in these hard points. He has had a bit of a struggle tonight, and if he keeps struggling like that, then Crud Muffins are going to be walking away. But it's not all just on him. Everybody else has to be doing their jobs as well. Got to give full credit over towards Crud Muffins. A really good performance, especially out of Denza and Detain. Big boy damage from both of them.
Yeah, they are firing on all cylinders. You are right. It is difficult to kind of run into that as well. But yeah, it's just one of those times where, unfortunately, a player's had a bit of a bad game, and that's one of the catalysts. If a player cannot find the kills, they cannot find the positioning, it constantly goes wrong for them. And, you know, it's not to say that Henry is a bad player, but that's just unfortunate that it sticks out so starkly on the feed. Damage and kills not there. And, you know, there's still a lot of series to go. So realistically, they can fight back into it. And Henry's done it before. In fact, if we go back just to the last game they played, Henry started off a bit slow in that hard point and then ended up going something like 21 and 12 for the next half of the hard point. So I was kind of expecting to do the same thing here.
Yeah, you would have thought you could be able to turn it around, but yeah, all signs do point to that to a certain degree, but We'll see if we can turn it around here in the search and destroy. Because, you know, we don't like to just flog players in that kind of sense.
No,
but...
no, it's always a horrible situation, right? Like,
yeah.
Every time you don't want to really highlight the negative, but a point for something is never particularly great in one of these games. And it won't all just, you are right, it won't just all be him. It'll be about positioning and the way the team trades off each other. And that can be a large factor in it, considering he's normally in the point. But yeah, it's just never fun to see, especially in a game where the slaying seemed quite even for everybody else in the game. And then there's just a little bit of a blip, but still an awful lot of COD to play. And I think Henry will bounce back.
Let's see if he can in the red card search and destroy. Vault control going to be coming up after that as well. And, well, we may well potentially staying on Vault for 2 more maps after that as well. Let's see how the series is going to play out, though. But, I mean, that's actually caught me off guard a little bit, that Crud Muffins win. It's a nice, convincing one to get things going. And it never looked unlikely, right? It wasn't a back and forth, and they've just somehow got it over the line. No, that was pretty comfortable. Red card, Hardpoint, working out well. I think what I will say, that the caveat for red card is a little bit slower, I want to say, than, well, a Vault especially, but than some of the other maps. So maybe it's just a Crud Muffins speciality to a certain degree. The red card search and destroy, for me, I don't think is necessarily too hot for Mission Magpies. I have seen them lose it. We have seen Bans have to catch up on it multiple times for the team to get anywhere near. So Crud Muffins will be feeling extremely confident heading into map number 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think for them, they're just going to basically just run straight into it as well. I think for me, Crud Muffins, that was the map they needed to say, hey, look, we feel like we're better than the Magpies. They were in control the entire game. That's the thing. If anything, that could have gone a lot worse for Magpies. Their kind of their fight back in for it, at least halfway through, stopped it being a complete rout.
It could have been a lot worse. Red card going to be coming up. The search and destroy is the ultimate time for a bounce back. Any good search players on their roster. Let's try and maybe bring something back from them. I don't want to say the brink yet. I think it's just feeling maybe a little bit dramatic because it's maybe a bit of a surprise, Bryce, that Crud Muffins won that in such a comfortable way. I think realistically speaking, we would okay, would that be on the realms of possibility for us in our minds? Absolutely not. Muffins have a very, very solid roster. At the same time, to win it as comfortably as that up against Mission Magpies, I think that's one of those moments we kind of look at it and sort of wonder, how has that happened and will that theme continue? Going to be staying on red card, heading into the search and destroy. Mission Magpies, not necessarily all to do here, but to do with turning this around. You do not want to go 2-0 down in a series like this that matters so much to these players. In the grand scheme of things, you want to be heading into that losers bracket final. You want to be fighting it out as far as you can in this tournament, and they will probably know to themselves they are favorites for this series in particular. Find yourself 1-0 down, you need to right the ship very, very quickly.
Well, let's find out. All still to play for. Red card S&D is loading, and we've seen some interesting on this map before, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like the Magpies are good on this map, but sometimes I really dislike some of the pushes they make, Ton.
Yeah, we've seen them on a couple of times, and there's definitely some shaky plays, which is kind of what worries me with the fact that they lost map number 1. But we'll see very, very shortly when we do get into the search and destroy.
We'll do well. We're going to take a quick break while we get everyone into the lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back. This game has now started. We are in the S&D. We are ready for Magpies and Muffins to throw down.
Here we go into the search and destroy. 15th time is the charm. Blessed be the lobbies there. Oh, there's a potential for first blood for Henry. Looking for a redemption story after a really poor map number 1. Could do with spinning this one directly on his forehead. The 10 is going to back him down ever so slightly. Magpies on the defensive side. Mythics. Oh! Tiny slither of health left to get away. Henry now stunned. Up, dead. Well played by the 10. Man's able to find one. Gets traded out. And now you would imagine that Crud Muffin's eyes are, well, still directly on B, but maybe tempted over towards A, but that kill over towards B might just entice them a little bit further. Lucifer left in a 1 versus 3.
Well, sees no one outside at the moment, so he's going to know what's happening. Long flank, because he's hoping that nobody's going to be watching this cross. Nobody is. Problem is always going to be positioning, though. So many bodies against them.
I wouldn't want to potentially discount any 1vx situations tonight. What we've seen, well, good shots coming in from Lucifer, but that grenade to his face is going to make the round short-lived. Crud Muffins one to the good here. They could take the search and destroy. You're in such a good position. A lot to ask, though.
Not a great start for the Magpies. Just kind of lost a little bit there with those first gunfights. And, well, here's the thing. We kind of say, you know, 1v3 is possible now. We saw Cobra pull off something ridiculous earlier. But, truth being told, once you're in that position, it's almost never.
What's the plan now for Mission Magpies on the attacking side? So it always seems to be just a case of feeling things out. Tens put himself in a really good position. Wonderful, wonderful two-piece. And that is just raw experience, positioning, knowing the second player is likely to be there if one's pushed up on his right hand side. A lovely player from the 10. You know what? He's really impressed me over this season.
Nice no, I was going to bring up the same thing. No, yeah. 100%. Detainer's been fantastic.
And again, I don't want to say that's any disrespect to what we previously have ever thought of him, because he's always been a solid player, but it feels like he's leveled up a little bit this season.
It really has. Just been a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, it knocked him down the Muffins. And that's 2-0 good. The S&D, the Magpies, yet to find anything on the board here. And just maybe losing that first blood after the Tank gets that 2. And there was very little more they could do on that round.
I mean, this is easy breezy right now for Crud Muffins, right? First round, 1 versus 3, just no problem. That one, as clean as you like. Mission Magpies starting to fall apart a little bit here, it feels, even this early in the search and destroy. I don't feel like that's an unfair assumption. Poor map number 1. 2-0 down the search and destroy, and honestly, Crud Muffins seem to have oodles and oodles of confidence right now. Mythic's going to try and hold this down. Here comes the flank, surely. He does have a little bit of backup here. He can find 1 to 10. We'll be able to trade that one away. Lucifer was there. 3 versus 3. Ignite that. Oh.
Just trying to pinch this down. You can see them working the angles. Detain might catch Bancy. I don't know if they saw each other. And while Bancy's a little bit too late, Detain gets another. Will they put this button? They're going to wrap it back. They're wrapping it back. This could be greater. It could be disastrous. Already fights going down. Pack finds the kill. And Magpies, they needed some luck there with the rotation. And they got none of it. And it's a wrap back again.
Yeah, it takes some wonderful timing to go Lucifer's away. And even if he finds the second there, the third is right behind him. And speaking of third, there's the 3rd round in a row for Crud Muffins here in this search. There's still a lot of life left in the series, Bryce, but I've just got that feeling that, and I think it's one of those unshakable things at times when you sat watching a series, and you kind of alluded to it before. We've been doing this for a very long time, and usually when I've got the feeling that this is pretty one-sided and it might continue this way, that's usually how it goes. It doesn't feel like there's an in for Mission Magpies right now. As mentioned, a very comfortable map number 1 for Crud Muffins, in control of the way. You're 3-0 up in the search and destroy. There needs to be a big switch up for Mission Magpies right now if they want to get into this series, or they are crashing out very, very quickly.
Denzel looking to just lock this map down, and that's what so far they've done. Muffins, map control. Magpies need a fight that they can win. Kez trading bullets back and forth. Gonna get out of there this time. Denzel waiting. Denzel actually gonna send this.
He's gonna cause absolute havoc here. Oh, just another, just a different gun, but Pack is there to pick up the pieces. Causes the havoc. Bance now left in a 1 versus 4. This is an absolute beating.
I was a little bit worried when he couldn't hit the bullets he wanted to hit, because you could tell he was like, right, I'm gonna get the first one on the left, and then I'm going to the next one, but just couldn't bring that recoil in with the Jackal at that range. But the rest of the team struck while the iron was hot, and this is very, very one-sided. There's no other way to talk about it. If the scoreboard was working, you'd see how badly it's going for the Magpies, but Detain being on a 7-0 tells you everything you should need to know.
Oh, it's tough viewing. 7-0 from Detain, as you mentioned. I mean, that's just... You could expect them to be doing this to one of the lower end teams in that group, but to be doing this to Mission Magpies right now is a big statement from Crud Muffins. Looking so good. Oh, it's not going to be a first blow. That's a nice gunfight win from Bance, and that might be the first time that Mission Magpies have had an advantage in what seems like about half an hour.
Got to convert it. For the Magpies, this round is everything. Gone back to a 3 versus 3. The 3 versus 2.
Now, is Kez aware of how much presence there actually is here from Mission Magpies? He's just holding it. Yeah. Even if he didn't find that kill, it's absolutely golden. Kez over towards the backside, and we should find it, and does. Now left in a 1 versus 2, but 22 seconds. I don't know if it's enough time. Just not doable. Just not doable. Crud Muffins have found another gear, and they are 5-0 up here against Mission Magpies. This is... Well, maybe Mission Magpies just really hate red card, mate. I hope for their sake that's the case. And I hope they really like Vault.
maybe it's a difference. Maybe we change the map. We change the fortune in the stars.
Maybe.
Right now, it's difficult to sell the dream for the Magpies. They haven't shown us an awful lot.
See if they can convert this into something. I mean, for Mission Magpies now, it is a mountain to climb, but Lance can find you another first blood. He has been good for those. That's at least 2, and he has managed to find. Pack butted up here as well. Shove it towards A, definitely underway. Not going to be able to find the second if your Pack Henry can find it. That's, yeah, he's just going to completely shut this flank down. Left now in a 1 versus 3 is Kez. Oh, if you can stop him planting now.
There's no way.
He's going to read the flank, but the problem is that bomb is going to go down, and this is when it becomes very, very difficult. Yeah, he's going to get away. I think he knows about Bance is still on the flank, and Bance is probably going to hit it in a few seconds' time, so he's isolating Mythic. So if he finds that gunfight, he's got every chance to do it. But now it becomes more difficult with 30 seconds to go.
Oh, he's crossed. Knows where he's going to be. I think he knows where Bance is as well, but
yeah,
Bance shouldn't give him time of day to get
no
this.
Way. Yeah, there's no way. It's just not winnable situation here for the side of Kez. That was more winnable than Cobra's. That was less winnable, I should say, than Cobra's 1v4. I swear to God.
Yeah, once you're in that kind of position, it's just very, very difficult. Couldn't even really tease the bomb out. Very quick shoulders. Got away with it, but Magpies get around on the board. Potentially still in this S&D.
The full sail to stay in it. Well, have we seen crazier things already today? Maybe.
Maybe the Muffins just make a run here. Just absolutely hammer a sight. And right now, I would say they're not going to do that, considering that Denzer, the bomb carrier, is on his own.
They're just trying to pick their way right. I don't think all-out aggression is... Well, especially if you're not heading over towards B. It never is the way on red card. It's the only way to head over towards B, really. I think an all-out on A is a dangerous, dangerous thing. This movement through the middle of the map is just... It's nightmare fuel. If you're worried about being looked at from a few different positions, Mythic's just throwing some shoulders and then a little bit more. Have a look at where these players are, because right now, Crud Muffins are only ever so slowly moving up the map. Mission Magpies happy to let them do so.
He's under a lot of pressure here, and Detain just tears him asunder. Yes, that's great information. Calls that one out as well. Bomb is going down, and Pack tangles down Lucifer, and I hate to say it, but this round is basically over a 2 versus 4. Ken's waiting for the first player. Mythics picks the wrong corner. Now 1 versus 4. Henry down he goes, and Crud Muffins with about as dominant as an S&D performance as you will possibly find. All them all the time.
Only a single little speck on their record there, really. A 6-1 victory. Just utter domination. There's been 2 very good maps of red card coming out from Crud Muffins here, and are really putting themselves in a position I didn't expect them to be. And look, I'll be open and honest about that. I really thought Mission Magpies would be coming into this one as the series favourite, but we've headed into a red card, and they have been... I bet you they can't wait to see the back end of it, Pricey, to be honest with you, because it has been a blowout across those 2 maps. Okay, map number 1 wasn't necessarily a blowout by any stretch. It was very comfortable, though, for Crud Muffins. And map number 2, I mean, map number 1 was comfortable. I'm talking feet up, cozy, TV on, watching challenges, vibing. Kind of comfortable.
Yeah,
what hot water bottle, cup of tea this time, and I'm comfortable, Pricey. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, this is... I mean, there's not a lot of ways to break this down. The Magpies just didn't really do anything. Never won the gunfights they needed to. I think they got 1 first blood. They converted around. It's 6-1. What do you want me to say? They never really looked like they were in a winning position apart from the 1 round they actually won. And even then, you know, there were times where I just thought, wow, they're throwing away advantages they could have had. But Crud Muffins, unbelievable. We thought they were the underdogs coming to this series. We have been proven wrong. Very happy to say so. It makes it an interesting time. 1 more round, and they progress to top 3.
Of control to come up as well. It's not necessarily the easiest of maps just to navigate yourself through. It's a really difficult map to navigate yourself through, to be honest with you. If you're Mission Magpies here, Crud Muffins just seem to, on every single facet, be at a better beat right now. That really can't matter when it comes down to vault control. It's, I suppose, about... I don't want to say it's the rhythm, but as far as like you are trying to get yourself, your SMG players into positions just to cause havoc and just to stay off the radar to a certain degree of the opposition, and they seem to be doing that very, very well. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. Do what Afro was doing in vault control is kind of what I'm saying that Crud Muffins are going to be able to do. Flank round behind you, play it awkward. We've seen them do it so many times. Denzer is a right pain on this map. It's just not the map you want to be going into to start a potential reverse sweep if you're Mission Magpies. Not just a reverse sweep, by the way, a reverse sweep to stay in this challenge season. All controls couldn't be coming up next, and they need to turn this round the hard way.
Well, we're going to find out whether or not they can do it. Maybe red card is the Muffins. The Magpies will be looking for all vaults to get this done as we go on to the control. And for the Mission Magpies, they need to have a different gear here. The last respawn wasn't good for them. The S&D certainly wasn't. Well, control is the 3rd game mode, and it is their last chance to really do something.
Well, here we go then. Can they turn it around? Crud Muffins have just utterly dominated this series so far. Do Mission Magpies have another gear? Well, they need to find one. They need somebody like Henry really starting to pop off. He hasn't necessarily had the best of nights, but that's a good way to start a defensive round. Finding those picks, forcing them back, making them really have to work to even get out of this spawn.
This is going to be the same old story. It'd be a horrible way for the Magpies when they run. But right now, maybe a bit too soon. You can already see, though, Muffins doing a little bit of work over at A. Pack going to lose a big gunfight. Henry going to come in and try and stop this one as well, and that's a big wipe. Only Denza left alive, and very important for Denza to do something here, simply because he needs his teammates to get back out, and being alive has allowed them not to get punched back into spawn yet.
Yep, I don't mind turning around just to help your teammates out. Pack has already found himself in an advanced position, so he's just going to be a little bit of a pain. I think that's honestly, players, if they're learning the art of control to a certain degree, just putting yourself in awkward positions you wouldn't expect. If you are that kind of player, you can kind of convert that into some controlled gameplay. You become a real big factor for your team, and that's exactly what Pack is doing right there. Denza's great at doing it as well. Henry, though, has shut down to 10. Makes this push just that little bit harder. Denza will continuously wrap around the middle of the map if he can, but Banter's going to stop that from happening. Pack again, getting aggressive over towards the other two-story building. And yeah, he'll just try to pick them away whilst he can. I mean, brilliant shots on the Bants. That might open things up. Mythics has found a good gunfight, as has Lucifer. That will slow them down, but they are on B. Big win.
Still, just didn't have enough bodies there to really convert. They've got a couple of players onto this first tick. And it does mean that the Magpies really have to move into a position here, but they're not finding a kill.
Bad.
Could be a stack. Who's got a trophy? Get one onto the point as quickly as possible, and this game might be done. Mythics flies in for the contest. Detain will slide out to get him. Detain just trying to stay alive, as that will be B point secured, and Crud Muffin's got 1-0 in the control.
I mean, it looked like a round straight away. As soon as those two kills are found from Pack, you can see the other two players that are on the Magpie side are sat in the middle of the map. They immediately go for the flank, and they kind of just get caught because the other players who had fallen on the side of Crud Muffins are just coming through the middle of the map, and they kind of get caught on that reflank immediately. Just pops the round open. That's where you kind of maybe need them to slow down, have a moment, think about it. They didn't have the opportunity. They are now one down. Yeah, in the control. Mission Magpies, this is just not what I expected in this series whatsoever.
And you just feel like the Magpies are really, really in trouble. Not finding a kill. If they get smacked back into spawn here, this could be the final straw.
It's just awkward, isn't it? You haven't won too many gunfights. You're now being pressed back. Crud Muffins have come into this game with a serious attitude problem. It feels like, you know, like every single gunfight, it just feels like they've got to piece them up. Eventually they will get picked up, but that's fine for Crud Muffins, right? You lose the gunfights there, yeah, cool. We got time to get back into the middle of the map. You might lose a little bit of presence today. You got to put yourself in that position if you want to really put the pain down. You can see one player actually still alive towards the backside. That's going to be Kez. He's just going to dip out of the gunfight and try and let his teammates get themselves into a position where they can help him out.
Kez has caused the entire Magpies team to not get on the point by himself. Detain's just looking for the easy kill as well, but a couple of kills going down for the Magpies. Opportunity beckons.
That should be it. Tim might have a little look at this. That stun will probably put him off. Going back up top now. Just trying to find something. Can find one. The second was maybe on the cards there as well, but if he can hold it down, that'll be brilliant. They can have one more look at this. Look at the flank player coming in. That would be Denza. He's dead. There you go. A done. Crud Muffins back down for the first time in what seems like quite some time in this series. Mission Magpies still with it all to do, but 2 kills from Lucifer, that kill from Henry. I mean, that should be it. That should be the round.
Yeah. Magpies.
Just like that.
A reverse of the fortune. Henry still going to be alive. I don't see a trophy on the point. I don't think it's going to matter. They are not close at all, and B is going to be locked in. At this point, it's been contested, but it's not going to matter. Killing spree gets locked through, and the Magpies are alive.
Well, just about. A broken wing, maybe. I kind of want to make some flying jokes here about Brycey. I honestly, it might be a little bit late in the day, but right now, Crud Muffins, okay, you lose an attack after winning an attack. We've seen teams be trading these across the board. Nice win though for the side of Mission Magpies, and that's kind of all it can take. It was kind of back and forth all the way through. One good wipe, you get A. One good wipe, you get B.
Hey, and Henry was the player. All the way through in the spawn, a 5 streak for him. 11-2 currently, but still, incredible performance. And the Magpies have a chance now. Get a good defense in, or at least try to keep up this momentum that they found. Here's the fight going on towards it as well. Detain's going to pick up that second one as well. A is going to be locked in quite quickly. Detain's already heading towards B, maybe a little bit overheating.
One of those moments where you just maybe need to slow it down a little bit. If you're on mission Magpies, it is, well, it's gone now. I think if you're Bancy, you're trying to set yourself up in a position maybe just to cause some issue, trying to slow them down over towards the B side. That's a, I was about to say a free kill. And to make it as difficult as he possibly can. Now, Bance will try to start farming them off the respawn if he can. If I find that gunfight on the Henry, though, is going to open up a door. You can see there's quite a lot of players on the Crud Muffins starting to turn around and trying to deal with that. Bance yet. They're hunting him down. Well played.
Now, technically, still Magpie's game. They need to win a wave of kills. They'll push it back into spawn and they'll feel much more confident with it. Crud Muffins will be trying to find a gap. Kez finds Mythics. There's one under the dominoes. The tank gets onto the point. A little bit dangerous. We know that it's not easy to stay alive in this area, but don't know how Detain does it, but the rest of his teammates do not. And Detain has to back off.
Back up and go again. And Pack's going to kill him as well, so that's never ideal. Try to pick your way through here. Pack, though, has found another gunfight after Denza will fall. Kind of at a bit of a stalemate in the middle of the map here. It's about who can just try and find a pick, and that might be it there now. Detain finds them first. Pack will find another. Detain's just been stuck in the face by Mythics, though, and that might slow them right up. Good aggression here from Pack, though. Is he going to be able to find another? Needs a little bit of help from teammates. How on earth is Pack skating around like this and getting away with it? On the flanks in as well. This is a disaster.
This might actually be the end of the round. Denza going to try and stay alive here. Reinforcements flooding through. Nobody going to be close apart from one player. It's going to be Henry. Finds the first. Looks for the second.
Huge.
And Henry almost makes the perfect play. Gets at least two to slow this one down. Is it going to be enough? It is not going to be. Detain gets it. And that'll be two to the Muffins. Wonderful in the end. And I thought Henry was going to make that.
I mean, it's all on Pack, that, for me. Staying alive. I mean, this is it. We're going to get to see it in the best play. I mean, how he manages to push forward and then push forward again. Dip back. We'll kill Mythics as well because you haven't got a clue where I am. Then he has Bance on the way in as well. Lovely play from Pack. The Crud Muffins are one round away from 3-0ing the Magpies right now.
Omni movement for the win. Muffins about to go top three if they can hold just one round. For the Magpies, all the pressure. They lose anything here. Any single round of control, be it this one or the next, they are out.
There we go. And I think if you were to tell a team they have to find an attacking round of all control, maybe 3 months ago, they'd have been extremely stressed. But as it goes, it's not necessarily the hardest thing anymore. Teams have started to figure it out, and Henry is starting to fry a little bit now. And those two gunfights will keep that pressure on for Mission Magpies, which is the important thing. And they can start to maybe work on something over towards this A side. They haven't jumped on it just yet. They don't feel maybe comfortable in their map control.
Got to be careful. They're losing a couple of bodies and a little bit of map control here. They're going to go towards A because they need to stop the clock. You know, 50 seconds feels like a lot of time, but
win. Yep.
40 doesn't.
No, it doesn't. They will push on to A now. It just felt like they didn't feel comfortable. I mean, we can see that they should have felt comfortable. They had a decent amount of control over towards A, but they've got even better control now. Denza is trying to get a flank going, but that first gunfight going the other way is not going to help things. Kez, though, should have a freebie. Does. Detain, Denza have done well. They haven't captured it yet. And by the way, this is really, really bad news because now 45 seconds to go. You have to find a way through. Crud Muffins have found those gunfights without too many casualties. And that's going to make this difficult. Nade up top will slow them down as well. Here come the reinforcements. Denza backed on down. Big win from Detain. Can only find the one, but they're still keeping Mission Magpies off.
Denza just holding this.
Oh, you gotta go.
B position as Lucifer's been found. Magpies must now strike. Don't have another opportunity. Henry finds a big one on the Denza. Detain trying to find back, and Kez finds Lucifer before they can do anything. Pack finds the second one as well, and this is a must-win gunfight. Henry gets it. Bance is found too, though. Hope Europe's alive, but Detain's going to drop him as well. And now it's just run. Magpies must go through the middle into a grenade. And that grenade is the end for them as Denza picks up 3. And the Muffins knock the Magpies out of the elite in dominating fashion. They have run them out of this game without stopping.
Wings entirely clipped that whole series. And it's Denza with the final play as the best play. The nade through the middle of the door. They had to sprint to it. They didn't have time to avoid it. That is a big win for Crud Muffins, you know, and I think, you know, them winning that series is not out of the realms of possibility. We definitely were coming into it favoring Mission Magpies, but I don't think we expected the 3-0 from Crud Muffins. We absolutely would have given them credit enough to win that series. Yes, they could have. We were humming and hawing about which way we thought it was going to go. To 3-0 them is one thing. To 3-0 them like that, though, comfortable map number 1, comfortable, maybe even dominant in map number 3, utter spanking in map number 2. And yeah, here we are.
It was bullying. You are right. It was no way we would have predicted for the Muffins to destroy the Magpies as thoroughly as they did. It was a mismatch. And for the Magpies, back to the drawing board maybe, because after what we've seen from them so far, getting better, that was actually much, much worse. The Muffins stepped it up in every way imaginable. They were winning gunfights all the time. They had better positioning, great hardpoint, great S&D, great control, and through to top 3.
I just felt like they couldn't deal with their intensity. Like, just couldn't deal with the slaying side of things. And I think that's maybe the easy route out for us, or for them to try and put something on that series. But if you just get beaten around the map like that, it's hard to really judge on anything else. Look, you think the control round that the Mission Magpies won was just a couple of 4 dead, and they did what they had to do. Yeah, great. But other than that, I mean, it always felt like Crud Muffins were in control. The search and destroy, I don't think they'll ever want to watch that again. That was just dominant. First bloods, the lot. Not necessarily any rounds that Crud Muffins had to massively clutch up in. It wasn't like a couple of 1v2s that won them the 6-1. No. It was just pretty one-sided. On map number 1, Crud Muffins led the entire way through, I think, from the first P3. Utter domination. Finish off the night, Brycey. That really wasn't what I expected. Honestly, I was thinking we'd probably see 4, maybe even 5 between these two, but yeah, for Mission Magpies, back to the drawing board indeed.
Well, they will have a chance, obviously. There is going to be another elite after this in a bit. I'll have to try and get all the way through, but right now, we're talking about the Crud Muffins, who have walked their way into that lower final. They will face up against Katana, who last time around beat them 3-1. But a Katana who've come off a loss themselves, and a Crud Muffins who looked superb.
Yep, incredible. Now Crud Muffins get to go up against Katana. And see Denza's already tweeting on the timeline. He'd be licking his lips at the thought of going up against friend and former teammate in Vortex. I think that's the kind of matchup that, like, Denza, he really does live for. I think that's the only reason he sticks around. He's retired about 16 times, and yet here he is still jumping in. He just wants to go up against his old teammates and let them know how easy it is. There you go. We're kind of set for tomorrow now, Brycey. And what a day that'll be. It's been a great day here as well. Honestly, the way that some of the games went, I haven't necessarily expected. Certainly didn't expect that 1 versus 4 from Cobra. I think that one will live long in the memory, but a hell of a night just before the final one that is going to be coming up tomorrow. Very excited.
It certainly is. Well, Europe has whittled it down to just 3 teams. North America will get their chance in just a little bit. So for more Call of Duty action, this is the place to be. Elite Challenges continuing in just a bit. But that's all from Europe. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to North American Challengers. Getting ready to go here for our continuation of Stage 2's playoffs. We had our first day of action happening last week. Of course, a couple of upsets, a couple of faulty, I think, performances from some of our anticipated top dogs. Makes this really kind of a wide open bracket. I'm Ship. That's, of course, Study. Looking comfy, looking fresh, my guy. Here's our bracket. Give me your thoughts.
Oh, man, last week, man, we ended off with a banger. I, without question, thought that the Spartans were the best team that we had throughout the Elite. Just watching their match versus Omit, that one was a masterclass, and then you go up versus YFP, another masterclass in the respawns. They cruised their way to the winners finals. On the opposite side for Team War, they basically did the same thing. You get through Distro, you get through Cabal, both in a Game 4 fashion. Yuli and Tura were having miraculous plays, especially on those Skyline HP. So they're both going to be having that dance in the winners finals. But Omit Brooklyn obviously started off slow versus one of the squads and YFP. And then you obviously had the bounce back versus Omit in a clean 3-0, send your brethren's home. And then on the opposite side, you got YFP going up against D-Show. That one should be a fun matchup. But we're going to be starting on the lower bracket side, Alan. Omit Brooklyn versus Cabal. That is where we're going to begin, where Omit Brooklyn were victorious at least to Elite Stage 1.
Yeah, and I think the thing here is we need to see recovery from this mid-Brooklyn squad because they did not look particularly great until, like you mentioned, they played their counterparts who I would love to be able to say that was like an impressive performance, but honestly, I think we both walked away more disgusted with the Emit squad that just didn't show up that day. Not quite able to get warmed into the game. They were getting gunned, they were getting outplayed, they're getting out-rotated. The whole thing was just a little all over the place. So there is a level of wanting to see this mid-Brooklyn team really step up and, play just a little bit more towards what we knew them to be, I think mostly throughout the group stage.
Yeah, now, when I think about this Omit Brooklyn squad, I'm thinking, like, they're going to be one of the top hardpoint teams in the game. S&D is kind of up in the air because we take a lot of calculated risks, but thankfully you got a player like Capsule who's been 30 per in every single respawn, double digits in every single search and destroy. The only thing that scares me with what we saw off last week was their control game, because we saw multiple instances where they get put on protocol. They don't know how to respond when they get put into that trap. Vault, they're seemingly out of pacing or out of sync with each other, where players are playing too fast in certain aspects, and then they're instantly just getting broken down. So hopefully they were able to improve their control, because versus a squad like Cabal GG, that's tendally what they've been able to rely on so far throughout this Elite.
Yeah, this has been a really scrappy squad, this Cabal team. You know, they stuck their way into playoffs last season, but getting there 2 times in a row no longer has you looking at them like a happy to be here type crew. Like, no, they've deserved their chance to be here. Ripper and Cootie in particular, I think this is kind of one of their I hate to say breakout seasons, but it's been their most consistent season so far in terms of being able to compete near the top of challengers, and especially just kind of continuing to get more reps in the Elite overall. The curiosity point about this Cabal GG team, though, is like, we talk about other CDL tenured players. Like, Fire has just been present. He hasn't been in takeover mode. And I think you look at that roster and you assume that, a player like Fire should be dominating.
Oh, yeah, because he switched his role completely from all of his previous seasons to this season, where you're going to that main AR role. So he has more of those impactful plays, holding down the lane, shutting it down, popping 2-piece, popping 3-piece. I'm watching the guy one this morning. He was beaming. So to look at the maps the most for this series, you start off on an opening Hacienda, and then you got a protocol HP for map number 4, mixing it up right there in the middle of the map with that protocol control. Fire's going to have a very big impact with his AR. He has to be able to find his gunfight wins so it can open up lanes for his teams.
Well, we'll see what we get here. Double Hacienda, double protocol, Skyline is what we have here for our alpha matchup. Behind that, we will, of course, have our Bravo stream still going as well. So make sure you keep 2 tabs open to start as we jump on in. And I think this is, again, one of those situations where you need to see a mid-Brooklyn just not come out slow, because like Cabal's going to punish you. I mean, this is a mixy squad, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and if you're Omit Brooklyn, you're more than comfortable to have both of those S&Ds in the series as well. Hacienda S&D, they've been playing a lot with even the previous roster and this roster, and the Skyline. We see them on multiple Game 5s, always making the adjustments there. But into the map number 1 we go. Cabal GG need to come out swinging off the gates. They find every single kill in the feed besides Capsule, so they're already soaking up a lot of this P1 time. Even those split spawns are in for Brooklyn.
Okay, good eliminations here for Cabal. That Brooklyn need to find a way to get themselves together, and they'll be forced to have to do that now with, again, those spawns being completely out. 3 straight eliminations get them into the mix. being stunned up, can't quite get the aim to lock it on towards Rex, and there's Capsule, one of the pop-off players from Brooklyn, to follow up for the elimination. Brooklyn will get to work on the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, they already have control of the P2 side now. Just want to make sure no one is going to slip by. They has a read on someone in the water. Yep, freebie there. Rotation is going to be won by Omid Brooklyn. Now it's all about withstanding that first rush coming in, because Cabal GG are all rallying over towards well. Dylan Rex is about to get bombarded by a bunch of players. Yeah, let's just force the reposition.
Well, Rex going to try to read restriction over towards well side, but he's overwhelmed. So flip with the hard point already going to come through, and actually beautiful. A little mixed up here is this Omid Brooklyn team. Capsule doing what he can to try to reduce this play from the front, but he's shut down. And now it's just down to, can you actually get these ARs into position to actually fight for this time? Craze is working on the pinch through mid, but he's been seen. And Cabal Gaming should have a very solid read and hold on this situation.
Yeah, last battle, he's able to get anything coming from the top water hop. He's only able to get one Bink effective on the trade. Bink finds him for a double. So a perfect break there from Cabal. They take their time, find the initial 2 kills, block the back spawns, overwhelm the player in towards the hard point, and walk away with at least 30 seconds. 35 there at that P2. Now you have yourself a nice little 20-point lead. You win the rotation over towards new. This is how you want to start an opening hard point versus a squad like this.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Okay. Capsule trying to open up some space on the high ground. Rupert is playing inside a connector. Well, he's going to realize he needs to get back into the hard point here. There's no threat whatsoever coming from the low ground. It's all mounting around the back, as there's still plenty of time for Brooklyn to still fight for spawns, and they've done that nearly perfectly. Now into the hard point they go. Rupert trying to find a couple eliminations. Cleans out one. The fight back towards 10 also goes his way. And with a supporting elimination from Big, that's enough to break from the front if you're Cabal.
Yeah, it's a clean 4 dead as well. So now you have everything covered. You're able to block those spawns over towards well side. You're forcing them to be towards the back. And now Cabal, essentially with a full 60 hold here at P3. Omid Brooklyn, he's trying to find a break. Fellow's just going to fire on in with the AR, only able to take down one. The number's still here for Cabal, so they're going to walk away with this final 15 seconds, but they are going to be late off the rotation over towards new. We know that when you're playing a map like Hacienda, P4 is usually where you make up the bad plays over the previous couple of hills. They're looking for a money hill here if you're Omid Brooklyn.
Doing what they can with Felony already kind of zoning off a couple of these exit eliminations from P3. He's being chased by Cootie, though. Will not expect that quick elimination over towards the front doors at Checkers in P2. Capsule for one. No trade from Rex. Now he's got to keep his head in a swivel. That is not good. I mean, legitimately, just completely crossed up as Omid Brooklyn, and Cabal find a quick break.
Now Omid Brooklyn going to waste a lot of time trying to develop on these long routes to find this break here. You know you don't want to flood your way through Lambo. 3-stack through mid open. Fire's just going to lay down shots, have everyone one shot. An unfortunate teammate is not going to help you in the trade scenario, because now you're in the man down. Now there's only one man standing, and Capsule has to try to get it all done. At least find a double, but still no time.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like another one of those games that's just getting a little out of hand. I mean, Capsule's 13-6, but he's got 5 seconds of the hard point, and it kind of gets categorized as kills that just don't really matter too much. Like, they're getting flips of spawns, which is fine, but the play around the hard point has been less than stellar so far for Brooklyn, and it's going to be double up the points here for Cabal to back up to 1.
Yeah, setups need to be a lot better. Omid Brooklyn out-rotated them towards P2. They out-rotated them towards P4, but both on their initial attempt on the side of Cabal, they find that break quickly and then hold it down to the T. So where Brooklyn has some adjusting to do going forward in this game, and it has to start here at P1, because Cabal is just continuously just soaking up that hill time. It doesn't matter how many kills you're getting around that map. We're playing the objective.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Cabal has... No one is bashful about jumping into the hard point. Everyone's got some pretty decent time. So now we try to, again, play for rotation if you're in Brooklyn. Rupert's still holding on over towards the cut. Works out for one. He'll keep his life over towards P2 as his teammates are still spawning a little bit further out than you'd like. Nice shots, though, from Rupert. And now he's got a chance to just, again, to continue to play his life. Good eliminations through the middle of the map. Allow now numbers to come through.
God.
And Fellow just got absolutely put on Reddit.
It might not change anything, though. At least if you're Cabal, you block the spawn towards the back end, but Omid Brooklyn playing the tight setup through the front. Invest your stuns, invest your nades, try to slow them down. Reinforcements are here. You just got to stand strong on this wave, and Dylan Rex is going to set the tone early on. Able to fly on in, find a double, sets up Craze for the third. Spawns now flip. Omid Brooklyn finally find the hold that they were looking for.
Indeed they do. Also, you've got Rex off the spawn through well to cut off the cross. Good damage onto Rupert. Capsule stunned, and oh god, a little overzealous on the red dot chasing, and Rupert just walks in from behind. I was about to say, like, it's looking decent for Mid Brooklyn, but this scrap 20 is going to go back to Cabal, and they're going to be up a little more than 40 points here as we rotate over to New, and Fire's already in position, already finding a first elimination, and he gets a second. Yeah, it's just, they're getting smoked right now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Cabal are outplaying them right now in every aspect of this game. When they need to find a break, it's working out. When they don't find a break, they're going for their second attempt. It's still working out. So they're making their adjustments. They're early off the rotation. They're clutching from some of these one-on-one big, massive gunfights. And you're more than happy right now if you are Cabal to just try to keep them off of this HP. You're fighting for every single ounce of this power position. Blue top cat. Finally, you're gonna strike onto the point. Cootie gets the better of Dylan Rex, so the break is in, and you can already see what it does to Craze. I can't challenge that 1v4.
Yep.
I gotta try to hit her out.
And this is not the timing you want to try to play around the back with just 30 seconds remaining. Teammates from the front are also just not winning gunfights. So Craze is going to have to pretty much do it all himself. And now he will have to do it all himself. Cootie's found another double in the middle of the map. Just another one of those slow starts for Mid Brooklyn. We've seen that in the really both their playoff matches. Fire's going to double up on side of patio stairs. This game's over. I mean, it's going to be 200 to 126, and there are a multitude of ways and avenues that Cabal to win this game.
Yep. They need to find one break in towards P4. They're basically going to do it. Put the ball on this map, number one. Mid Brooklyn again. Win the rotation early. Over towards the money hill. But look at how spread they are on their setup. Their setup is so weak because players are not holding each other's hands. They're getting broken down, and it's already 2 dead. Now you're going to get overwhelmed. And
unreal.
This is not the Mid Brooklyn we are used to seeing. They always have the fundamentals in play, but not today so far.
Yeah, now we're running in one by one. Decent support over the top. Cut through mid-map. Going to work out as Craze finds 2. Fire try to keep this alive, but cut down by the stray member of Fellow playing through P2. So the break is in for 25 seconds. But Cabal's going to play for rotation here. And like we've already kind of seen already, they're not bad at finding time on P1. And any seconds they find over the top of this new kind of neutral hardpoint is just going to be that much more of a dagger for Mid Brooklyn.
Yeah, Mid Brooklyn now need to lock in. This is where you need to start locking down with your ARs through these hallways. Putting a lot of focus over towards open side because you dominate that side of the map. You force them to work that overextension. Makes it a lot more difficult for them to even think about finding a break going towards P1 and the next hard point. But keeping it scrappy around the middle of the map. Mid Brooklyn now in the HP. 2 players that you have yet to account for. Rupert is going to be spotted towards bottom secret, but just the pinch spawn is good enough for Cabal to at least keep them off the time for now.
Yep. Big gunfight down low. That works out. But up top, Rupert once again creates an avenue for Cabal to rotate to P2 early, and they're going to get a little bit of time here on P1 with the spawns already being kind of locked in on the right side of the map for them. Every gunfight a big one from here on out for Mid Brooklyn. And that's a good start, Fellow for 2. Cootie's going to have to come back to this play, otherwise spawns are just going to be completely moved, and that's indeed the case. So lifeline here for Mid Brooklyn. Not a lot of time earned on P1 for Cabal. They may get this back 10, but no, not even that. Good exit elimination, and now all of a sudden, you've got a ball game if you're Mid Brooklyn. You just need to put together a good setup.
Yep, so far, this has been the money hill for them. They've won the rotation every single time towards this hill. Just now your hold needs to be a lot better. Again, the same situation. Dillarex is going to get back down from well side. And have one player getting overwhelmed through mid lobby. At least Craze is able to find one before getting traded. You still have the numbers advantage. You basically shut down the first wave. Dylan Rex still holding down the back.
Yep. We've seen this before. Nice shots from Rex. Traded, though. Binker on the back. Oh, are they going to expect Capsule to spawn up there? No, they don't. May not make a difference. Bink has got him at least locked in. And the trade is going to be there. So 230 to 189. Fire cutting off the cross through mid lobby. And with help from Cootie, that will be the final straw, it feels like, to get Cabal over the hurdle and locking down this map. 10 more seconds required. You have to find success from this last hit through driveway.
Yeah, it's 2v2. Big just called game. Simple as that. He lines up 3 in towards the hard point. Now all of Mid Brooklyn going to spawn over towards well, and Cabal GG come out swinging in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately just gunfight wins that you expect trades to be there at this level. And there's a couple of moments, and we may see it in some of the replay packages, where it's just like, if there's a decent 1v1 that comes through, maybe in a Mid Brooklyn member loses their 1v1 but does enough damage, then you're starting to see these overzealous chase down kills, trying to find trades, and often it either A, didn't come through. The kill wasn't secured. B, you get traded out yourself and the spawns move. Or C, you just lose focus on where the rest of this Cabal team is, and they're breaking you down and not allowing the rest of your teammates to come through. It's just a couple of moments. It just felt very uncharacteristic and just a little kill heavy for Mid Brooklyn, just trying to chase down eliminations.
We know what you were about to say, Alan. Yes, that is the right terminology for what you were going to say. You can just tell by the way that Omer Brooklyn were playing on their setups, man. Like P4, we got a clean 4 dead. We're pushed out both hallways. Like, that's just unnecessary because you're both getting isolated on those gunfights. You lose those. The players on the hardpoint have so many angles that they need to now account for. Omer Brooklyn, you could just tell, like, watching their gameplay there, that they really didn't have that confidence. Like, it looked like they weren't really warmed up and ready to go in that map, number 1. Yeah. Dylan Rex multiple times in the backside of P2. You're the AR. You're the guy that has to hold down these angles. You can't consistently back up when you have that power position. You have to be able to stand your ground and make some impactful plays, make some impactful kills around the back. But every time he got overwhelmed towards that backside, his teammates started breaking down. I don't know what the comms sound like for home in Brooklyn, but you could tell just based off the gameplay, they seemed a little frantic. No one was really adjusting, taking a deep breath, reading the setups. And, yeah, they just get steamrolled there in map number 1.
Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's a combined 31 and 48 for the ARs of Mid Brooklyn. Rex and Fellow just not really having a decent game there. Whereas, you look at Fire and Bink, much better. Much better. So, you've got an opportunity here, I think, if you're Cabal GG with this opening win to really set this series up into your favor. We're going to stay Hacienda here for the search and destroy. I like to say that this map mode combination as compared to other searches is a little bit more like how deep is your playbook, and then more importantly, how aware are you timing-wise for when things are either available to you or unavailable to you in terms of how the map moves and kind of gets itself turning through from round to round, because I feel like a lot of teams kind of miss out on, in particular, offensive timings, just knowing what is still available for them if they don't get their first hit to execute through correctly.
Yeah, it's just because the map's so big, and there's a couple of different routes that you can hit, the space that you can take away that makes it more difficult for them to even think about rotations toward the opposing bomb sites. Obviously, we know if you're going to go A, you need secret. If you're going to go B, you need top open. It's as simple as that on the attacking rounds. If you're the team on defense, you got to be able to make those adjustments. Now, the way that Omid Brooklyn's playing in that map number 1, though, it kind of scares me because it seemed like everybody was more focused on, all right, I'm going to go out here and make my play. And then everything else, hopefully everybody else was able to handle what they need to handle. But on a map like Search and Destroy, where we know what Capsule is capable of, he loves to be the first guy in, loves to get into early engagements, tries to always be a playmaker. At some points, Capsule tends to get caught in S&D. And with the way that Cabal GG are playing right now, you can tell that they have the confidence. They feel like they can do no wrong on the map. So you have to be prepared with that early aggression early into these rounds, because they're going to try to bring it to try to go up early 2-0.
Yep. And I will say, I like their Search and Destroy actually better than I like their Respawn, so that puts things into an interesting and compelling situation as we're going to jump over to our Bravo stream. They're actually already into their map number 2.
YFP 1-0.
Yep. Did we see the map count? No, we haven't seen the map count yet in terms of who won the first. The assumption would be that this YFP team is up, and yeah, that is indeed the case. Yeah, okay.
They took an opening, Hacienda Hardpoint. And now you're trying to at least go up 2-0 in this series versus Distro. We know that YFP, when we look at this roster, we expect them to be phenomenal at Search and Destroy. But like last week when we watched them, they did everything right besides like the mid-round adjustments. Like they were finding opening first plus. They were taking space away on the map. It's just even in man advantage situations, they couldn't really figure it out. And again, already start this one off with strikes for the first, turns it into a 3v3, but that's a lot of information gain.
100% it is. What happens with trying to capitalize on that information network that you've already built? I mean, it looks like they do want to try to find an opportunity to get Sizky on this corner. Oh, goodness. Just scare right there. Whoa, Mamba actually just over peaks just a touch. Catsy for the trade to go 2v2, and now extra information that the defender has committed into A.
And that commitment over towards his P-bomb might come back to bite him, because now you're going to get into a gunfight, but he catches Aiden off guard. Now it's Catsy left in a 1v2. 30 seconds to go. You're able to locate him immediately, knowing that he's still the player roaming over towards that A-bomb. But YFP strike for the first blow with the aggression out of Wiz. They read the pressure early on over towards stage. They hold their battlegrounds. And they clutch up on the round and tie the game.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, again, this is a matchup here where the assumption is this YFP team will bounce back after their kind of small falters that they had in the first day of playoffs. Again, they were able to get out of their winners round 1 matchup, but behind that, nothing too crazy. Shout out JPros, just sent me a screenshot of map number 1 between these two guys. It was 250 to 151.
Okay.
And it was pretty even affair in terms of who popped off for YFP. Everyone pretty much an even stat line, right around a 1.3 KD or so. So pretty convincing, as you would assume, based on that score, 250, 151.
Yeah, it tells me that they basically won every single rotation. Their gunfights were a lot easier on that map number 1, and they're looking like they're going to continue it here in this map number 2 as Wiz strikes again for the first blood. Icons responds again to turn it into a 3v3. Now you haven't really taken a lot of space away if you are YFP. You know that there was a player sitting towards top trip windows. It is going to drop down towards the low elevator side, but Siski with the angle almost lines up a kill, but now you're just trying to get out.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. Nice little wiggle, nice little dance. Almost gives him a chance to take down one with him, but not the case. Trying to follow up off the pinch, shut down his icons, and YFP should be able to win that round, as we will change our focus back over to our featured matchup on the Hacienda Search and Destroy as it loads up right here.
Yeah, and Omen Brooklyn better wake up, Alan. They better wake up because they came out slow in that map number 1 and Cabal ran over them. You cannot have this in this search and destroy, as Cabal are going to be the team on the attack early on. How aggressive do they decide to play in this first round? The bomb carrier going to take his sweet time through bottom connector. It seems that Omen Brooklyn are fighting early for that secret control, but Fellow strikes at the first. Capsule flies on in. Give me number 2. I'm in the ego chow if I want to, but 1v4 for Rupert.
Yeah, really good understanding of a round 1 offensive setup where everyone's so nervy about nades that get thrown through Fireplace Hallway. So you just take a little bit of an extra quick route. You overwhelm it by sheer force of numbers, and then you already know that no one's going to be playing up top on the windows initially. So why not take a little peek down into the staircase? That works out beautifully for Fellow. Shuts things down nicely. So
yeah, once Fellow finds that opening first blood, that's what sets up Capsule to hit that jump up through the window. Because there was an AR looking over through the outside. Once Fellow takes care of him, Capsule strikes. Jumps on in, catches the timing for not 1, but 2. Secures the round quickly there for Omen Brooklyn. Now they go on the attacking side. Still a very quick round, so you barely earn any trophy system progression. The ball trying to match their energy with taking control of their own.
ooh, nice opening shots coming through, and yeah, Reaper's going to get the angle. Oh, that's your teammate, brother.
Teammate, buddy.
Yep, careful. Gray's now last one left, and he's been seen, so that will likely be about the end of that. At least it should be. Yeah, he's going to get suffocated here.
1v4 for Craze, 13 HP in a dream. Yeah, you're just going to get isolated. The Cabal GG with the perfect response. Basically, with the same thing that Omen Brooklyn threw at them. They just did it through that secret hallway. Strike for the initial couple of kills. Instantly turn it into a 4v2. And a 4v1 Craze, already spotted. Simply does not stand a chance on that round. We're talking about like the pacing early into the search and destroy to see which team is going to have more confidence. Omen Brooklyn responded with their first defense, but Cabal said, don't worry, we're going to do it right back at you. Tie game.
And a lot of it has just been, again, not allowing that fireplace hallway to be possessed by the offense. So we'll see how things start to adjust and change as Cabal's going to just run things down through Fountain. Stuns towards bar, not fully going to land. Cross angle already set up, although Fellow still loses that battle. Craze should have a chance to double down here. He found damage into another, but the pistol works out. Bink also shuts down the rotation from Capsule, leaving Rex by himself on the stone wall.
Oh, man, if I'm on Brooklyn, and we need to take a deep breath. We need some of these rounds to start to slow down. Because this play style is going to be way more in favor of Cabal GG. Just running it down, gunfights 5-10 seconds into these rounds. That's the way they like to play their hardpoint game. That's the way that they've been liking to play this S&D so far, and it's worked out. Omen Brooklyn with a roster full of veterans. A couple young bucks still trying to earn their name. But you have to realize the situation at hand. These guys are just running at us. Let's just take our time to play for picks.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And again, we kind of see that in a weird perspective as the opening push through mid to connector starts to develop. That Brooklyn, again, just sit there. They are so privy to want to take fights. Like, they're quickly trying to hit the rotations back through connector. They want to get back in and confirm those trades when you have a pretty decent lockdown with both your ARs playing backside Stonewall. Fellow, once again, caught for first blood. Graves responds with the forward kill deep in through office. Rupert, 5 in a row. And he, well, comes back into the play right as Capsule tries to challenge B, and we're going to sit with a 2v2.
Dylan Rex and Craze versus Bink and Cootie. Bink catches Craze off guard. Now Dylan left in a 1v2. A big round if he can pull this one out.
Indeed, indeed. He's got space to work with that B, and I think he's going to know that. Yeah. And honestly, depending on how this rotation goes, if Rex can get up, back, and around to office, he may be able to just win the round right here. And the timing is exquisite. First shots are good, and we panic melee. Okay.
Cootie with the defuse. Cabal GG secure the round.
I love you're just like, we'll move on from that.
It's just like, you did everything right there. You did everything right there. You plant the bomb in a 1v2. You plant it on the angle for top office. You catch both players from Cabal GG playing from that side of the map. You catch the timing as well. You just can't really think in that situation. You're able to get out after that first gunfight, man. You have to commit for that second gunfight if you're Dylan Rex, because you did not have the timing. Obviously did not have the movement to get out of that. But did everything for nothing there. It's Cabal now, 2-round lead.
I could feel your reaction right there. I was expecting a man.
Still first match, Alan. Still first match.
Is that true?
You know?
God, we still have another 4.5 hours of this. Capsule first blood onto fire. Craze caught at Spiral. Just way too aggressive. And that's going to lead to a quick plant on B and a very misconstrued defense right here. Double stack in through mid. That stun does land, but Rupert's still holding a corner with good supply of support. He even takes the first battle. Rupert's, wow, he is feeling confident with some of these challenges today. And Rex has got nowhere to go. He's about to be completely overwhelmed. First kill's decent, but nothing beyond it.
Yeah, that's just another round where, like, Brooklyn are like, we're just going to continuously run it down. I'm playing a one-on-one game. Capsule strikes for the first blood. It's already job well done. Like, Craze doesn't have to be Spiral steps. You know where the pressure's coming in. You don't want to get caught in a man advantage situation. But then you basically gift them one for free. They get the bomb down for free. And then when you try to retake it, Rupert sitting in the corner, his teammate baiting and switching. Slide, slippery slide. I'll get the first kill. You get the second. Clean round for Cabal. They tally 3 rounds in a row now with a 3-round lead.
Yeah. I love that you keep pulling the Coolio reference, my guy. I feel like most of our audience is not old enough to catch that lyric, but I'm here for it. As one of the old men in the scene here. Cootie, good first. Shut down, though, by Fellow. Bing. Going to take a bit of an aggressive angle as Fire's got his right side locked, and that's a decent overall trade. Omit Brooklyn not going to give up in this play, though, yet.
They're holding strong at their setup here at A. We're trying to play the mind games here, thinking that they potentially wrapped on out, but Craze at least spots one with a shoulder. Great shoulder there for the info. Instantly go plant the bomb at B.
Of course, Cabal will be aware that this is an opportunity for them to do this, and they will actually have some pretty decent timing to get over to B pretty quickly. The question will be, can they clear out office? Fellow is actually watching for the pinch play. And, ooh, this could get nasty. Instead, he finds Bink looking the wrong direction. No immediate opportunity for Fire to follow up on this. He's going to play from the window side. He has to isolate. He needs to find this kill. And, he's seen a knee, but can he get another? No, not going to happen. Okay, but Brooklyn's still fighting back here. It still feels like the trends and patterns, though, are in control for Cabal. But yeah, that's a must-win round right there.
Yeah, definitely a must-win round. You don't want to fall down, gain point to only one. But thankfully, Fellow is able to line up an ace here in round number 6. Secures the 2v2. Secures the round. Keeps them live in the search and destroy. But it's just now like these aggressive pushes. I think if you're Omid Brooklyn, just read the info early on and adjust to it. They're going through your spawn. Like, they're taking space away. We have to not challenge on their side of the map. Let's challenge together.
That's exactly what you're going to get. players pushing through open hall. 2 over to the top. But Cootie is going to play for the water route.
He's watching it.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
This was better?
It's Kevlar water. It's Kevlar water, but there's just nowhere for Cootie to go. Eventually taken out by Capsidal. And Bink also dropped to the front side of this play, so it has to force the rotation back over to A, where Rex is sitting and waiting to read this.
So let's 2v4 though, Rupert. Take space over towards office. Caught the timing on the crate. Sets the fire for the kill. Oh, if you make that kill onto Capsule, you make it more manageable. But now in a 1v3, Fire just going to put the bomb down at A. Dylan's not going to have any idea.
Yeah, I like the call, though, to get the plant. Gives your opportunistic probabilities a little bit more probable. And, whoa. That stun land. Oh, I was going to say, if that stun lands, it gives him a real good look at this. Whoa, he finds the last shots. Rex was not there with it. And now, he's got to try to take this fight. Fire's able to find a lot of damage. And he's got the advantages. He can just go play back over through window if he wants to. Pops the door. Oh, goes to the Semtex. This would be a Hail Mary if it lands. It does! But I think the defuse comes through first. And, yep, that's indeed the case.
Oh my God, thank God there. If you're home in Brooklyn, a 1v3. Almost get broke down there. You make the plays if you are Fire. You catch the timing on the fellow for the first, the timing onto Dylan for the second. You gain the info onto Capsule, but Capsule didn't want to dance anymore with you. He just decided to hop that defuse. And right before he gets to that position to contest it, able to secure it. Big round there for Omid Brooklyn. 2 rounds in a row. Down 4-3. Aggression over towards A, but stuns do connect. Cabal GG already gained that info that they're on that side.
Yep. Roofer inside connector. What a read. Crossfire setup is good as well. Trying to get aggressive.
What a nade.
Caps just runs into it after a little bit of crossfire damage and started to come through. Cootie with the pistol out, and Fire will pinch this out. And yeah, Cabal is looking really polished, man. This is the best I've seen them play in the 2 seasons we've had this team.
Hey, this is the perfect time to play at this level right now. In the playoffs. Final 2 days here of Elite Stage 2. You strike with the aggression through bottom connector. You can see right there if you're home at Brooklyn, though, they had no secret control, no top mid presence, so they couldn't even think about that objective early on. They were trying to gain some info, but Cabal already took that space away, and Fire on 6 in a row now.
Yeah.
Has an RC to work with. You're at game point. Is where you can slow down around if you're Cabal.
Yeah, I mean, you have a world of options in these next couple of rounds here if you're Cabal, and they're going to go to another mid play. Fire trying to clear off the windows. Rupert down low, catches first blood again. I mean, the first bloods are going to essentially tell us the story of this entire search and destroy. Cabal have found a lot of them. Rupert can't get away, though, and now Cootie's in trouble. Tries to slide back. Fire there for support, pushes off the angle, plus extra damage on Rex, who may be lucky to be alive right now. So things will reset to this 2v3, but map control to admit Brooklyn.
How do we just give him a free kill there, though? Like, how does that happen? Dylan Rex being a little bit too aggressive through top spiral. And you set up Cootie to find that kill. Now in the 2v2, Crazy's forced to back up and play with Felony. 40 seconds still to work with. Both teams are definitely going to meet at this A site.
Well, here we go. Cabal have been the better for, better for a lot of these face-up gunfights. But instead, they're going to try to track this one back up through mid and give it a look at B. Fellow, I think, may have seen this. And yeah, he's going to play office side, try to come back across. As Crazy is playing behind this play. Yeah, finds the bomb planter. And this is right. Just sit back and wait. But if Fire clears window here, oh, he may get some timing, but no, has missed the window to plant. Fellow is waiting to call for that. And that will be a 5-4 tally now.
Oh, that's just a bad play right there, the Fellow. Like, it's as simple as that. You're expecting the trade to be there, or for him to potentially come check the bomb site, but Fellow's more than happy to add 45 seconds to the game clock in a one-on-one. Even though Fire is still end that round on a streak. 7 in a row now. Omid Brooklyn able to successfully secure that defense, even though it got scary.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen any clean rounds out of Omid Brooklyn yet. Like, can I get some teamwork?
Yeah, everything's been hero Paul, feels like, to use your phrase from the other weekend.
Yeah.
Cootie, good information here. That stun's going to land. Semtex to follow. Forces the gunfight out, but it's trades that do favor him at Brooklyn. Bink try to keep it even. Tough, though, on this wrap back over through Rock. And Bink is stuck. And they know it. Okay, that's better. Just straight up, flat out gunfights, topside Rock. And Emit Brooklyn come away 3 for 2. And now we get to round 11.
And his Capsule able to come up with a multi-kill there. Able to bring it back round by round. So now force this round 11. Don't know which team is going to be on the offense. But if it's Cabal GG, try to find early success with that objective play. Actually going to be Omit on the attacking round now. So this is where I'm just like, let's play for the info, man. Let's play for a pick here round 11.
Yeah. Wow, 4-man stack for Cabal through A. Emit Brooklyn taking the hallway play over to B, so just blind counters here.
Perfect.
And it's immediately going to be a 4v4 post plant. Fellow, the one who's going to be really asked to provide, and oh, the long route behind well. Do they look left and catch a freebie here? No, they don't. It's just 2 ships passing in the night.
The thing that might be scary, though, is that they're expecting Fellow to have their full pinch. No one's watching over towards Lambo, so both players approaching the back out on that side. It finds Bink for the first blood.
What are we
Rupert
waiting
for? Second,
for?
but Capsule has the trigger discipline to try to make it a 2v2. Now it's a 1v3.
It just takes too long. I mean, you have to stop that play because one of the players he's chasing down. Whoa, hold on.
Don't
He's able
peek.
to find the elimination. Fire. Has to hop it. And what? I cannot believe that that's the way that ends. Cannot believe that's the way that ends. 3 rounds in a row for Emit Brooklyn, though. Get them the round 11 winner. And a 1v3 technically comes through to finish it off. What?
My God, what a search and destroy, Alan. Like,
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
that was one of those search and destroys where it's just like, all right, let's see how we're going to mess up on this round, and then we'll make an adjustment after that. We're talking about Fellow watching the angles for the pitch. Capsule thinking that he's making a great play with the trigger discipline on the opposite side of the bench, and he's only able to get down 1, turns it into a 3v1, but Felony playing the perfect clutch angle. He knows that no one was contesting me. No one knows any info of where I was on the map because they both just ran right by me. So I slide on in, check it from open, line up a double. There's only 11 seconds left. I just got to play my life. Beautiful clutch there in the round 11, but definitely some sloppy gameplay from start to finish.
Well, it's a 1-1 count regardless. Update from our Bravo stream. 6-2 was the search and destroy. Was that in favor of... No, that was in favor of Distro Gaming.
Yeah.
So they're also tied at 1 map apiece. And yeah, there's a level of, you know, Fellow, he gets 2 different clutches in this search and destroy. He was also first blooded quite a bit in the early rounds, so that's the exact way you want to make up for it. And yeah, that's all I got.
You gotta keep in mind too, like Cabal had this S&D in the back, like
in the back,
multiple rounds where they just let them slip away. Like this round, for instance, the fact that Capsule was able to line up 3 here and finesse with his life, even though Big tries to play for the instant trade, you know that you're simply gonna get outnumbered. You have to reload. You're stuck in a sticky situation, but right here in a 4v2, it's a 3v1.
Yeah.
You're instantly hopping to defuse. We know we have no info on Fellow. He's not going to come from Lambo. He's not coming from boats. Someone has to be watching that mid doorway through top open. But I guess Cabal GG in the moment with the energy and everything that goes into a round 11 in a very intense series, just let that one comm slip there. And they allow Fellow to capitalize on it to tie this series up. That's a big map, though, right there for Emit Brooklyn, man. Because the way that they at least looked in that opening hard point, moments in that search and destroy, it looked like they were the Sleepy Joe team that we saw in the first round of playoffs versus YFP. But a big clutch there for Felonies potentially gives them some momentum going into that control.
It is protocol for both of these upcoming maps, though, so expect to see just a lot of gunfights. And that's pretty much all we could say about that. Heading back over to Bravo. They are in Hacienda control. First tick done at A, almost, I should say, as the extra 60 seconds had already been tallied on the B zone, and YFP hold the advantage in the live count as well.
Oh, yeah, you can just tell that Wiz is on his bully ball stuff today. He's just flying and gliding. 7-3 start on a 5 streak. Yeah, I'm going back for that ego, child. Don't worry, I got your trade. But 10v5, Distro cannot afford to play trades in this scenario. He's to try to ice up on their defense, but Alpha is not ready to rock and roll. This is a very important map here for Omid Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Because every time I watch them in control, especially on a map like Protocol, if Capsule is not out or if Craze is not out, they have a very difficult time of working out of their base. Hopefully, they've been able to put into practice to make those adjustments, but a big map here for Omid Brooklyn.
Absolutely the case. See what we get.
Slammed.
That's... Yes, correct. Oh, man. Slam indeed. Well, 27 plays 26. Play over towards B. Still alive as Big kind of hits the brakes for a moment, but nice moment there from Craze. Hitting him a double, and the defense can start playing a little bit further forward now as Ball's going to have to be a little bit patient coming out of spawn. Good win from Craze. Awkward angle from Fire. I don't know if he meant to hit the full dive right there, but regardless of it, I bet Brooklyn hold advantage on the map.
Yeah, they hold advantage on the map. They keep on creating layers in their spawn. So every time Cabal thinking, okay, we got first wave done, there's someone instantly there to fill that gap. Now you can slowly work your way through A side, though. You still know that the pressure's going to be on the overextension. Yeah, Dylan Rex is just going to get caught. And now that's 3 dead. Craze has to try to make a miraculous play here to try to play the clutch, but Ball are committing their everything over towards B. Yeah, I don't really like this play call here.
Well, Cootie's going to play a little bit further through tower. Has a chance to sneak up from behind this. That will work out just to kind of stretch the defense a little bit more thin. Rupert on A has to stay here. 20.6 seconds on the clock. And Cootie's actually going to look to come back around this defense. If he finds timing here, this might work out. But oh, there's the shots coming through. Still turns to find Capsidal. That, again, keeps the pressure alive, not just on A, but there's routes to B, and the kills are still coming through.
Yeah, now both those players that just fell on the side of Omid Brooklyn are spawning over towards tower. So now you have put yourself back in a position to help at this capture at A. Second segment already locked. Every player in towards Grandma's has fallen. That's 3 dead. Last player accounted for is going to be towards bottom comms. Big just drops on down with a 10-2 start. He is going crazy. Now with that AR, give him another one. Fellow there for the trade. Time is already extended, but you blink and you're down 9 lives if you're Omid.
And not only that, progress at B is pretty much a guarantee with these spawns being so far south of the minimap. First take locked. And honestly, I think if you're looking at this from Cabal's standpoint, you would love to get at least another tick here before you win by way of eliminations. But it's not a guarantee, as Vit Brooklyn will push off this play front side at B. Rex over the middle of the map, I think it was just seen him fall down through window. It doesn't make a difference. Fire doesn't win that gunfight. Trade is out. And now Bink on 5 in a row. We're going to come back over to the point. Didn't initially see the player topside ledge, but doesn't make a difference. The kills are through, and it'll be 4 total ticks of progress earned.
Damn, dude, there was one point in that round where Cabal couldn't leave their spawn, but then just one opportunity is all they were looking for, and they seized it plus some. They were down. They were basically tied up in lives. Then you blink, and they're all of a sudden up by 9. And a lot of it was due to what this young man was able to get done. A 12-2 opening round there on the attack, withstanding the pressure on the side of Omid Brooklyn, of all the SMGs, even the ARs pushed into your spawn. He was still able to dominate in the slaying. And it makes it a whole lot easier for his team to leave the base when he's finding kill after kill. Ends that round on 5 in a row. Cootie alongside him on 3. And now Omid Brooklyn. Again, a slow start in the respawn. Go on the attacking side. And have to worry about how many segments we need to get, because we're down 4.
Yep, down 4. But still, down 4 is one thing. Being down in a full offensive round is another. Good opening break off here, though, from Met Brooklyn. Finding the first eliminations, getting them onto the B point. Rupert, wow. I mean, he was so late to that gunfight versus Rex. I mean, that was the first 3 shots tallied by Dylan, and it just did not matter.
Today's looking like a day of Control, Alt, Delete, Call of Duty. People are just getting zapped. Some of these gunfights you're thinking that you're supposed to win. That initial push over towards B gets shut down for a moment. You have to waste time clearing out your base. Thankfully, you check all the right corners, find the initial 2 kills. At the same time, Craze is still roaming in behind enemy lines, finds another one onto Big. That's a clean 4 dead. Let's get on the A point, slow the time down. Yep. Now watch our pinch.
Yeah, nice from Capsidal. Just getting some top tip control here. And a big win onto the second. Little jump up to make sure he can confirm the kill on Rupert. That will be most of, if not all of the A zone, especially if Craze can make use of this position. But no, only a little bit of damage can be tallied. Rex trying to follow up on that, though. Good for 2, and that should now guarantee the A zone. Spawns for Cabal, forcing them to play for a default at B.
Yeah, have to try to work your way on out. Dylan Rex has both guns for the fight. Give it a switch to the air, find that kill on the fire. Time extended, and you're currently up by 8 lives, but that's a 3 kills in favor of Cabal. Potentially sets them up to take the map control back away, but Capsule is just holding down his power position, waiting for his teammates to get back.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the life lead. 12 plays 21. Does not feel good. Definitely feels like this is about to be a round that comes to another conclusion by way of death.
Wow!
Okay, that's one way of going about that gunfight. 19 plays 11. And there's, I mean, Cabal is just coming off spawn so staggered at the moment. This is going to feel so punishing. But honestly, Amit have not really gotten on the zone. And if they can win a gunfight, Cabal GG could keep this clock moving. But, you know, down 10 lives, not feeling very positive about this one.
Yeah, but Kuti the entire time has been roaming in their base. Finally, Crazy's able to catch the timing on him. You would have hoped to God that he could have stayed alive, made a couple more plays, made it easier for your approach over towards B. But first segment seems to be locked. Crazy finds another kill through top mid. Still only one player on the point, but here comes Kuti to at least alleviate some of that pressure. But no more respawns now for Cabal. Cannot afford any mistakes.
Indeed, indeed.
We'll give it the segments either.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I don't. Did that second tick get locked? It was close.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think
didn't really get a
Brooklyn
chance to see
successful
the,
with 5 right there.
Yeah. I didn't see the queue up on that, but it looked like they did get there. So. Wow. Okay. Offense for offense to start. Things looking interesting, to put it plainly. Looking very interesting.
Yeah. Shout out Dylan Rex for this round. Having the AR and the SMG to play with. Knows the timings of all the players coming off the respawns. Was able to find 3. And that play to capture A gives them a hefty life advantage there. Now you're at least up by 1 segment going forward. Cabal GG. A little bit lackluster on their pushes there. Came down to a lot of individual players trying to make individual plays. Then the team push is good enough there for Omen to tie the game.
Well, opening battle here down low. Rooper able to find one. Didn't see the second. May not matter though. Yeah, I think there's a straight gunshot by Caps that allows him to take the fight. Rooper's looked really good, I have to say, in this series to this point. And 28.27, down to 60 seconds already. Crazy's looking to get a little feisty in the spawn. Oh, nearly loses the first gunfight, but Fake is there for the trade. But Brooklyn still in a really good, powerful position as they continue to keep this defense forward.
Yeah, it's a clean 4 dead. Now, fellow, your turn to whip out the SMG. Have a little fun in their spawn. Can you find anything more? Lines up another one onto Bink. The slide almost good enough to take down Kuti. Still have players here to fill those gaps. Crazy able to line up a 3. Trying to find it at the 4th, but Capsule steals it away from him. The SMGs is just causing problems in the spawn.
Oh, yeah. This round is likely already over. This protocol thinks a nice win from Craze. Now on 5 in a row, and yeah, Cabal just do not have any ground whatsoever to work with. So this is looking like it very well may be done and dusted.
Oh, man.
And that seems to be exactly the case.
Fire's not having a good time. No, he didn't get a single kill on this round. He still knows this pressure here, and no more time to work with Omen Brooklyn with a shutout on the defense. Just way too much pressure out of the SMGs. Even the ARs picking up the SMGs. They were having a field day in the spawn. When you allow these SMG players, the aggressors, the playmakers, to get pushed into your base, they know the timings. They know what they need to do to finesse, to influence the spawns a certain way. They do not give the ball any breathing room there on that attack. And now you're in the driver's seat.
All right. Can Cabal shut down the next attempt for Mid Brooklyn? Has to happen. Otherwise, we'll go into map 4 quickly. Stay on protocol, though. At the back of your mind, as Mid Brooklyn had a really strong break-off in their first offensive attempt. This time met with more resistance through the middle of the map. Back to full resistance in the middle of the map. That is all 4 dead, and now Cabal can essentially do the exact same thing that Amit did to them.
Yeah, but Dylan Rex, all he finds that opening kill into the player trying to overextend through Ellie side. Now you're hoping that Kuti can find the double. Almost makes it happen, but Craze there for the reaction and the trade. Now the players that are still up, you need them to make your approach easier. And you're coming out of spawn, but here comes Craze to not allow that to happen.
Okay. One tick, almost completed an A. Okay, there's the advantage furthered here for Brooklyn. That guarantees them the round 5 defense. And wow, they are still gunning to do that if he gets to round 5 at this rate. Fire Cootie, able to at least alleviate some of the pressure over towards the A zone. Second tick on the way, though. And Cootie is still playing topside window. Good help from Bink on the cross. Capital can't finish it off, and he's running a little low on ammunition as well. I might need a little bit of a push out, find these kills, and take a weapon. And, well, there we go. That might be enough to do just that. Looks like the A zone is done, and this fellow finds elimination. Sure should be. Capsidal still gunning. And it looks like Brooklyn have woken up in this series.
Oh, yeah. Finally, this is the Omen Brooklyn we're used to seeing. Kills are starting to go their way. They're starting to shut down these lanes. The SMG's having a fill day in the spawn. Time already extended. You're up by 5 lives. A lot of presence towards the backside of the tower as well. Can Dylan Rex say anything? Gun, unfortunately, gets stuck between 2 players on the side of Cabal, but your teammates still have mid-map control. You can work your way out for free.
Yeah, sure could. Well, Craze. On the back. Ooh, up and over. Oh, my, he almost pistol whipped. Not the case, though. 10v15. Cabal still hanging. Can they find another stretch of eliminations, especially here at middle of the map? No, not going to happen. Now you've got a 4v2 all of a sudden developing for Brooklyn as they try to make their way back over towards B.
Yeah, if you know you don't have the timing there to take space in their spawn, like, don't even risk it. I'd rather you sit there and hold the preaim and hold tight in your setup. They get caught with your pants down, but Capsule now already in a position to capitalize in towards tower. Game clock being paused. Capsule gains some early info. 7v12. Here comes Craze again on the bench.
Yep. And he's going to find one for free. Second one also
Shots.
tied up. 29 and 18 for Craze. Having himself a heck of a map 3. And whoa, a little heat check there and towards the spawn. First progress, though, already confirmed at B. Craze still watching on the pinch. Doesn't predict the second on the fire, but it's now a 10v1 and omit Brooklyn. Okay, that's more like it. Right into the action nearly immediately after being called that we needed to start seeing some signs of life. They provide, and now we've got ourselves a series.
Oh, yeah, that's when they make Call of Duty enjoyable right there. SMGs are just playing the timings in the spawn. The ARs are dominating towards the top windows. Then allow Cabal any opportunity to come off the respawn, won't even think about the retakes of how you're going to do it towards either one of those points. Fantastically played right there for a moment. Besides that round number 1, they've made the adjustments on their control. They understand the pacing. And I think the biggest adjustment that I saw was the fact that ARs at certain points were picking up SMGs. SMGs at certain points were picking up ARs. You even saw Capsule when he ran out of bullets towards top windows, towards top trip windows. He said, don't worry, there's an AR right here. I'll line up a double. So they had that in their bag. And they showed it there in that map at number 3 to go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, really well done. Love what we're seeing there on that kind of bounce back map. So now you start to talk about map number 4. It stays here on protocol. And I think if you're looking at that from the perspective of Amit, you're sitting here saying, sounds good. We'll see you there. Because right now they are playing really clean. And with a chance to kind of keep that momentum up on the same map, you feel good about your chances at being able to kind of bring this series back into your own terms and not let this be a one-sided conversation as it started.
Oh, yeah, because we saw in the map number 1, they basically won every single rotation that they needed to all the money hills. On a map like Protocol, where you need to guarantee that rotation of P3, P4, you're expecting Omen Brooklyn to be more polished in that aspect. But the difference is between a map like Hacienda and Protocol is that Protocol, some of these hard points are a lot more difficult to break on in. You don't have long routes that you can develop on in certain positions to make your break attempts or isolate some of these one-on-one gunfights to make your job a little bit easier on the approach. So if you're Cabal, rotations need to be on point. Your breaks were good in map number 1, but you have to be the team early on a map like Protocol.
I absolutely agree with you. Okay. See what we get, because at the moment, Mid Brooklyn have awoken in the series, and now the pressure is 1,000,000% on as you try to get yourself back into the mix here if you are Cabal. Again, kind of throwing away that search and destroy. I mean, again, I don't want to say it was such conviction, but it was a bit of a throwaway.
Yeah.
That's going to be painful. I mean, looking back on this series, especially if you're not able to capitalize and win here. So we'll see how things fare as we continue forward in the series.
Yeah, they already felt it there in that control, though. You can just tell by, like, certain players, besides Rupert, who was consistently in your spawn, making play after play, probably a little bit demoralized that they let that search and destroy slip away there in that map number 2 the way that they did. But now your backs are completely against the wall. You lose here, you are eliminated from Elite Stage 2 playoffs. Protocol Hardpoint is the only thing standing in your way to potentially get into a map number 5 Skyline, where in their first series last week, to start off the players versus 6F Carolina, they went all the way to a map number 5 on Skyline at around 10. So you're going to be feeling good if you can get there. You just have to get through Protocol.
That is correct. No other way to putting it. That is just plain on simple what has to happen here. And I think there's a level of, as much as we say, you know, Protocol kind of plays like Protocol does, really between Control and Hardpoint, you're looking at just rotation timings and kind of evaluating what we saw in Hacienda compared to that. I think if you're Cabal, you're going to trust that. We'll see, though, because, again, there is still a lot to be determined, and Omit Brooklyn look like they have really gotten back to form in certain ways. So take a small break, get ready to go for map number 4. We'll come back after this. Hey, you. It's us. We've got map 4, Protocol Hardpoint. You know what makes my day, Jay? You know what makes my day?
Talk to me. Talk to me, dude.
Every time I get a chance to just be weird and I just look over on my monitor to see our program feed and I just see you losing your mind, just like, I can't believe I picked this guy to be my duo.
You just catch me off guard every time, my friend, but I love it. You know, you keep me on my toes, just like the way that this series is currently going. Home at Brooklyn, slow in map number 1 and mixy map number 2, but it look a lot better in that map number 3. Now all of a sudden are up to it in the series, going into a Protocol Hardpoint where we look at the two rosters, we're thinking that they're the more formidable roster, but
Yeah.
Cabal GG, the way that they came out of that opening Hardpoint, it's still anyone's game, especially on a map like Protocol where there's a lot of money hills. You just need to make sure you're holding down your setups.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Easier said than done, though. I feel like, especially based on what we saw in Hacienda. So we'll see how things kind of move and unfold as we keep going. We'll take a look at the bracket just to kind of give you guys the look at what's at stake here. That Brooklyn up 2-1 as we see. YFP did win their control as well. We could kind of casually mention that. That was actually a round 5-3-2 just to kind of re-hit that. So they're also going into map number 4. Coming up next, though, we'll have the winners finals. Team War. And I still don't know why their acronym is CT. It's
CTE,
Royal Spartans. I mean, there's nothing to do with concussion protocol in that name. But that's what they're named. So Royal Spartans, Team War, be winners finals. Then we'll finish off our day down in Elim round 3.
Yeah, I can't wait for that matchup, man, because the way that the
me
Spartans played last week, like, it was picture-perfect Call of Duty. Even in Search and Destroy, they found themselves a bunch of the S&Ds going down early, making those adjustments, and then starting chaining 3 to 4 rounds together to close out these S&Ds. On the opposite side for Team War, Diamond Khan's been unbelievable, but so has Yuli, so has Turo. Adam Assault has had his moments. So that's a battle of just pure veterans on both sides of the field. So that one's going to be a good one when we get to it, but on the opposite side, YFP, like you said, a 3-2 victory in the control versus Distro, where Distro are giving them a run for their money, man. Like, they're playing really well. I wanna see these guys a little more. Obviously, they made it to playoffs here. They guaranteed their spot going into the next elite by just making the playoffs, but they've been playing really well so far throughout this elite stage. So I'm excited to see them continuously grow their name. And then obviously on the top side, we got Cabal versus Omen, which we are currently waiting for. Just a little quick reset. Going into that protocol Hardpoint. Still a fantastic day of Call of Duty in front of us.
I agree. Long day of Call of Duty in front of us if these series are as tight as they are, too. I think that's the other part about this is you guys better be buckled up and ready to go because, woo-wee, could get hot and spicy here real quick. It probably will, just knowing how things typically go with us. A lot of map 5s. You won't believe this. I filled in last night for College COD, 10:30 p.m. slot between Cal State Northridge and Cal State Fullerton. The whole week had been quick 3-0s. Go figure. I fill in for one series, Jay. Map 5, round 11 reverse sweep.
Hey, man, it's just the aura that we bring to the building now, and I don't know what it is. Just people want to perform when, you know, you got me and you in the booth, even if it's just one of us. But finally, the map fly-through is here. Protocol HP for the map number 4. Omit looking to close out this series and move on. Do lose bracket to see who they're going to play against, either YFP or Distro. But Cabal GG, they're trying to force this game 5.
Indeed they are. Can they do it? We're about to find out. We'll see. It's going to be a quick break off right in towards the middle of the map. Cabal just kind of holding on towards Grandma's initially, but Craze. Perfect timing on this route. No one was able to scout out anything through the middle of the map. Big miscue there from Cabal. And a bit Brooklyn are off quickly. Not only getting into the hard point, but also putting pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, spawns a little mixy, though. You're not going to expect Rupert in that position towards top trips, but these teammates on the opposing side over towards Grandma still reading no split spawns, so still soaking up a lot of this P1 time is Omit. Capsule now finally secures 1 kill of the map, but a lot of time to go with there at P1. Cabal GG find 3 in a row, potentially the final 15. But a perfect start there for Omit, especially with that play out of Craze.
Yeah, really nicely done. Now you're just kind of sitting here and waiting for P2 to open up. If really you're both teams. And the big question is, can Bink get any contact? Saw one, but did not expect Craze to be there for the other. Now Capsule trying to play around the backside of the follow-up kind of exit from Cabal. And he has kind of missed his window, at least initially he has, but now all of a sudden finds himself in a perfect position. Woo! And it's Capsule for 3, easy transfers, and a bit Brooklyn in from the front.
Yeah, now Cabal. Let's think about some rotations coming in. Big gunfight there from Rupert on the Capsule. Now you have some mid-map presence. The stun is able to connect on the fellow. That leads to a clean forward dead. So the break is good enough, and you've already been able to flip the spawn. You just got to take care of Capsule now. Try to chain it towards P3.
See if they can manifest it, do the things they need to do. So far, looking pretty decent for it. Okay, follow-up elimination still coming through. Pinstripe the kill feed, but again, Mid Brooklyn able to kind of turn Scrap into initial here. So really nice job over the top of P2, just keeping Cabal out of the hard point, and more importantly, keeping them away from the rotation to new. At least initially, Bink a little bit kind of staggered here, trying to find Craze is instead going to hit a pinch from the front, and Cabal are just kind of stuck in the mud at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to take the spawn, though. They're more than happy to have the back spawn here for the P3. Craze a little bit too aggressive. No one blocking the back spawn, so they can spawn over towards P1 gun. So you're initially able to find some early time. Dylan's finding that double now is going to allow his teammates back into this play to not allow you to get time here at lockers. You're keeping it mixed. You're going trades back and forth. Capsule through the back also gets shut down. So Cabal, even with all the chaos, they're managing well.
Yeah, doing really well. Trying to get this back to essentially a tie game. Spawns are still in, even though Craze finds a double. Fell low. No, not going to happen. Fire collapses onto 2. And now it's just down to Capsule. Ooh, wow, nice slide, able to find the first. It would have been not a miracle, but it would have been nice to have the second. But now Fellow trying to follow up off of this, but the spawn's just too close for Cabal. back to within about, right, we'll call it about what it is, about 20-point game, 25-point game. And we're head down over to New, where currently Myth Brooklyn are in position, but a couple of kills maybe open the door for Cabal to challenge until Capsule takes care of Spiral.
Yeah, this is one of those hills that you need to find a break. The ball found a lot of success in the opening HP over breaking some of these money hills. Just this one, compared to the others, it's a lot more difficult to do it with. Capsule strikes for 2. Craze there for the trade. Number still in favor of Omit. Yeah, Bink, you just want to get out. Wait for the next push.
Should be good to do just that. Damn. Okay. That's one way to go about it. Goody Rooper stringing them together. Now the contest looking more formidable. And that's going to be a really good chunk of time here for Cabal, considering how this Hardpoint opened up. Going to be down right around 40 points. We'll call it 30 if they don't get contested on the scrap, which they may not. I mean, Myth Brooklyn are looking to set themselves up for high ground control. Bink has already seen a lot of this rotation, and that's enough to trust your teammates can do the damage that needs to be done to win the P2 side of the map. This has been pretty solid for Cabal.
Yeah, good stuff from Cabal so far. Win that rotation over towards P1, but we need this mid-map pressure, and they don't find any single kill. At least make their approach a little bit easier. Dylan dominating through the top side of the windows on 3 in a row. Capsule now whips out an extra AR. Dylan finds his 4th, and if you're Goody, yeah, we know we can't just guard towards mid. I got to try to find something on this pitch.
Well, Goody, does he get timing? Sure does. Also a little bit of assistance from Fire to find one. But Rex, much better map for him. I was going to say, he has not been the same usual Dylan Rex that we've come to know, but now starting to turn things up. 17-9, 8 in a row, close to a Hellstorm. Best map in, I would say, his playoffs so far in Stage 2.
Yeah, he's beaming right now, man. He's dominating that AR presence through the top side of the windows. Fire and Bink have not been able to contest him so far. The 70-point difference. Your Cabal, and you need to make up for it with some time here at P2. Initially win the rotation, but you can already see a couple routes on the horizon here. Dylan Rex working his way sweetly behind top 3. Unfortunate team kill there. And now you have the angles for all the pinches, and you find every single kill. So it works out there for all.
Yeah. 40 seconds to fight for on P2. Craze playing forward. Gets a decent read that a couple of Cabal members had spawned over towards the left side of the map. But the awareness is not there that there was a split spawn as Fire finds one. Cap's a little quick to pick up on that, and now back into the hard point. Yep, that works out well. Nice little transitionary moment here for Myth Brooklyn. 20 seconds to fight for, and they'll be spawning close. One more hit for Cabal because flat out they have to hit this. And in that moment, Myth Brooklyn, if they can find a clean kill feed, they can again go scrap 2 initial from 2 to 3 like they did last time we were here.
Yeah, and if you're Cabal now, you are forced to simply back on up. You gotta make it count here at the P3, P4 chain. Find these kills off your rotation. Don't allow them to slip on by. Ready for the first push coming on the overextension, but you get double team. Now Fire tries to make up for it, gets a little bit too aggressive. Already Omen Brooklyn right in your face.
Yeah, not been a great map for Rooper here. He's doing what he can to try to get into the hard point, but it's just not working out for him. And when the ARs are losing gunfights like that, it puts so much pressure on your SMGs to just stand tall and try to deal with a 1v multiple situation over and over and over again. And Rex is still absolutely frying. Freebies all over the place. That backside sidewalk push. And Myth Brooklyn are going to get past 200 points here.
And this is perfect. Because if they find this next wave of kills right here, you start thinking about that rotation. You're going to be early over towards New. There's only one player here that you have to contest, and that is going to be Cutie. He cuts his losses to rotate early over towards the Money Hill at P4. Every single gunfight right here from here on out needs to be won by Cabal. Fellow starts with the first. Effective on the trade are Fire and Rooper. Turn it into a 2v2. Fellow gets a little bit too aggressive. You win the gunfights. You win the rotation. You need a full hold here.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been scrap to initial, scrap to initial, scrap to initial. Up until this point, Cabal in a good spot. Myth Brooklyn finally looking like they're actually setting something up for a coordinated break attempt. Fellow be the first one to drop. He's not had a great map, but everyone else around him has. Rex stuck in a corner. Eventually dealt with. Craze the last one left. His position's known, though, after his last elimination, and Fire will push him out. Okay, good start here. And, oh, little stray nade through Spiral. Gets a little bit of extra cushion here for Cabal. And, yeah, they're, dealing with the first 40 seconds for free.
This is fantastically played from Cabal. Only they could have found the success in the first half of the game. We'd be in a lot tighter of a situation, but still going to be down by 60. currently have the rotation as well over towards P1, but this is what Omen Brooklyn love to do. They'd love to play around this mid-map where they're playing those split setups, reading those split spawns, and just catching you off guard. Well, Cabal GG at least do step 1 correctly at the P4. Now you need to continue forward.
Hellstorm going to be called in for caps. Lots of information to be read off of this. Decent trying to bend that up to the top floor. Doesn't fully work out, but the eliminations behind it are perfect. 3 will fall. Last one left to grab is Mink. And uh-oh, not like that. All 4 down. Rupert tried to counter as he was able to earn a Hellstorm in a little bit of a spree earlier in this game. It'll put a pause to the capture on the hard point, but you're still fighting out a spawn here if you're a Cabal.
Yeah, just a couple kills to go your way. Was able to find one, but Omen Brooklyn back on for the potential final 15 seconds there. Allows them to get closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Don't really have an opportunity to even think about getting him off of it. He finds that kill there, but off the rotation, Omen Brooklyn already contesting at news. You need to go.
Yeah, you sure do. Easier said than done, though. Especially as this hill is, well, I was going to say initially looking like it's in a really good setup, but now you can try to collapse from topside ledge. Capsule, wow, 5 in a row for him now. And a follow-up from Craze is good. The SMGs just dominating here for a bit, Brooklyn. And they will take it comfortably. Map number 2, 250, 156. And yeah, that's more like it if you're at Brooklyn. We could shrug off the map 1, even the starts of that map 2. The remainder, getting through round 10, round 11 of the search, clean through the control and Hacienda. Or pardon me, on control here, and the same thing here in this hard point, just from start to finish. So clean.
Yeah, I guess just a little bit slow to wake up today off of their first map, because everything in map number 1 was sloppy. Even map number 2 had moments where it was definitely sloppy. You allow Fellow to end that SMG in a 1v3, clutch it up to win the round 11, build some momentum going forward, dominating the protocol control due to the impact of the SMGs and even the ARs at times picking up SMGs. Just way too much pressure on the map, and then in the protocol, they just outclassed them, man. Winning every single rotation that they need to, trading out effectively when they need to. The only mishap that I would say that Omen Brooklyn allowed to happen in this game was when Crazy so far pushed them over towards tower that you allowed them to spawn on the backside of P3. Without that situation, Cabal basically not end this game. Omen Brooklyn came into play here in this series. Dylan Rex really turned it around after slow map number 1. And that's a great series to take care of business there.
Yeah, could not agree more, my friend. Definitely better across the board. Fellow, yeah, a little slow in this map, but regardless, everyone else around him is popping off, so kind of is what it is at that point. Okay, so that Brooklyn into elimination round 3. They'll take on the winner of YFP and Distro. And no updates, at least that I can tell, in terms of what's going on in map number 4 yet. So we shall see how things go.
Still
from there.
going. Still going. We're probably going to jump in.
Well, maybe.
It's obviously got to be still going. Like, Distro, they're not giving up for free. Like, every single map so far in that series, besides Search and Destroy, has been pretty tight. At least in this series, this one's done and dusted. The Cabal are going home. A couple bad stat lines there for players on the side of Cabal, but it's just, that's how the game is going to be when you're consistently playing from the back foot. Let's take a look at the maps and modes again. You dominate in the opening Hacienda, you fall short, basically choke that Hacienda S&D. You go up 2-0, it's anyone's game at this point.
Oh, yeah.
You potentially close it out a little bit sooner, but not being able to force that skyline map number 5 Cabal, definitely going to be thinking about the mistakes in all the maps that they played throughout this series. But Omen Brooklyn, continuing forward, move on to losers round 3.
All right. Going map 5, apparently, is what we're hearing for the Bravo matchup. Distro 250 to 113 in map number 4. So that has been a series of heavy swings. I mean, we had a 250, 151 to YFP to start. Hacienda Hardpoint. 6-2 red card search and destroy to Distro. 3-2 control in favor of YFP. And then 250, 113 to Distro map number 4. So heavy swings outside of the control in that matchup going 5. Coming up next for us, we will be focused on what's going on with Royal Spartans and Team War once we complete this Bravo matchup. I imagine they are pretty much ready to go, as you assume the vetoes are already completed, so we shouldn't have to wait too long to get into that game. And from there on out, we should be kind of hanging out and chilling. It should be a good time.
Oh, yeah, we got some good Call of Duty still in front of us. Obviously, YFP and Distro going to that Game 5. It is going to be on Hacienda. Like, if you're YFP, with the way that Wiz plays Call of Duty, man, it's just sometimes he gets a little bit too overzealous, a little bit too aggressive in certain angles. On a map like Hacienda, he loves to be that tone setter around Top Secret. So it should be a fun one whenever they get to that map number 5. But still a lot of Call of Duty, Alan. I'm strapped in. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready for it as well, my friend. Quick break. We'll be back for Bravo, map number 5, and then we'll be going up to the upper finals. Be right back. Don't go far. back, everybody. We are going to fast forward a touch. Bravo stream. Still going to have your map 5 between Distro and YFP, but Royal Spartans, Team War, they're both ready to go. So we're going to get ready to go as well. Here's a look at our bracket just to give you the overview of what's been happening throughout the entirety of the playoff bracket, whether that be the opening today or what we had seen from the end of last week. In particular, for Team War and the Royal Spartans, they have been pretty comfortable in their run to get to the winners finals. I think the only thing that I'm still kind of hanging my hat on here, Jay, is that Team War had a very simple winners round 1, winners round 2 compared to what the Royal Spartans had drawn up.
Oh yeah, like going through Distro, going through Cabal GG, even though they did make it into playoffs, not really some of our toughest opponents, at least on paper. On the side of the Royal Spartans, the fact that they had to get through an Omit roster who went 4-1, came in as the number 2 seed, took care of them with ease on every single one of those maps, had an insane comeback as well in the Search and Destroy. And if you remember that control, like Prolu almost goes Superman, lags out the game and comes back and almost finds success there. But to talk about this roster a little bit more, man, Prolu has been the guy for me. I know I gave him a shout out previously on the CDL this past weekend of like a potential player that can work his way back up to the big leagues. It's just what he's been able to do for his roster, the way that he sets them up, the tone that he's able to set, either with the AR or the SMG. It's been beautiful to watch. But he's activating players like Gunzy, like Darkside, who so far throughout this elite, he's been one of the top SMGs in the game, man. He's been all over the map for Rory Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, this Spartans team has been fun to watch because, and this has been said about a couple of squads, but I think in particular for the Spartans, there is never one player in particular you look at because all 4 of them have had the ability of having takeovers. And I think more in particularly, we really haven't seen too often where the Royal Spartans need someone to have an individual performance to make up for, you know, someone else not having a good game. Everyone seems to be playing pretty consistently, and then you get some sort of an X Factor game from a player like Prolude or Spart or Darkside, and it just ends up becoming like these runaways. And they have looked like our most complete and our most unified, I think, challengers team so far, which is just so odd to say because they started their group stage so miserably. On the other side, Team War, definitely a well-tested group of veterans. Of course, you've got Assault, Diamond Con rocking down the ARs, 2 Real, and Yuli with the SMGs. And I would say Yuli's my guy that I think definitely still holds enough weight to be a CDL consideration on this roster.
Hey, Yuli's been a phenomenal player even since last season, man. I remember when he was getting a lot of high praises from not only us, but a lot of people throughout the Challengers community with his level of play last season. So far this season, obviously Challengers sometimes gets a little mixy. You don't know what your roster is going to look like, but at least so far for this Team War roster, alongside 2 Real, he's been unbelievable. Because if you're expecting a player like 2 Real to do what he does, he's most likely going to be focused on the objective, doing the dirty work, finding the rotation off the spawns, opening up lanes for Yuli and him to just have a field day. But their hands are going to be very full here because to open up on a red card, you cannot have a lot of success with your SMGs. You're probably going to have to whip out that third AR at points. Just need to make sure that you're ready for what the Spartans are going to throw at you. Because we watched them play this map a couple times last week. They have a really good understanding of like, okay, we're pushing out this side of the map. We're trapping you here. Everyone's accounted for. And that can come back to bite you on a map like red card. Because if you're in that mix, if you're in that cycle, and you're basically trapped towards the backside of all these hard points, they make your job a living hell trying to exit.
Yeah, without question. So, yeah, it's a really good shout out. Sorry, I got to sneeze. I think it's just for Team War, like, set up the tempo immediately because we know that this Royal Spartans team is good at both being able to keep up in the slaying department, but more in particularly, they're really good at manipulating spawns. And I think the thing that we don't give credit to enough, maybe necessarily at the league level, I think we point to moments where teams don't do this, but what the Spartans, I think, do really, really well is they're happy to chalk 20 seconds to set up for the next 40. Like, they're so good at understanding when they need to cut their losses. So I think that's another part of the picture here for this Royal Spartans team, looking really disciplined, and I think that discipline needs to be matched here if you're Team War.
Yeah, I think the discipline is going to be a big factor because you said it perfectly, my friend. They're more than willing to give up final 20 seconds so they can get the initial 40 at new, and that's due to them just understanding their setups. They have, like, these go-to setups so where if we're chalking up 20, we're playing for a new setup, we know where the pressure's going to come in. We should not get contested on some of these hard points because we understand the layering that we need to build to make sure we walk away with a lot of time there. So they've been putting in a lot of work on the back end for practice, but last week is a different week than today. sometimes COD can be so day-to-day. Just the way that the Royal Spartans left the taste in our mouths last week. They were the best team without question in the respawn. So Team War need to try to answer early into this series.
Yeah, they looked really, really polished. Again, can't say it enough. But we'll see. Do we get that same team here today? Or will it be a different look from Team War to give us something to consider in terms of their potential prowess? Especially with a double red card to start. Definitely feels like you can play head games very quickly with your opponent just by manipulating spawns, getting them guessing if they're already hitting for rotation or not. So many ways that you can assert some early dominance. Not to mention the fact that this is one of our highest engagement maps, of course, in the Hardpoint my pool. So you could also just start popping off and saying, I'm him. That's an option as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. A map like Red Card where you can dominate with your ARs, just dominate the outskirts of the map. Yeah, you can pump your chest a little bit if you're single-handedly shutting down these lanes. As you guys can tell, the fly-through is just a little bit longer than you're expected. That means there's something going on with the lobby. Obviously, as soon as we're ready into the game, we'll let you guys know. Or at least be there to cast it for you, because this is going to be a banger of a series. To take a look at the maps again, double red card to start us off. The Vault Control is a spicy one, because I feel like if you're the Spartans, you played it twice last week, and you really couldn't find a W in either one of those. So hopefully with a couple more reps underneath your belt, you're more polished than that map. Map number 4 is going to be the Skyline Grade A Bang Out, and then Vault S&D, where we watched the Spartans have multiple S&D reps on it. Multiple comebacks on the map, a lot of adjustments, a lot of different play calls on their defensive setups. So it's a good map set here for the Spartans. But if your Team War, like I said, it's just to catch them off guard. The hard points are going to be the biggest ones.
Yep. I absolutely agree. It's just, they have been, I don't think we've ever seen a team like the Spartans where they come out looking so cold in the group stage. Again, the first week they went 1-3. They had to win their final matchup in the groups just to get to playoffs. They had to do that last season though too. And then once they get there, they look like a totally revitalized squad. And I don't know what it is, because the roster really hasn't moved or changed. So I don't know if it's just trying to figure things out after some patch stuff or what, but yeah, I'm not sure what the dealio is. So we shall see.
Sometimes, Alan, you just take a little bit longer, you know? With challenges being as mixy as it is, you got new teammates probably as soon as the elite stages end, as soon as Cup ends. So then when you get into the elite, you're probably starting off slow with the new roster, but the more reps you get, it's the best practice you're going to get, because you're basically in the tournament environment.
Yeah.
You're only able to perform better as you continue on. Thankfully, they were able to find their formula at the right time to put them in this position, as they started off versus Omid, not Omid Brooklyn, a team who we thought was one of the best teams that we had throughout this Elite Stage 2. They steamrolled them in all of the respawns. And then the Surge and Destroy, they had an insane comeback. Versus YFP, the same thing could be said. Rolled through them in the opening hardpoint, dominated in the Search and Destroy, fell short in the control again, but the hardpoints have just been way too strong. And that allows them to be in this position versus Team War in the winners finals. Whoever wins this matchup obviously moves up to the grand finals. So this is a big match for both teams, man.
Oh,
really big
yeah,
one.
Absolutely. Let's try again here, friends. Cinematic fly-through coming through once more. Means that we are hopefully very, very close to being able to get this thing underway. Hopefully. It's just, yeah. I don't know. We could sit here and waffle all night long about, look at this player, look at that player. We just want to see gameplay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
You should never know. Like last week, you could have been a god. This week,
yeah,
you could be
not a god.
not a god. Exactly. You know, so anything can change when you're playing the game of Call of Duty. But again, the fly through so long, chat, that you know you're coming back to us, baby. We're right here. We're right here. Don't go anywhere. Eventually, we will get the game 1 started.
Let's talk CDL, because I don't want to talk about challenges anymore right now.
All right, pal.
Matches this weekend. I don't even know who do we got. Who do we got this weekend?
Friday, we got some bangers, bro.
Whoa,
we got some banger matchups.
We got the battle for the Great White North again, there, bud. We got Toronto, Vancouver to kick off the weekend.
Woo.
How about that?
That's a good
Thieves Optic. Woof.
That's not a goodie. Yeah,
Not a goodie.
We move past that one. Yeah,
Got Ravens Falcons battle for the flighted birds.
it's a good one. You have a great Friday. It's a great Friday for the CDL, man.
That's a Saturday matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, so Friday's Toronto, Vancouver, LA Thieves,
Carolina, Miami.
Optic, and
the
then
final game on
Carolina,
Friday.
Miami. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, like, I don't know what to think about this Miami team. I feel like some of their wins recently have been, I won't say fluky, but like they're taking advantage of like a weak Optic, for instance. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. Like, I just don't know how to evaluate this Miami team because 2 and 3, they're probably going to sneak their way back into the upper bracket again. And I don't know how they keep doing that. And then once they get into a major environment, it just feels like there's always a little bit of magic on land for them. So I'd be interested to see how that one goes.
I like the Miami team, man. Obviously, the dub versus Optic, the way that Optic have been looking recently, like that one, you can just take with a grain of salt because everybody is giving the whooping to the green wall right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, they spawned in this week versus LAT. We moved past that one, though. We're not worried about that. We're looking at Optic trying to gain some confidence in their next matchup versus LAT, which will be on Sunday. But for this Miami team, I just love how scrappy they are, Alan. I feel like they've been really understanding what their identity is. Like Real's become a lot more consistent so far throughout this stage. Rencor has been unbelievable with the AR ever since he's entered the building. So they're getting a lot more consistent with their gameplay. They're sort of figuring out their S&Ds, which I feel like was the biggest struggle for them. Control is still something that they work on, but as long as teams keep giving them that vault, they're more than happy to play it.
What would you say is the match of the weekend? I'm kind of looking at the last 2 games on Sunday. Minnesota Vancouver could be spicy. And then Cloud9 Atlanta? If Minnesota plays to the ceiling and potential that we know that they have, I think that could be a mixy matchup with Vancouver. And then the same thing for Cloud9. If they can play at the level that we know that they can play at, I would be interested to see how they square up versus Atlanta because I won't lie. I thought Atlanta was going to beat the living butt off of Boston. That didn't happen. So
No.
I don't know. I don't know if that was more of just Atlanta fiddling around and trying new things or what.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Atlanta, they were playing maps that they usually don't play. Like, you're trying to improve your map pool. You want to be more polished going into Major 2. So, even though they went to a game pod rollover versus Boston, once they got to that red card, even going down 3-0, they were able to rally at least 3, 4, maybe 5 rounds in a row together, multiple first bloods, started picking them apart. That's just what you expect out of a roster like Atlanta FaZe. They make those mid-round adjustments. They know who their personnel is. They understand who they're playing against and how they can put themselves in a position to most likely walk away with the W. Just when you're playing those maps that you usually don't play, that's when scaries get a little bit tight. So I think even in that final matchup versus Cloud9, Atlanta are still going to be testing maps because they're trying to win Major 2.
Yep. And that's not what you want to see. Can we just, settle on a server, guys? It's online COD. We're not playing on LAN. It's just is what it is.
You know how these guys get down, man. You know how they get down. I'm trying to have 20 ping.
Yep. It's that part of the bracket where that now matters. It didn't matter all group stage, but it matters now. So, yeah. There's the series layout again, in case we haven't talked about it enough, which we have. So.
Okay. All right. Eventually, we're going to get into the game, Alan. Eventually, we will. I'm curious what's the update on the YFP Distro game, because we obviously know that that's all the way into game number 5. That is on the Bravo stream for anybody still trying to watch some COD with the delays that we're currently having, but they're also dealing with it. It's okay. Yeah. All right.
All right. Well, maybe one of these days our admins will grow a spine and tell the players to suck it up and deal with it, but that day's not today. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back sometime for map number 1 or number 5, whatever comes first. Welcome back, everybody. We are finally in the game. These teams agree that they have balanced ping. So here we go. After a long podcast, we're into it. Quickly off to the races. We get into red card. This will be here for map 1 and map number 2. And the Spartans are, again, just dominating the outside of the map. They have such good ideas and so many good focus points when it comes to what they want to do in the map.
Big opening to the hard point. If you are the Spartans, show your presence through the outskirts, dominate outside hedges, and you're going to get a lot of time here at P1, or at least keep them off of it. But now this is where Team War get a little bit activated. They find 3 in the feed. They've been able to flip the spawns. Proluz playing a step ahead, though. This is what I've been loving out of the young man. He doesn't play for the traps. He's playing to always play for the W. And just finessing with his life forces his teammates now. At least take a little bit of this mid-map pressure away. Team War now have control of stage. They can trap them in towards the back.
Yep. Well, Dark already getting to work, playing over towards goal side. Shots out, not able to find the elimination, so a minimal amount of points being tallied at the time being. Ooh, a little windy there for Gunzy. Try to lock on for the aim assist, doesn't quite get it. And that moment will allow now 3 to fall. Team War able to break in from the front.
That's a fantastic break there from Team War. A lot of time to fight for here at P2. Stun able to connect, catches Diamond Khan off guard. Now Yuli fills his space. Yuli's just hoping that his teammates can keep on watching over him. Soak up all the time. You send in 2 red to find a double. Alleviate some of that pressure there. Now, if you are the Spartans, you got to be able to cut your losses. You cannot force these gunfights right through this old hard point.
Yeah.
Or can you? Because even if you die in the final 3 seconds, you're going to spawn at new.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, but it is working. I'll put it that way. So, here we go. Over towards new. It will be Team War there first, but Dark side.
Sounds like I'm hearing so many gunfights.
I am, dude. There's a second audio feed coming from somewhere, dude. I don't know where. I don't know where it's coming from.
It's got to be the search of the shore, because I heard a bomb ticking, so it's probably the game 5 over there between YFP. We're picking up audio from, but now Team War in a situation where you can have Roy's Spartans trapped in towards the backside of this B3. 2 from top. Eski unfortunately gets a little bit too aggressive there. Now you're in a man down. Only 1 player in the point assault. He's surrounded by so many players. A clean break there from the Spartans.
Yeah, looks really good. Okay. Over towards garage. Gunzy. Yeah, that'll work. Keeps the front door alive. And Wolf wants more than that, and he runs out of ammunition. So 3 will fall behind this. Team War gonna get the scrap time. And already a quick rotation from Adam Saul, at least into the middle of the map. Dark able to meet him there. Trade will be there as well, though. So again, just very back and forth. A little bit of a tug-of-war game going on right now as we head over to new, and the Spartans will get the space that they want, not allowing Team War to get that long wrap rotation into play.
Yeah, but this it's already a split spawn here for Team War. They find the initial kill over towards Ambi. You get a little bit of pressure over towards top heads as well, so you just got to cross over towards stage. Take your time fighting this gunfight onto Dark Side. Just put yourself in a position to make a play. But Sparty catches a double. Dark Side strike. That first push instantly gets shut down. And now Yuli, even though he does find an opening kill, he knows I can't cross this free.
Pro loot. Oh, not going to be able to get a read onto Yuli playing from the left corner. And okay, follow-ups are decent. Spartans still hanging on as they'll reclaim the lead. 15 seconds of scrap time, and it looks like off spawn, mostly Team War is looking to play off rotation. Assault's going to give us a try. 2Real just trying to follow up on that, and okay, that's a lot of space rotating over to new. And again, this hasn't just been a 50-50 in terms of like both teams are evenly exchanging kills. They're also, again, cutting losses and playing for good rotations. This is some good COD being played.
Yeah, some good stuff there. The Spartans able to at least find a full 60 hold over towards the money hill at P4. But Team War now early off the rotation towards P5. Yuli's going to have his hands full, though. You want to try to maintain cafe control. At least finesse for the first kill. Dance, dance, dance. Almost gets the better there of Spart. But now if you are the Spartans, you have the S&D. You're finding all the gunfights, and now you can trap them in towards the bottom side of S.
Ooh, Dark. Okay, good team shots coming out. Spartans locking things down. 27 seconds worth to fight for. Nice slide out from Yuli. Immediately traded, but creates some cause for concern here. The Spartans setup, and wow, 2Real. Really nice shots coming out. Diamond following up to make sure the Spartans cannot play extra steps forward. So Hardpoint stays neutral. 13 seconds of scrap time. And it looks like Gunzy says, I'm just going to go back over to Ticket here and see if we can try to own some dominance in the middle of the map. And actually, the same thing's being said here from Team War. This has been a very even battle. Both teams essentially trying to prefer to do the same thing.
Yeah, now we're fighting for the outskirts. same time. Dark Side this time gets the better of 2 Real. You put the numbers early in favor of the Spartans, but Dark Side with that SMG. You know I want to be rolling around ticket. This is where I'm going to enjoy more of my stay here on the red card. He just slides on in. Give me another one. There you go. Chow almost takes down and take care of Yuli. But now Yuli makes a play over towards head side. You have outside pressure. If you're Team War, just keep on sitting in the hard point.
Shots from Prolute. Ooh, deterred a little bit by the stun. 10-point game. Jay, this is going to game time. I'm just going to call it right now. We got 2:40 on the clock. Neither team over 100 points and a lot of neutral time through 4-1 here. More still to come, as this is just no one can dominate any part of the map. It's just back and forth kills, back and forth kills. We're left with these kind of stringy 2v2s throughout a lot of these hard points, and now we're finally going to get at least some sort of set of control as Team War will be over the top of P2. Wow, if Gunzy wins that gunfight, though, that's Omni movement and a highlight reel right there.
Yeah, it's a fight now for the stage control, though, when Royal Spartans are able to combine with 3 kills in the feed. So now you have them trapped in towards the back. You already have a route being undeveloped on the side of Yuli. Taking his sweet time to go all the way around, but who meets him? None other than Prolu. He says, yeah, I like to make these kind of plays, and I'm not going to allow you to break us here. He's just going to try to play his life, but he does get caught. Allows his teammates to still soak up a lot of his time.
Dark. Ooh, almost gets the read on Yuli, jumping on in. Spart trying to follow up, but oh, there's just so many members nearby. Wait, how did Spart get in right here? I was about to say, he should be fully surrounded and eventually will be dealt with. Scrap time looking decent for Team War. Dark Side on the rotation play, trying to create space for his teammates to go deep through the backside of bleachers. And he hasn't really seen anyone through the middle of the map here, so it's going to be a small battle over old, but more importantly, it's this 2v2 over the new Heim.
Oh, making it a 3v4 now because once that new hill pops, allows those close spawns to come in at that P3. So it's a mix fest in towards the staircase, but the Spartans able to withstand that. And even getting outnumbered in that situation, just walking away with a majority of those gunfights to at least have somewhat of control of the outskirts of the street, but 2-row finds a double. Team War in.
Well, on to the time. 30 seconds to the fight for. We're down to 2 minutes in the game clock. Just going to keep casually bringing that up, friends, until we can talk about it a little bit more intensely than casual. 2 Real. Timing here is going to be everything. There's the gunshot. Here comes the play. Able to get the first, second right in front of him, and Yuli will find the third, leaving just Prolute, last one left alive. And a chase down from 2 Real, nearly able to capitalize on the kill, but not quite. A little bit of scrap time tally. Team War right back into the driving seat.
And you already let someone slip on by. Sparty was able to get right past Assault, thinking that he had that overextension covered. And now they're finding every single kill. They're thinking everything is sweet. Now Spartan in a position to find an opening kill. Prolu from the opposing end finds a second. And now Team War are trapped. You got to watch the cross.
Well, so far so good. First 2 kills come through. Spartan Dark. Wow, ooh, clean shots of Dark Side, but just too many members to deal with. Now, for the first time in a while, our first kind of significant lead, if you even want to call it that. 20 seconds to the advantage for Team War. Diamond kind of a good spot to shut things down over to the staircase. Trying to get around the play as Gunzy, but he's held off through ticket. And this is not good news here for the Spartans, as they need to make a choice. Do we hit for the old time, or can we try to make a rotation over to new?
Yeah, this is the hill they found full 60 last go around, but the adjustments came in from Team War. They run the rotation over towards new, and they have not allowed the Spartans to even get close over towards stage, but they're still going to commit for at least 10 seconds of junk time. They're finding all the kills. You already have players early off the rotation to new. We just got to guarantee that BS&D spawn, but the only person in a position to potentially block it is Gunsy. He's just not in the right spot.
Yeah. Well, turns and sees 2 Real. Steps away from the fight, and he is just completely surrounded. How his what? This is some finesse from Gunzy. Now back over around the back. He finds another elimination, but still the time stays neutral, and Team War find themselves 40 seconds up.
Yeah, by the end of this hardpoint, it's going to be 50 seconds remaining on the game clock, because neither one of these squads are going to have an opportunity to even hop into the objective. Unless you synchronize a couple kills together. You go 2 for 2 on the split. You're still going to keep it mixy and they good enough to allow Yuli onto the HP. Smart there for the trade, and that time just continues to clock on down.
Yes, sure does. Down to minute 12. I'm going to predict a 220 to 206 win to Team War as the clock expires. That's what I'm looking at.
I'm
See if that ends up happening.
202, 170.
202, 170? Okay. See what we get. Hardpoint opens. Under 60 seconds on the game clock. Spartans are in. Gunzy waiting for a pinch. He has got someone right above him. Trades are good, though, for Team War. Gunzy now has to kind of keep his head in a swivel. Finds one, knows there's a second outside, but yeah, that's where Adam Assault is just able to use that high ground position to find the kills. Again, it's just even exchanges. No one comfortable enough to get into the hard point.
Arstop trying to get something done on the outskirts, though. He knows that we eventually have to play this hard point time. There's only 40 seconds remaining on the game clock. You find a couple kills, make it 3 in sync. You're in control of the spawns. You know exactly where Team War are going to approach this from. You can need this 20 seconds, but you also need gunfights to go your way. The initial one goes in favor of Assault, responded by Gunzy and Spart finding 2.
Yep.
So still soaking up this P1 time, 37 seconds still to play with.
I can hear the fingernails being bitten as we're starting to come down to the wire. 30 seconds to play. P2 about to open up. Spartans get the initial time. Spawns, though, are still around the back. Big 1v1 here that Turil's able to take. And you got a pinch from Adam Assault. Oh, this could get nasty, but from the front, Gunzy hangs. Assault not quite able to finish off this elimination, but eventually dealt with. DiamondCon trying to slip in for the time. Real working with them. Shut down by Spart, still hanging on to his life as the spawns come up for the Spartans.
Yeah, spawns come up for the Spartans, but you don't want to be towards the backside. Hopefully your nades and stuns are able to connect. You can find an opening kill because on the pinch, Real has made your life not enjoyable. It's now 29 seconds still on the game clock. You cannot win here for your Team War, but you're more than happy to play the contest game.
Yep.
You know you have the rotation to do.
Yeah, Yuli shut down. What did I say? Did I say 220 to 184?
Yes, you did.
Oh boy, it's a little over 184, so we'll see. Is this gonna be like The Price is Right, where you have to just like the double showcase? You have to get it within like X amount of points.
Well, you beat me guaranteed at this point. I'm a loser. It's all right. 25 seconds. Here we go. Final push. Team War find 3. Sparty has to make a Sparty-like play. Can he find another double? No, only able to take down 1 and not Team War. They can just keep them off of it if you want to.
Well, kills are decent. Yuli, nice timing on this pinch, but it's 3 dead in the feed. If they can find a shutdown onto Yuli, there's going to be time here for the Spartans to hang on with a little bit of comfort. DiamondCon, whoa, nice shots onto Prolud. Barely even could see him. Doesn't make a difference. Real now trying to pop up into windows. Shots around the corner, good. Not going to find the follow-up, though. Team War still trying to keep him out of the time. Assault back in. Rotation now going to be the question mark here for the Spartans, as they have to kind of do both things at once. And this gap with the clock remaining may be a little bit too much for them to deal with.
And the good thing is that Team War keep on trading around the front side of this hard point, so it
Exactly.
allows them to keep on spawning on the front side, so they're going to have the rotation over towards P4. You got to give up this time if you are the Spartans. These long routes need to work. Real. 2 players in front of him, lines up the first teammate there to keep you alive for the second.
Wait.
You got to cross if you're the Spartans.
Real, does he get a look at Prolud on this cross? Stun comes through. Prolud doesn't find the win. Adam Assault right there with him. Dark not able to find the double. Just last couple of seconds remaining. Gunzy around the back. Can he get there in time? No, he cannot. And it will not go to game time. 250 will be met by Team War, opening things up with electricity here. 250 to 225.
Man, what a scrappy opening red card hardpoint. Neither team could find a lot of success for that P5 time, but the P4 was basically the deciding factor of how this game was going to go. The Spartans were able to hold it down for the first go-around for a full 60 hold, but then the next 2 times, even on the last time, didn't really rely on the squad and Team War getting a lot of time there, because all they needed was 15 seconds. Just putting yourself in a position to be the team early on, toward Money Hill, to where you're watching the crosses, to where even if you're losing the initial gunfights, you're still in a position off the respawn to invest your stun, invest your nade, make it easier for your objective player there. As both teams are just going blow for blow. It's just Team War a little bit more effective on their slaying. We're able to trap Royal Spartans from the backside of some of these Money Hills, probably the way that they didn't want to be. But Team War, like we said probably a half an hour ago, 45 minutes when we were talking about the series initially, they needed to find success on the opening hardpoint, and they get it done here.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay. Electric start, though. I mean, again, this is about as back and forth as it could possibly be. And I love to see that because, again, how impressed we were from the Spartans in their ability to clutch up in the final round of the group stage. And then to follow that with a clean, dominant set of wins in their playoff run definitely had you, again, like leaning favor over to the Royal Spartans team based on what they were able to show us. But again, it was a week ago. A lot could change. And you look down to the leaderboard, and how about Adam Assault? 37-28, 4,700 damage, minute plus in the hill. And he did a lot of that with an SMG, I want to say.
Yeah, if he's putting up stat lines like that, you're going to have a long day. Because Adam Assault, he's a guy who obviously has the experience as a world champion and MVP at that as well. But when he's slaying, he's one of those tough guys to take down because he's always going to have that brain in the back of the mind to make sure he's setting up for that next play. You also had Yuli alongside of him drop 42 and 37. He was setting the tone with that aggressive SMG at some times in the game. But a great opening hard point from both teams. If you're Spartans, just a couple adjustments you need to make going forward. But now the response in the red car search and destroy, where we have seen the Spartans make the adjustments in their search and destroy, slow down the game at certain points, isolate certain players, and even clutch up and man disadvantages because they have that ice in their veins. Team War need to make sure that we're not ego challenging in certain situations, that we're playing to our advantages in every situation. Because one ego chow, you walk into a crossfire setup, you're instantly going to get broken into the round with the way that the Spartans like to play S&D.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So we'll see what adjustments may have been made here when we get to the search. If any at all, because like we said, both teams had looked pretty clean when it comes to their search and destroy. Update. Map 5 down below us, and Elimination Round 2 did go the way of YFP, so our final match of the evening after this one will be Emit Brooklyn and YFP. That should be a good one.
Oh, that's a fun one, man. That's a rematch.
So
Of winners round 1. Yeah. Hopefully, if you're Omid Brooklyn this time, we say, screw red card. We're not playing any of that in this series because it was a comeback in the search and destroy that allowed them to eventually chain that into the 3-0 on the vault and then close it out on the red card hard point. So if you're YFP, you're hoping to God you get some red card in that series again.
Yeah, that's facts. Well, this is staging up to be a very fun Final Four. Not intentionally making a March Madness reference, but we take it.
We're right around the corner. Like
we're already there. We're in it, bud. We're in it.
I got Duke. Let's go Cooper Flag. Like, it's the only guy I know in college basketball right now.
You got 18-year-old Cooper
Yup,
making the run through the bracket for the dub.
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
Duke basketball.
That's crazy. Cooper's nuts, though. I will say he is like LeBron-esque for an 18-year-old. Like,
whoa.
You gotta remember, man.
Let's wind that down a little bit. We can't compare it to the GOAT. That
Sure,
can't be
I
the
mean,
GOAT that they did.
I'm just saying, when he was 18, he's looking good,
you
man.
on that.
He's
Yeah,
all
I see
over the
that
floor.
comparison.
He's all over the floor. Yeah, this is gonna get spicy though, bro. I mean, I don't know if there was any major upsets today. Not gonna lie. Trying to look at it right
me
now.
down.
I mean, UConn. I was funny. We were talking about this the other day. Like, wait, what's happening with UConn? Like, why are we not seeing Dan Hurley's boys? They just had a couple of like mediocre, like bad losses, and they like dropped out of the rankings. But like, they're still probably gonna win the Big East, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope to God, because I like UConn basketball. Kimba Walker was born and raised where I'm from, so I've always been a fan ever since he played for them. You know, Cardiac Kimba was a man on a mission. And hopefully someone in this series for the Spartans is a man on a mission, because down 0-1, you're looking for the bounce back here in Search and Destroy. I consistently am always talking about Prolu, but one player that I love to watch from this squad in S&D is Darkside, man. He's not afraid to make plays. He's not afraid to take risks. And sometimes even with that SMG in hand, he can get lost and just completely cause the opposing team to waste so much time trying to locate him. Looking for the bounce back map if you are the Spartans here to try to tie this series up. But if you're Team War, this is where you can really put the nail in their coffin with their struggles recently in Control.
Indeed, indeed. All right, let's get it going. See what we get. Excited to have it. Excited to see it. Give me the things. Show me the stuff. Here we go. I don't know, Jay. It's one of those days I feel like. I'm just kind of in one of those moods, bro.
It's all right. It's all right. Spartans early on the attack. No trophy systems to work with. They're instantly trying to set it in towards B. Yuli gives the calm, and now we're instantly going to have an all-out bloodbath in towards the site.
Yeah, it feels that way. And yep.
Wait a minute.
A little pincheroo around the back. Good read. But information from Spart is good as well. That should be a Semtex that lands. It does. A little bit of damage tallied, but And Diamondcon and Yuli team this one up. Yeah, good team shots. Little crossfire through the doors. That's the end of the utility. Bomb not planted yet, and honestly, I don't know if there's enough vacancy for the Spartans to actually commit for a plant yet.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to even think about this objective right now. They know that double stack towards the side door. You want to have both players with their guns up and ready. Now there's only 30 seconds left to work with. Everything has gone quiet for a little bit. Probably expected someone to work this pinch, but eventually the objective has to go down.
Yeah, and this is fine, I think, if you're looking at this from War's perspective. You're going to make sure that you contest this post plant where there's no exit out. Yeah, but now the information is known. The Spartans just try to push out one. They tried to, but the commitment is not good. And that's enough for the kill in the lineup to come through for Diamondcon to get the opener for Team War.
Oh, that's big plays right there out of DC, man. The fact that he's in a 3v2, man, disadvantage. He's able to line up that gunfire onto a player in Prolu who wasn't weak to start it off, turn it into a 2v2, and then allow Yuli to just take that space away on the pinch while he holds his ground. He knows that once the Spartans are able to spot the player on the pinch, most likely their play is to isolate the player on the opposite side. He was just in a perfect angle to line him up, take 3 down on the round, and secure the first one there for Team War.
Yeah, well done. Mixy battle over B in round number 1, though. We don't often see that be the case.
That aggressive, too? No trophies?
Exactly.
Like,
both teams
was
do.
mixy.
Yeah, both teams do. Why not? Could be the story of this entire series. As we're going to get a pretty even spread for both of our 2 squads here in round number 2. Nades over the top are landing on both sides. Not much gained, not much lost. Both teams happy to kind of keep their setup.
Yeah, right now, the Spartans are playing real safe. Just spreading the squad out, making sure every angle is covered. No information gained early on. Two Reals is trying to jump spot anyone through the middle of the map if they're camping around ticket, but now the approach over towards A. Two Reals going to try to set it.
Well, does he get timing on the slide over? Oh, he does. And he keeps his life a little while longer. Follow up, though. Pro loot, good. That holds on to the A defense, but keep your eye on number 8 in white. Yuli's already making a play around through B. Wait, Assault's going for the plant here? Wait, why are we not waiting for the clearance through B? I thought for sure that was going to be Team War just kind of hitting the brakes, hold your ground, and then wait for this pinch to come through. But now the time is becoming an issue, and the defense can rotate back to deal with it. Yeah, that's, I don't know what that call is, but seems like a huge mistake as Diamondcon will get the plant, but he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, 1v3. Diamondcon stands no chance. A perfect retake there for the Spartans. A perfect breakdown on the round there from Allen. That's how you say it, Allen. Right there, if you're Assault, you know that your teammate's approaching that flank. Obviously, you want to keep your life through the front side, draw the attention of the player from the Spartans so they can consistently focus you so you can open up that pinch play. But as soon as you commit on that bomb plant thinking that your teammates have over you, Prolu was able to spot you on the cross, take care of you, and then that basically shuts down the entire round. Because the Spartans say, all right, it's a little bit too quiet. You're not approaching from the front. We already took care of the bomb carrier. Someone's trying to make a play, and Dark Side turns around at the right time to find the pincher. Then in a 1v3, DC stood no chance. Perfect round there on the Spartans on a slow and steady approach on defense.
All right, see what we get. RC immediately already in play. I was about to say, Diamondcon with the early earn for that. Just going to try to use this to get some clearance and some information over at the middle map, but all it really pulls is a stun and a Semtex. Really not bad, though. I mean, that's utility out of the pockets of the Spartans as they try to execute.
Right now, Team War, they have a lot of ticket control, so they're not budging on all the tax being invested of what the Spartans going to do on this play. The spot spawn one going over towards stage side, and you can see how aggressive they are on the pinch now, trying to isolate this player, but he might be in the perfect spot.
Yeah, Gunzy. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not ideal. Nice shots, though. Wait a second. Dark Spark finds 2. Follow up there. Trade not going to come out. And now it's all down to Assault in what looked to be an absolutely perfect post plant for Team War. Not, apparently. And so now Assault has to try to read this and make a play on for the defuse, and I just don't know if he's going to get the space to do this.
Yeah,
No,
he
sure
doesn't have the
isn't.
time either. Yeah, only 15 seconds left. Both players throwing shoulders. They're in the proper positions to both have angles on that bomb. But I thought once Gunsy fell in his position, you have the man advantage if your team war. It's just Spartan. Way too much to handle. Once he was able to fill that gap, able to line up a double touchdown to pinch play, you still have stage control. You still have presence around that bomb site and the info that the last two players on the backside of A. It's good stuff right there from the Spartans, especially Sparty. Being a deciding factor on that round. Walk away with that one.
Okay. Color me surprised. It just looked like Team War had such a really good read on that. But heroic gunfights come through, and now you've got Spartan 3 in a row. Sounds like another RC's on the table. Yep, it's Prolutes. Ooh, gets a little bit of damage through mid. Doesn't really convert for the elimination, though. A little sweat off the brow, I'm sure. As Yuli tries to make his way forward. Really good stun past the goal. Spart just able to stay alive, though, as Yuli will get this post plant going with a trophy system that somehow didn't delete the first Semtex. I don't understand, dude. Trophies are so weird in this game.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I don't know how he gets that trophy down and the nade still hits him. But even after that, why we didn't hard commit on the bomb plant? Because now you're not ready for the aggressive push back through that A site. Prolute strikes onto 2-rail. You have Domicon trapped over towards stage. Prolute again takes care of him. Now a 1v2. Technically a 1v3 for Adam Assault.
Yep. Nade just a bit short. But once again, the clock is going to be an issue for him here as the Spartans will set up their defense in towards Arches. Does he get a look at Spart? Actually a lot of damage as well, but Prolute on the cross right there to make sure the bomb cannot get collected. Yeah, it's the trophy system interactions are so strange because I think it's like when we play the game, it's like I hit the buttons, the trophy system's on the ground, but if the nade is like underneath like a certain threshold of height, it's like the trophy doesn't actually hit it. Like it has to be like the nade like has to be like above the trophy or something. Because I thought for sure that Semtex was going to get deleted, but it landed almost at the exact same time as the trophy got placed. So I don't know, weird interaction things.
But still, Prolute being a deciding factor on that round. He walks into the round now on 6 in a row. Finds another 3-piece in the round previous. Now only needs a couple more points to earn himself that Hellstorm. Best stun, try to get early info. You're able to spot Domicon over towards the A site, and this is where you might not want to play with this. You might just want to think about that rotation over towards B.
Well, I think the thing about this for Prolute is you are really trying to get this Hellstorm. You're essentially an elimination away. Spart's also cooking up one really close to being ready as well. But you can't play too passive here for the Spartans, otherwise you're just going to give away a free round. So here comes the call. Prolute, nade hooked up. Diamondcon, I believe, was seen on that long cross back through Arches, but he's back a little bit further away from a spot where he can be first blooded. And yeah, this is going to be a 4v4 post plant most likely.
Yeah, once we're able to back down Domicon from his position, you can start thinking about that objective. And Prolute wants to make sure he's safe, not sorry. Changes up the angle. Gets the bomb down. Darkside strikes for the first blood. Prolute still has yet to earn the Hellstorm, but now a 4v2. Yeah, trying to find one, but gets a little bit egotistical there. And now it's a 2v2. What?
Yeah, Yuli, that is just a little dead fish slide into clean shots onto Spart. Bunzy, though, behind this play. Going to catch one for free. Diamondcon not going to be able to respond. Yeah, much better there. And we'll go 4-1 here for the Spartans very quickly.
Yeah, if you're Team War, we need to make some adjustments on our defense now, because you get early info that they were showing presses over towards hedge, but then everybody backs on up. No one wants to take a risk. No one wants to take space away. Basically, giving up all of hedge control, allowing the Spartans to take that and then work with it. Take advantage of it. Gotta switch up the pacing going forward on your defensive rounds, because the slow and steady approach is not working.
No.
Now you go on the offense where obviously you allowed the Spartans to chain 4 rounds in a row now in the S&D. We need to stop the bleeding somewhere.
Yeah. Sooner rather than later would be nice too. Because there isn't much time for later. Well, this is interesting. Just Gunzy watching on one side, and Dark is going to play a weird angle on top of the B bomb. I don't even know if they have a trophy up top, but not one that would keep Dark safe. I guess they're just hoping that if nades get tossed deep, he'll stay safe from them, and he can essentially just use this angle as a freebie to where if he gets stun grenade, it doesn't make much of a difference. We'll see, because he's about to catch contact here.
Yeah, we saw this angle out of Abizi this past weekend in the CDL. It's just an off-guard angle. You're not expecting this out of an SMG. Trying to clear all the proper angles, but he's still in a great position.
Doors pop. Now Dark has to be worried about the window, plus the follow-up. There's the first blood. Does he get away? No. Gunzy up top. Should have been there to throw some supporting shots in, but not the case. He was worried about the play through mid. And all of a sudden, Team War is going to find entry onto the B site, and they're going to also find Gunzy behind this. And yeah, okay, that's just a strat we need to practice a little bit more.
Yeah,
Here this part.
definitely got to practice that a little bit more. Even though Darkside strikes for that first blood, just a crossfire is not good enough to keep him alive or get him out of that situation. Then in the 3v3, I was just waiting for Team War to isolate on the Gunzy. The guy's in the site, which he's behind the bar. Like, we have the numbers, we can use it. You find that kill. Finally, Team War are able to stop the bleeding there. Secure their second round of the map, but this is where the adjustments need to come in. You probably just have to call it, yo, let's just make sure they're not going A, take test control, and then we'll rotate back over towards B.
See what we get. Well, a little bit of contact here early. Prolute pushed off. Defense not going to step too far aggressively, though. Just looking for information. Yuli's not able to see the cross on this larger rotation back around B. And, wow, the Spartans have just hit the gas. And now they're already threatening. And, honestly, Team War is not in a really particularly great spot to deal with this at the moment.
Absolutely not, because now you have a couple trophies to work with if you are the Spartans. Can we get it down to keep our objective player alive, or are we just going to try to time this to perfection? The bomb goes down, 4v4.
And this retake, yeah, I was going to say if Spartan sees any of it, should pop, what? I should just pop away from it, but instead holds down the trigger. Now it's a 4v3. They still don't know about Yuli on the pinch. Tubriel's also trying to come around the backside, but the kills just are not there. Poor timings, unfortunately, on the gunfights.
Oh, my.
And now it's just down to Diamond Con. He does line up too. This would be a 1v3 situation. Pistol out. He knows where the last player is, but there's just no time on the clock. And it'll be a 5-2 tally as the third kill comes in for Diamond Con.
Yeah, right there. If you're Team War, we take our sweet time for absolutely nothing. Like, we find the opening first blood. We already are showing presence on the pinch, but we have to go. If we are waiting so long, they are more than happy to just play their tight crossfire setup in towards the bomb site. I think you were more relied on the player who was trying to work that late pinch by himself, the guy who stood on the backside of that site, but couldn't really find anything when he tried to enter it in towards B. Allows the Spartans to just trade it out more effectively, turn it into a 1v3, and Diamond Con not having enough time there to secure the round. Now puts the Spartans at game point.
Yep. All right. Once again, Spartans putting a lot of effort towards B. Too real. Wow, he may catch timing here. Did they see him go up the ladder? I don't know if they did or not. No, it doesn't look too up. Wait, maybe they do. Oh, now they do. Yeah, now they know. Fuzzy down low, I think, was watching that the whole time. Maybe he thought he saw something. Hard to say, but regardless, it works out nicely for them. And, yeah, this is one of those moments you're looking at this and you're saying, how do we actually crack the code on this Spartans defense? Because nothing has really come your way yet if you're Team War.
Oh, and I love this repositioning out of two-rail. You're still expecting him to be in the top side of the window, but hold the nade, and unfortunately get caught within your hands. Thankfully, Assault there for the trade. Able to put it to a 3v3, but with 30 seconds to go, Team War are now committing over towards B. Darkside, you're in a position to make the play.
Well, trying to come through. Yuli able to find the first time, got another. Time becoming an issue here, though, on the plant. Spart finds another. Looks to the 1v2 now from here on out, but no, not the case. And again, another decent effort made, but it's not enough juice there to keep that held on to.
Oh, yeah, no. Team War just bombarded their way in towards the site. They knew that they needed the gunfights to go their way. At that point, the Spartans have already read the play call. Thankfully, we were able to find the initial kill, turn that into 2, make it into a 1v2, and then just close out the round there. But this is where Team War have been struggling so far on this map right here. It's been their defensive setups. You can't go back to the, all right, we're showing early presence over towards A, and then we're just going to back on up. and allow them to slowly pick us apart. We need to take this side of the map away from them.
Could be easier said than done.
Doing it now.
Yeah. But, ooh, I was going to say, this puts a lot of pressure onto Yuli to have to hold on to this island. And the Spartans really haven't tossed much utility yet. And with this delayed push, there should be some knowledge they have to clear out hedges. That surely landed onto 2Real. But will they know that Diamondcon's on the corner? No, they do not. It's another collateral for Diamondcon. It's the third one this game. Salt gets a read in the middle of the map, but Gunzy wins the gunfight. Diamondcon can't get out. And now it's just down to Yuli. 1v2 for him. Catches good information in the first, but no, quickly up the ladder. Not enough of a reaction time to snap back up to the top third position, and that's enough for the Spartans to respond here to the search and destroy it.
Man, I thought Team War, they made the perfect play call right there. You set up the crossfire for the aggressive play over towards hedge and go 2 for 1 in the trades, but at that point, no one was in a position to try to keep Diamondcon alive. You saw Assault. He was on his way to try to climb over towards the top side window, but then he gets isolated onto a player outside of Tiki. You turn it into a 2v2. You have Diamondcon trapped, and then a 1v2. All you need to do is trade it out at the very end. The Spartans, the better S&D team from start to finish of that game. Team War could not figure out the defensive setups. They just needed to try to take a little space away at hedge. And finally, when they tried to do it, they just simply do not win the gunfights towards the very end. You're able to tie up the series if you are the Spartans at 1-1. And that's a big response there because Control recently has been a struggle for them.
Indeed, it has been. Here's a look back over the highlights. Again, felt like, you know, Team War, I think they just missed out on a couple of windows. I mean, they had a 4v3 and a 4v2 go awry that you're going to really want back. And I think, what was it, round 4 or round 5, where they had gotten one player deep through mid on their defense. They were able to find the shutdown at a Gunzy. I think it was maybe in that round right there, actually.
Yeah.
Where Gunzy just doesn't get the trade that he needs over the middle of the map, and it looks like Team Orb just dominated the map control. Then all of a sudden, it's like in the kill feed, there's Spart for one, there's Proloot for one. It's just like, wait, how did that happen?
And then Spart ends up finding a double in that play. That was one of those rounds where they let it go after finding the first blood. That was also a defensive round, which was a struggle for them basically in the entire side of this map. But then that other blender round was when they had the numbers advantage in the 3v2. Instead of allowing your player to find something on the pinch, you try to rush the play by instantly working that objective, and Proloot makes you pay for it. He was able to line up a couple for free. The deciding factor every single time they try to go over towards A was simply not going to allow that to go down for free. And that eventually is the recipe for success, to walk away victorious with that red card S&D underneath your belt.
Yeah.
Now tied into 1, going into the vault control where it's anyone's game. This might be the deciding factor to who's going to walk away with this series here.
Yeah. Hard to say that for sure, but I mean, with how back and forth these first 2 maps have been, and I think in particular, seeing that Team War is playing good hardpoint and throwing around some weight for some search and destroy openers. And again, not able to follow up fully on the red card search and destroy in a couple of those final rounds, but yeah, this very well may be that flex map where you win the control, you win the series, just based on the fact that the skyline feels like it's going to be another 250 to 220 pluser, and then we know what Vault does. It's just who wins the gunfights, flat out. So.
Yeah, and I feel like when we watch the Spartans on this map, even though they have been falling short, they still have just like that teamwork aspect to the game where we're pushing out the right things correctly, we're trading out effectively, we're understanding what space we need to take when we're taking space away on the map. Like if you're pushing up towards B Street, trying to attack pressure, don't sit on the point. We need art. If you don't have art, your approach out of that B point is going to be a lot more difficult. But breakoffs also are a big thing. I feel like in this past weekend for the CDL, at least in the case of Optic Texas, they went 4 dead every single round on fault control. You can't have that because then you're instantly put into a trap.
Yeah, that was a messy control, to say it plainly. Yeah, what is happening with that Optic? We talked about it when we were on broadcast with them. It's just like, they can't make a change. Like, nope. Or they're not going to. They could, but they're not going to. Like, unless they, do Pred for Hook again. But I don't know, man. It's just they feel like they're stuck in the mud at the moment, and it's so odd to see.
Nothing is working right for them right now. Hardpoint game is abysmal. S&Ds, they're dying in the first 5 to 10 seconds, always putting man disadvantages. Control, they have no teamwork. But is it crazy for me to say, Alan? Like, with those calibers of players, I know that this weekend they are going up against LAT. There's like a 5% chance in me still telling me, like, they could force game 5. They could win it.
Yeah.
It's like you expect that with those level of players, with the success that they had in the years previous, world champions. Like, you understand what it's like to play Call of Duty at the highest level. It's just like right now, they haven't really figured it out. And I don't think like a roster change or anything like that is going to change it for them.
No,
I think you have to just fight the battle with time. You put yourself in a room basically like 10 hours a day to just watch the mini-map to see what you're doing wrong, which is basically everything.
Yeah.
But they just have to go through this path right here. The tunnel right now is dark, but we always know at the end of the tunnel there's some light there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, I think this last weekend really revealed that it's not just the fact that, you know, they need to, you know, just play better as a squad. They're also just individually getting smoked.
Yeah.
Like, that's not good, like, when that's happening.
But, you know, that's for this weekend, though, Al.
Yeah.
That's for the CDL. We're still here in Challengers into map number 3 between Team War and the Spartans to try to get to the grand finals here of Elite Stage 2. A very big map for both squads. It's going to be Team War on the attack early on. They don't really find a lot of success, though, in the slaying department. 3-for-1 trade. The Spartans are more than happy to just maintain this mid-map.
Oh, yeah. Why not? Kind of one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it type things. See what they can provide here as Prolu gets to work up top almost for the double. Not quite. Team War not going to expect Darkside on this pinch. Will be a little bit stuck in place at the moment. Nice production from Yuli, though. Finds one, plus also keeps Spart a little bit further at bay. He's going to read the player over towards B Street, and in that moment, Darkside knows where he needs to get his attention on these little mini pinches. So, yeah, really nice stuff here from the Spartans. They have been so good at this map, and doesn't look like that's slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, they are feeling so well right now. Like, even when you're thinking, okay, we find 2 kills, there's already a player pushed out on our spawn, and Darkside is at least going to finesse, stall out time, and this is beautifully played. The finesse is so good enough that 2 Real had no idea where he went. 5-0 start here for Darkside. 15 seconds to go. Still not a single segment earned, but you at least have some players on the A point.
Well, kind of. They still have to clear off so much space, and Dark will eventually have his rampage cut short. So 2 Reels double allows a stack to start to occur here on the A zone. Gunsy working on a pinch. Nice shutdown from Assault. Second member can rejoin back on as the first tick of progress is locked in. 2 Reel, no, not quite able to go from one to the other. And now the pinch is fully underway. Assault is in a world of trouble. Deals with some of it, but not all of it. And that will be the round. Wow.
That's way too clean right there from the Spartans. And they do that on their first defense with no trophy systems as well. So the ARs taking space when they need to. Prolu just being a nuisance over towards ammo side. Stays alive, puts himself in multiple positions to set up that pinch, but the SMG is just finessing, man. The fact that Darkside was able to cause you so many problems, you only were able to kill him once this entire round.
Yeah.
You basically tell how that round went. As the Spartans only allowed 1 segment to get away from them, but they dominated that opening defense.
Okay, we know what the Spartans can do on offense. Can Team War stave off what has been largely some really convincing controls from the Spartans in the last week? Gunfight there for Yuli. Dark follows up to make it even more difficult. And now with a little bit of high ground control and a couple of kills, Darkside trying to get a little bit further inserted. Going to be shut down, though. Decent trades coming out for Team War. Top opportunity for Spart for a double, but no, not going to happen. And that will be pretty much the end of that hit.
Yep, trade. Team War on that on top. They maintain the map. 35 seconds already gone. Prolu now trying to work a little bit over extension through B Street. Finds that opening kill, but his teammates on finding any success on the opposing end. Prolu eventually is going to get isolated. Assault on the pinch takes care of Gunsy. And now you're forced to hit the reset again if you're the Spartans. You still don't have a segment.
Yep. Well, 30 seconds to fight for. Little rotation here from the Spartans through B Street and immediately in towards A. That will clear things out, but also allows a route for 2 Real to come through on the back. But whoa, it just doesn't check his right. So Prolit finds the quick kill. Yuli finds one to reduce the stack for a touch, but Spart pushing out. Yep, that'll clear the point completely, and now you can get on and likely get the extra 60, especially now that you shut down Yuli on the flank.
Yeah, time is going to be extended. Spartans up by 4 lives. You already have Prolute working on this deep route. He's going to be able to slip by Assault and Yuli. We're trying to set up that positioning off the respawn, but this is where you got to play this smart. Prolute's going to take one from behind. Comms are like, yo, he's got me, he's got me. And then the auto-aim when you're actually shooting, it looks like it's hip fire, but those bullets are going super straight.
Yes, they are. All right, Gunzy takes down 2 real. Follow-up on the way.
Oh, man.
Prolute up top is still not been dealt with, and he gets a read that Yuli's still kind of playing slides with him. So you got 2 players on. First tick is in. Second about to be completed as Prolute continues to hold the front line for this offense. And
oh,
yeah,
my.
That's going to do it. 19 plays, 8. Third tick with 3 members on. Immediately captured. That's a no-sweat round for the Spartans on offense.
Yeah, and it all starts by just Prolute slipping by. Like, his teammates are just waiting. Once he gives the comm, like, yo, guys, I made it by. I'm already backside P4. Let me work my way through Art. If I can get some success here, we're most likely going to find a lot of success up through the B street. But he takes one from behind. His teammates at the same time find a couple kills. He takes control of Art. And then basically the deciding factor on the round is he ends that one on a little bit of a streak there. You secure all 6 segments. You're up by 5, but that might not come into play because you're back on the defense.
Yeah.
And the last go around, you were just having people roam in their spawn for free.
Yeah, it may not matter at all.
That's 13 team streak? Oh, yeah, Team War, lock in.
Yeah. Negative KDs all over the place. But again, this Spartans team has been so good on, I would say, all 3 control maps.
Wow!
I mean, yeah, that break-off is perfect. Okay. So, coming up at map number 4. Wow, what a break-off. I mean, again, they've got everything covered, man. They really do look well prepared, again, on every single control map. It's not even just this one. It's every control map has looked this way.
And I feel like this is the difference between some Challenger teams and the good Challenger teams is that when you find 4 dead, some people tend to get a little bit too aggressive, play timings that are really not in their favor. Warrior Spartans are more than happy to like, okay, we got 4. I got this way, you got this way. Let's wait for them to run into us before we make our next play.
Yeah.
And it has worked out to perfection. Now with your second wave of kills, this is where you start to take them space away. Unfortunately, Prolute does not have the gun for the engagement there. But just creating that extra layer, dying on their side of the spawn is picture perfect.
So you've reduced the life lead pretty considerably. And there's still some good time to work with here, but yeah, this is the issue. Hellstorm's going to get called in. Can you get the first tick of progress before these missiles start to hit? You sure do. Everyone backs away. But Assault will still drop. Also inside the point, Prolute has found Diamond Con. So 20 plays 15. Clock becoming the biggest opponent here, though, for Team War. And they are being staggered off spawn on top of that. Yeah, now you can just go back to the point, collapse on it. And that will be a 3-0 in the control, unless there's some miracle break off through here.
You can just tell, like, how the Spartans are playing this. Like, in the 4v2, they said, okay, you guys are not going to capture that in a 2v3 situation. We'll play for the guys all spawn first, and then we'll set up the pitch onto the point. That leads to another clean 4 dead. Then not that much time for Team War to work with because there's so many different layers that the Spartans are creating on the map that control went in the blink of an eye, man. What a control there from the Spartans in a dominant 3-0 fashion. The break-offs were perfect. The offensive push was perfect, and it couldn't get any better than that to go up 2-1 in the series.
No. And that is as dominant as we've seen a control. Put it plainly. That has... Yeah. Wow. Okay. So just like that, our quote-unquote swing map that very well may determine the series is very rapidly tallied up by the Royal Spartans. Now the pressure's on for Team War. The Skyline to come next, and we know how that kind of can sometimes fare. If your SMGs are hot, life can be made much easier, but that's a big if. I think a lot of the times that's a very big if. So that's kind of what we have coming through. I don't even know if we need to roll the highlight package. We were there and then we weren't. We'll do it anyways. A little bit of love here for the Spartans as they will get a little bit of montage.
Yeah, that's all this is, man. It's just a Royal Spartans montage here and all these highlights. Team War, everyone goes negative. No one can really catch their footing here on this map number 3. But the Spartans just have a great understanding of how they need to execute plays. Everyone is shooting at the same time. This beat boost was even better because ProLoop did it initially with an AR, took someone from behind and stayed alive for the majority of that round, but even on their defenses, man, you can see, like, they got 2 players down. They're playing for the Spartans before they set up those pinches, so they make sure that the timings are always going to go their way. And now walking with a clean 3-0 on the vault, you're super confident going into the skyline to try to close it out.
Yeah, should be. I mean, that we were there and then we weren't. Legitimately, that's the story of how that control went. So Skyline Vault still remain here for us if we need it. Which, based on how things are going right now, we may not. We'll come to see that. We'll come to learn. I'm trying to find something to say about what we just witnessed, and can't lie to you, Jay, I don't have the words to put in.
Yeah, it was a bloody massacre.
Yeah.
It was a bloody massacre. That's as simple as that was. A grade A beatdown. You know, one of the B2As. I'm not going to say it today because that was just a very easy map there for the Spartans. But now on the skyline, where if you are Team War, this is the map that you were able to walk away with last week versus Cabal to close out your series. It was a lot of tone setting out of, you would expect me to say the SMGs, but it was actually Diamond Khan who was shutting it down with that AR, watching the overextension on the lanes, putting himself on the hill, finding kill after kill. This made it difficult for Cabal to even touch that P3 HP. But if you are the Spartans, the way that they like to play the game is to where they have moments where they can take a breath, where they can realize it, okay, they're swanning all the way across the map. Let's put ourselves in an ideal setup, make it more difficult for them to break. As long as you don't allow them to have those opportunities to where you're always making it mixy, always playing trades, because you're not on a map like Skyline. If you're the team that ends in the kill feed, you're most likely going to have the preferred spawns for that hill that you're attacking.
Yeah.
Just don't give the Spartans time to breathe. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, 1 to 2, 3 to 4. That's where you assume the Spartans are going to make the right call, at least, I think, to kind of put it that way, of, like, you know, putting themselves in the best position possible to deal with rotational troubles, if you want to call them that. Something of the nature.
Yeah.
See how things fare. I don't know. I just hope we get into game because I'm out of things to talk about. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey man, Adam Assault is him.
He's played well today. I'm not gonna lie.
World champion, MVP. Obviously, to take a look back at the bracket, we're currently in the winners finals. The Spartans, even though their name is CTA, no one has any brain damage so far in this series. They're on point so far throughout this entire playoff stage. You go through Omit, you go through YFP, and now potentially Team War, all in a Game 4 fashion. If you can close it out here on the skyline. Keep in mind, chat, this is not our last matchup of the night. We still have Omit Brooklyn versus YFP right after this to see who's going to put themselves in the lowers finals potentially versus the loser of this series. But this skyline, it can come and go really quickly. You just cannot fall into that mix on that hamster wheel and can't fall off.
True. See what we get. Gotta find a level of control here. If you're looking at this from Team War's perspective. Cannot let this get super out of hand mixy. See if they can handle it as we're going to go back to dealing with ping.
Yeah. Come on. Please. It's going to be a long day of Call of Duty, chat. If we just get into the lobby, I know we're about the competitive integrity. I know we want to make sure our pings are on point. But guys, we got to get into these games, fellas. I know you want to play. I know you want to get through it. You obviously know we want to cast it. But all these breaks, Alan, they're killing me. They are killing me.
Same. Well, we're going to go to our own breaks. We don't have to talk in a little bit. Here we go. We're in. Just caught me by surprise right there. We're floating on into map number 4 here. The Spartans find themselves up after a very convincing vault control 2-1 in the series as we head into the Skyline Hardpoint. Team War would have to win this plus a vault search. We have, okay, there we go. Just a little, I was gonna say observer glitch, trying to get the kill feedback, and in that moment, you hit too many buttons in Podcaster, and the game, well, we flip back to our other observer. There we go.
We're good. Okay, yeah, we were missing the kill feed there, but we're still not missing the gameplay here from the Spartans because they're coming out swinging. Almost 35 seconds here at PE1. Team War, they have cut their losses. They have worked their way through Kitchen and think about that rotation over towards New. Try to stop the bleeding. But you got time to make up for here, and already a couple players from the Spartans in aggressive angles.
Indeed they are. 35 plays 9.
No way.
P2 time coming through. They don't see Yuli. Should be able to block spawns in the back here. Key gunfight loss, though, comes through. But, oh, before, Gunsy actually spawns, though. So now you just have one more player in the back. That was Spart. And as he drops, Team War will flip the spawns and get a read on this remaining member over towards patio.
Yeah, that's perfect plays right there from Team War to keep on trading. It allows you to still fight for this P2 time, but now you lose the initial 2 gunfights. Diamond and Assault left to try to clutch on up. You're only able to take down 2. Last 2 players in towards the hard point. The other 2 are spawning all the way across the map if you are the Spartans, so you can still commit on this time, and they're able to find the kills for it. Gonna have a slim lead going in towards the P3, but Assault is getting active with the SMG.
Sure is. I mean, this has to be one of the first times I've seen Assault run the SMG this often. I mean, he has been holding on to it pretty much the entirety of this series. Now, of course, he's got a names in his hands. But he's been getting active, man. He's flying. Feeling 18 again. Assault gets another on the backside of this play. Diamond off the pinch. That'll work, and Assault's got 3, 7-4. Team War in comfortably towards Kitchen, and they're also winning rotation towards the next spawns as Diamond gets 4.
This is fantastic plays right here from Diamond. He knows that those close bedroom spawns are going to be on in, and he was able to at least find a double there to still keep that side of the map in favor of his team. Now you're running up the score here at P3. Prolu flies on in, finds a double, but DC now filling that gap. He's going to get overwhelmed. Too many players here from the Spartans. Is they able to find a break, but for not a long time.
No, not at all. But so far, things are looking pretty good. Yep. Too real. One more? No, not going to have it. Now an opportunity, maybe from the front. Diamond stun dealt with. Here come the Spartans quickly from topside bedroom. Gunsy finds another. Yuli in a position of contest. And actually stays alive bottom bedroom quite nicely. Help on the way immediately. Again, just so quick on the action. Our Team War trying to follow up on this, but Gunsy with a shutdown. Assault over from the front side of the hill. Does well to catch one. And it's just, again, the same story as Red Card. Just back and forth eliminations.
Oh, man, and they were able to withstand that play there. That is unbelievable right there on the Team War. Because the Spartans found 3 for 1 initially on the fight. There's only one player in a position to try to make up for it, and then it was Yuli able to walk away with a couple kills there and then still keep it mixy, even though the Spartans were thinking, all right, we had the back spawn secured. They just couldn't get into the hard point, and now Diamond is making their life a living hell off the rotation over towards New. Team War have blown this game wide open with that P3 to P4 chain, which we saw them do fantastic last week.
Great stuff. Leading to some clean moments here. 121 to 56. Spartans into the new time, though, at Hot Tub, and we're calling in the Hellstorm here. Can you push through this if you're Team War? They deal with Darkside. He was the first contestant that really would have caused a headache for this. Player inside the hill also dealt with as the Hellstorm connects. Now you get the rotation across the map. In particular, it's too real. Right over the top of the pool table. Doesn't work out, and that's a really good shutdown moment from the Spartans. 4 down on top of that as well.
Yeah, it's a bad play call right there from Team War. They try to use that cruise missile to take space away, but I'm more than happy to just play the hill time if we're up by 60 to 70 points. Now the Spartans are making up for that space. They're finding all the kills at the right time, even though the spawns flip. You're soaking up this P1 remaining 20 seconds here to still keep this game close.
Well, Spartans gonna have to try to fight across the map here. Good opening shots from Prolute. Some space to work with. Assault on the old time. Ooh, help from Yuli up top keeps him alive. And that will lock down this rotation as well. Just enough space For this hard point to open and the spawns to unlock. Diamondcon making good use of that as team shots with Yuli will combine for 3. Assault finishes off the 4th, and here we go. Team War right back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Yuli just loves himself some Skyline where he can get mixy, play timings, and play those aggressive angles with the SMG. Probably too aggressive in that situation now because now your teammates only in the 2v4. Thankfully, they're making up for it with every single one of these gunfights. Yuli's still here, ready to contest it. You take care of Sparty. That's to stabilize on the map. Now you start to get aggressive on these cunts. You go 2 for 1, make it 2 for 2, and the Spartans are eventually in. Gunsy finds a double and secures the spawns there. I don't know how Team War let's let that happen.
Some things just are unpredictable when it comes to Skyline. The scrap time is good. Nice shots from Spart. That will actually win them rotation initially in towards 3. Pending they get the read on the Yuli on the pinch. They do. Trades are out. One more to find. Spart's going to re-wrap around the backside of this. That will also flip spawns at the same time. Wow, this is a brilliant bounce back here from the Spartans. Pending, of course, they can hold from the inside of the hill, and so far, so good. Gunsy trying to zone a little bit in front of the hard point, dealt with by Diamondcon, but the Spartans will get a little bit of breathing room here.
Oh, yeah, this is a much-needed breathing room. Because now you're forcing Team War to waste a lot of time trying to find some success through the top side of the hallways. You've already been able to flip those spawns on its head. You're not going to get that info until someone drops on the side of the Spartans, but now coming off the respawn, you're allowing Team War to flip the spawns on its head. Already contest still at the final moments here at the P3. But they're winning the gunfights. They're going to be able to find the break and have the rotation over towards New.
Yes, they will. Well,
It's done.
Yeah. Easy follow-up off of it. Yep, Team War dealing with a little bit of damage here on the scrap. More importantly, the setup for New, it looks pretty darn convincing. Dark going to go down low here. Thought he was going to just push up top, and he finds himself 1 elimination. And now they're going to take the overextension around the back. Oh, and they're going to be met by Diamondcon and Assault, who get a read on this. Hellstorm called in, though that will clear off the high ground for now. Careful for the team fodder with this.
I don't like this call.
Nothing lands yet, and uh-oh. Dark will drop, try to play around the backside of it. And now all of a sudden, Team War will break past 200 points and put this game well out of reach.
Yeah, if you're Swarty, obviously you invest that Hellstorm because you know we need the break here at P4. It's just not really one of those hard points where you want to try to invest the Hellstorm. Because every single angle inside the hard point keeps you safe from it. They couldn't find a break last go around at the money hill. At least find a little bit of scrap time here to close this one out. Team War have breached that 200-point mark. Great shots down to Smart up close with the AR. But still a 70-point difference. A lot of time still to be made up.
Yep. And it has to start, I would say, right here with Dark. Nice shots. Wow, Assault just barely able to get the last shot in. Gunsy follows up. Puts a little bit of pressure on the assumed rotation to P2 side of the map, but not the case. Have to keep your focus on the hard point, and Yuli getting a couple with Spartan trouble. This could make this game again just unwinnable here for the Spartans. They eventually get a shutdown, though, and that's now 3 dead, so it'll stop at 219 for Team War, but still so much work to be done here as the Spartans will also flip the map for the spawn.
Hey, that's fantastic. Already first step done. Now you're in the P1. You have the control spawns for P2 for the chain. You're still finding all the kills in the feed. Just don't let anyone slip on by. Probably don't want an ego child in this situation because now you're outnumbered. You have Prolu who's trying to be basically trapped towards the top side of Cat. He knows there's multiple players surrounding him. The shot's not the cleanest. And that allows Team War to walk away with the final 15.
That should be enough to win this game, you would think. Full 60 going to be required. Good start for it initially as the hard point opens up. Spawns will be secured for the Spartans. Big 1v1 here. Delayed, but Spartans able to find the elimination. So, okay. Onto the hard point they go. And now you got to deal with this play over through the patio side of the map. Good first.
No one watching over Zor's kitchen, though, so you allow Team War to take a little space away from you. You're playing the trade fights. You go 3 for 2, make it 4 for 2. You're able to stabilize on the map. The Spartans now having some late-game heroics so far in this Skyline HP. The entire kill feed is starting to light up red. Team War are forced to now cut their losses and think about that rotation over towards New. Still not a time to sweat, but you're getting a little antsy now.
A nice shoulder from Yuli. Takes down one. Here comes the full flutter on the back. Gunsy looking for the elevator. Surprise, though, up top.
And win here anymore.
11 seconds of time. You cannot win here. And with the spawns being pushed out, the Spartans will get the quick rotation into 3. But it has to be flawless. 247 to 201. Opening gunshot's good for Assault. Pinch on the way through the middle of the map. Real can't make good on that. Follow up as Diamondcon slips by, gets into the hard point, doesn't secure any actual seconds towards the scoreboard though. Yuli's in a little bit of trouble, trying to stay alive with the Semtex, and he actually connects with that, trying to follow up on his own damage. Not quite there. The pitch shut down from 2 Real. Diamondcon in from the front. Contest is good for 2 eliminations. Over the top, for 3, and that'll be the winning play. On to 5 maps we go.
Diamondcon finds the perfect time to strike from the front side of the hard point. Every single play for the Spartans. We're trying to read the pressure coming through the middle of the map, but DC calls game and is able to force this map number 5. But Team War outclassed them from start to finish of that game. I thought initially you start the game as well. Royal Spartans, you get a lot of time off of P1. You're making Mixie over towards P2. It's just a couple gunfights don't go your way, or at least trades don't go your way, and you were allowing Team War to chain it into that P2 hard point, basically tie the game. But then the initial P3 to P4 rotation where you were banking on that P4, with how safe you were playing on the backside of Cabal, you cannot afford to die off rotation and then get full 60 to pawn that. Just too much to try to fight your way back into this game with such a deficit in the beginning. But Team War, with great plays from Yuli with that SMG to set the tone. Great plays from DC and Assault to hold down Smalls. Even Assault whipping out the SMG at certain points. And in this game, it's just something about it. With the Omni movement, you can pick up an SMG and still feel like you can do it all. And Team War were able to do it all here and force the game 5.
Yep. Great map. Legitimately. From start to finish, I think just across the board. We like what we're seeing here. And we thought this was going to be one of those games that could be tremendously close. So far, it has been exactly that. So now it's just down to what happens next. And is there going to be any advantage given or taken when we talk about this Vault Search and Destroy? Individual performances here, though, in map number 4. Really no one really standing out. I mean, this is about as tight as it gets across the scoreboard. A couple of players, you know, -6, -8, 2 Real -10, but gets a minute 11 in the hill. Like, yeah, this is about as balanced of a scoreboard as we've ever seen. That's kind of the things we talked about. I think especially for the Spartans, like, they've played super consistent across all 4 of them. You don't necessarily need one player to pop off. Often someone will, but you don't need it. And now you're starting to see kind of the adverse effect where on the opposite side for Team War, kind of the same situation. We really haven't had one player like dominate and take over.
No, it's just people having their moments. Like even when DC spawns over towards the backside of Cabal, knowing that, okay, they got the close spawns in towards everybody, just quickly turn around and he finds a double. Those little plays right there of those multi-kills going down, where you could tend to play Skyline sometimes, you're thinking it's just trade after trade. But there's always sequences where individuals are making big-time plays. Secure the map there. And Team War just had a couple more than the Spartans there to get through that map number 4 and force this game number 5, which is going to be Vault Search and Destroy. We have watched the Spartans so many times on this map. The one I vividly remember is the one versus Omit to start off here in the playoffs. They were down 2-4.
Yep.
And then they just won 4 rounds in a row by just making adjustments, where we saw Prolute either being aggressive on the pinch, making early reads with their stuns and nades to find success on their objective, but they were quick on their rotations as well. You just can't allow that to be the case here if you are Team War, because we saw it in map number 2, they were way too late to make those adjustments. And then by the time they started to make those adjustments, the game was already over. So on a map like Vault, where you basically know where the players are going to come in, you have to build around that. And then if you initially shut it down, you go back to it, but throw something different into the mix to always keep them on their toes.
Okay. Spartans got to go back to, talking about, their game plan around map number 2. Solid, complete, but Team War had some stuff up their sleeve as well. So it's like, again, I don't really look at this and say one team is more favored than the other. It definitely feels like a straight up square up map for both these two squads. And in a series that has not been dictated by any individuals, I think it is going to be one of those situations you just look to see which team has, the best composure overall. To be able to kind of keep modifying, keep adjusting, learn in real time what the team is doing on your opponent is doing on a more at-large, broad strokes level. Don't just get caught in like, oh, you made a bad chow and that like cost us the round. Like, you have to keep composure alive when it comes down to like, okay, well, what happened? Like, why did we find ourselves kind of down and out in certain regards? So yeah, lots of questions here in terms of how you deal with this. for both these two teams. In not like a must-win situation, but getting to the grand finals out of the upper side of the bracket is going to feel mighty good.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to go down the losers. You don't want to have to face that adversity of trying to hit the bounce back. You want to walk your way right through the front door on the winner's side and sit nice and comfy in that grand finals, going into tomorrow with confidence instead of demoralization. But all that stands between both of these squads to fill that, this is going to be this map number 5. I think the two players that I really want to focus on is going to be Darkside on the opposing end for the Spartans, who is just always making plays with an SMG, especially in Search and Destroy. And then the opposing side, I'm actually going to focus on 2Real. I'm not going to think about Yuli because I know Yuli's going to be the guy instantly into these gunfights to try to keep him alive. But those are basically the two guys that are putting a lot of their objective focus. We're talking about instantly working your way in towards A to get that bomb down, to set your teammates up outside of pool, to have those angles of approach. But also when it gets into those mid-round, when you don't really have information, when you need to take a calculated risk, choosing the right decision is also going to be a big part here in Map 5.
I agree with you. See if they can handle, see if they can manage. And we'll see if we can try to avoid having 18 restarts. Okay.
Fly through,
So
baby.
far, so far, so good. I don't want to call it before
so
it happens,
good.
but so far, so good.
Can you imagine, Alan, if you spawned in on Vault one day and that pool was actually filled with water?
Do you remember that? I don't know why this has hit my mind, but that's like a Mandela effect type situation that we're going to go back to one day, 6 years from now. Do you remember the Mandela effect conversation that we had about the standoff billboard?
No, I don't. I thought you were
People
about
were-
to tell me the Arden's forest trees that popped in war.
That one too. No, I remember there being a big conversation on Reddit, when did this billboard get here? And everyone's like, it's been there for literally 10 years. No, you're lying. No, it
Actually, I remember that. Yep, I remember that now. You used to catch me off guard because the color on it was a little bit different.
yeah, the yellow
upgraded
definitely.
stuff.
Yeah, the yellow made it look different for sure. Although I think
Popped
it was
a little
always
more.
yellow. I don't know.
Yeah. But in the game 5 we go. The Spartans on the attacking side instantly put this bomb down at A, and now Team War looking for a 4v4 retake.
Yeah. And, well, Prolo's going to find first blood. Julius kind of dove right on forward on that. Yuli with the follow-up, though. And that's going to be the A site reclaimed. Darkside around the back. Timing here is going to be everything. Finds Diamond Con. And is there... Yeah, they've got the angles on the outside to make sure no one's on for the defuse. But Yuli in the pool. Pistol. No. Maybe one more Jackal shot was what was needed. But runs out of ammunition. And that'll be enough to get the opening round.
Oh, yeah. He simply runs out of ammo. That's a clean two-piece there for Yuli. Pistol, even though he hits him with the opening shot, the headshot from Darkside, a little bit better there. He's able to secure the round, even though I thought that was going to be a runaway round there for the Spartans.
Sure felt like it.
Make something out of nothing there if you were a Team War. You're able to at least show that next time you plan it over towards A, it's not going to be as easy. But now on the offense they go.
Well, initial look at A is pretty free, pretty clean. Now it's going to commit for the plant, though, and that's going to allow this long flank to come around and completely surprise this playthrough pool. If not, maybe also Diamondcon. Does he have his spidey sense tingling? I mean, you got to figure if you haven't seen anybody yet, they got to be on the pinch, and I think Assault has seen this.
Yeah, he threw a shoulder from top cat. Got a lot of presence around this A side, and Yuli's able to strike for the first blood. So now on a man disadvantage, you're looking to make up for it. Spart finds the kill, but Darkside still knows there's two players pushed out our spawn.
Yep. And Dark Gunzy going to find 2 eliminations now, leaving it onto Assault. Not the start you want here if you're Team War. Isolated 1v1. I can't even call that a 1v1. Nice shots over the top. Not on for the defuse yet, but no. Too much pressure. Again, Assault gave himself a hell of a look at it, but not quite able to capitalize.
Yeah, if you're Team War there, though, we can't waste that much time to even work the A objective. Assault gets the info that they're already over towards our pool side. Probably just want to cut our losses and take our way over towards B. Just not having every ounce of information of what their setup was looking like. You only spot 2 players on the backside of the P2. Still commit on the bomb plant. Go trade for trade. Then Assault left in a 1v3. He still had a nade to work with as well. He was just thinking someone was definitely hopping it. Just a cover fire good enough for the Spartans there to go up 2-0.
Well, kind of back to the old faithful. Nades over the top this time. I don't know if they actually connect onto any of these offensive players, but DiamondCon has put himself into square, and yeah, he's just looking for a push through while the rest of the SMGs for Team War reclaim the A site, and that works out perfectly. So again, it's hard to say if those nades hit over the top or not, but it looked like they may have, because DiamondCon hits the brakes, the SMGs hit the gas, and there's really nowhere for Sparty to go as he will drop.
Yeah, that's beautifully played right there from Team War. Some adjustments on the defensive round. Told you, the last time you thought you were going to get the better of us, we made it in a 1v1, but the adjustments come in this time around. They catch the timing on the drop down through mid-vault, catch the bomb planter, and then DiamondCon with another big individual play. Once a gunfight through Top Cat, still knows that there's pressure on him, able to find a double. And basically secures around there. Team War able to put one on the board. But now if you get control of this A site, let's just plan it.
See if that comes true. DiamondCon going to play at P2. Looking for someone to cross up top. Trophy system down to supply support for this plant at A. And okay. You got Yuli. Oh, as it should be a freebie here if they burst the door. Stun will land, but Yuli doesn't want to chow it. Also stunned in return as the action towards A starts to develop. And nice little backup from Yuli. But Prolut's on for the defuse. Prolut's on for the defuse. Dark side over towards pool side, though. Prolut will drop. Dark will drop, and Team War will hold the post plant.
Thankfully, that nade is able to connect for Yuli, because if that nade doesn't connect, you're not expecting anyone to hop the defuse. He's the deciding factor on the round. Able to find, I think, 3 or 4. Basically secure that there for Team War. That time they wasted no time on the objective. Instantly get it down. Yuli pushes out the backside of Vault. So make sure no one's going to drop down while his teammates are still watching over at pool. But he was able to secure 3 on the round to tie the game.
Setup. Looking like the defense wants to try to chow out A quickly here through pool. There goes the drive. Wow, they're just jumping right on into it. Too real. Again, he's made that play a couple of times and just been immediately counteracted. Looking for timing on the planter. Not the case. Follow up for Yuli at mid. Doesn't see what he wants. And you got to get out of here. I mean, Team War are in trouble to contest this. Assault does find one outside the pool, though. That will slow down the plant. The hunt is on. Assault gets around the corner, though. And now the focus goes back over to Yuli, who's back into sight, but now over peaks just a touch. Gets caught by surprise.
Yeah, it gets a little too aggressive there for Yuli. They played a nice little corner in towards the A side, but the Spartans haven't committed on the bomb plant yet.
No.
So you're still giving Team War opportunities here.
DiamondCon, couple of shots over the top. Follow up there. Stun will drop in. Sticking for it, though, is Gunzy. And with 2 ARs, how do you try to reclaim this against 2 SMGs? They're going to see that there is no exit back over through vault stairs. So DiamondCon will try to use that. Assault's going to try to pull the attention back over to his direction. But you can see the high-low stack from Spart and Prolut watching through this staircase play. And the lineup's not there. They time it well, but it's just not efficient enough.
Yeah, too easy for the Spartans there. Once they find that kill on Yuli, you don't work the objective. You play for some info before you even think about it. Once a couple shots go down at pool, you know they're not going to slide on in. You're going up against both AR players. They do not have the weapon for the cause. A clean round there for the Spartans once that bomb goes down. To not allow them to break into their setup. Team War back on the attack, down 3-2.
Similar break off here over towards A. DiamondCon playing backside P2. That is a deep nade through middle that lands. And the Spartans will know now they have an opportunity to try to play this through the drop, but good Semtex, good stun to follow up. No one falls somehow. That looked like that was going to be an absolute disaster choke point. Not the case, but the bomb will get planted with that vacancy.
Trying to invest a couple of stuns and nades to make your approach a little bit easier, but 2 Real slides on in, finds a double.
Unreal.
2 Real calls the round. Give me 3 for the guy with the comfortable cushion underneath his arms. Party left in a 1v2.
I cannot believe he pulls that off. So now, like you mentioned, Spart's got to re-clear. Has a beat on the 2 Real, almost for the ace, not quite. But time is ticking away on this 1v1. Diamondcon just going to play a corner here inside of A, and Spart has going to run out of time on this. Yeah, Diamondcon is going to come out and just... so BM.
Hello.
So BM.
That round is all decided, though, by the play of 2 Real. Like, obviously, you read with the nade over the top that they were going to get aggressive through the map. You just stunned your nades to back them down through mid vault. But then once that bomb goes down, and he was the bomb planner, by the way, the NC is able to slide on out with the Omni movement, put himself in a position to not only line up 2, but the 3rd one as well on the drop down. And secures the round there for Team War to tie the game.
This has been a fun search for all of the craziest of reasons. Gun low to the top for Dark is going to land on some of this defense. Should be enough for Gunza to stick for a plant here. Making sure no one tries to recontest over through pool. We have seen 2 Real kind of just dive out the window and try to find some weird timings, but for 2 teams that have gotten into A quickly, they haven't been really privy to plant right away.
Oh, yeah, the Spartans wait for the engagements, so no one gets caught off guard here. But now you don't have any pool control. Your teammates have worked their way up to B Street. Assault was able to spot them, so he's going to give some info to Yuli. If I'm you, I'm just holding down his position, playing for this ISO kill on the backside of P2.
Yeah, for real. Well, shots come out. Diamondcon Assault find the first 2. Wow,
Damn.
Nice gunfight win from Assault. Gunzy now, last one left. And, well, he just don't love his chances, especially as he finds himself into the waiting arms of Assault, who gets 3 in the round. So that's going to take an edge now for Team War here. Really nice, I think, just responses to what they're being thrown at. You know, what's being thrown at them, rather, I should be saying.
Yeah, the Spartans just have to commit on that bomb plant. Like,
Yeah,
when you're giving them that much time, they obviously already had a player sitting over towards R, so they know the play is not going to be over towards B. But you already allowed Team War to take a lot of space over through poolside away. You were banking on that potentially rotation over towards B with both of your airs working on that side of the map. But once that play call gets shut down and you have to come in on a bomb plant, you're just not in the proper positions that you want to be in. Now down by 1 round, Team War take the advantage. Back on the attacking side, instantly in TA, instantly working the bomb plant.
Yep. Okay, and they hold the post plant. Dark side is trying to clear out P2 side. Yeah, they also have Gunzy already at pool. How do we let them get into pool that quickly? Salt is way out of the picture, so someone's going to have to pop off inside the site. Trophy system doing its job. Assault going to see 1 in the cross. He's got to get over to help here, though. Or does he? 2 Real again, lines up a couple, slips away. Now they can reset, try to play this over towards the pool. Prolut and Spart have reclaimed A, but again, the problem is going to be, how do you deal with this crossfire setup at pool? Wait a second.
Plan it.
They're going to stick for it. Prolut's already on. They try to slide forward, and Prolut's just going to hang and hold on to it. Oh, they don't even check for the bomb after they re-wrap back up through mid. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's just a bad play call right there from Team War. The angle for the bomb being planted is not preferably for you to be sitting over from poolside to try to contest this. So when both players commit on that rotation, you don't have an angle. Obviously, if you're dark side, you gain the info. Like, they just backed out. They're not going to drop back down into vault. I have that covered for you. So let's just stick to defuse, especially when you throw a shoulder and spot them over towards pool. Team War just basically let that one slip there. Now tied up at 4. A grueler of a map number 5 to try to get to the grand finals here of Elite Stage 2. Going blow for blow right now.
Yeah, I'll say. Guns and nades being exchanged through the catwalk this time. RCXD is going to come through. Immediately destroyed. 2 Real. This is huge. Oh, no. Shut down by Dark. Follow up though from Yuli's perfect. Trades are even though. We'll go 2v2 and there's an exit.
Oh, and Gunsy. He's isolates that gunfight instantly into another one-on-one, and Sparty in the perfect position to turn and burn on the DC. Turo, maybe if you start off that round with that gunfight, it goes a little bit different because Yuli doesn't have to force that play to catch that double, even though it turns into a 2-on-2. Just you had all the info, a lot of map control to go with it, but losing that initial one-on-one gunfight was the difference maker. Now Royal Spartans at game point back on the defense, but they need to figure out an answer. how they can shut down this early plan at A.
You can cut the tension with a wet piece of paper.
Paper cut. Wow, those hurt.
On for an immediate plan at A. The defense actually getting pulled back to B. I don't know if there was just deep utility tossed or what, but a moment of second guessing here for the Spartans. Now getting back over to pool. And again, this post plant better be set up for the drop in because there's no one to contest against this pool flood, but Yuli still after the damage coming through for the nades is able to take down one. Rotation underway for Team War's post plant. The Spartans have to flood in from the front. Two real tossing shoulders. Yuli for another. RCXD try to open the front door. I don't even know if that's going to be enough. Spartans able to take down two, but Diamond Con's right here.
No.
Damage in. Gunzy's going to try to hop, but it should be an easy follow-up here for Assault. Yeah, just waits for the right time on the clock to make sure it's inevitable. And we're going to go round 11, map 5.
Yep, Team War again, back to their bread and butter. Let's just get the bomb down, go back to our setup, making sure our overextension is being watched. We're banking on the SMGs with trophy system in towards the side to find some success or some early info before we make the play. But another successful attacking round there from Team War. Now forces around 11 to make it to the grand finals here at Elite Stage 2.
Holy cow. Spartans with the bomb. Did they just go right to it? I mean, they haven't shown that they're like willing to just immediately plant. They want to try to feel things out first. A couple of defensive nades do land outside of pool. They don't land though. That moment of pause keeps the Spartans away from information, and now they'll go for the plant.
Yeah, the good thing is that it stabilized on the map. There's not a single player from Team War. We're able to take some space away, but unfortunate team kill. And that leads to the man disadvantage now for Team War. Assault and Diamond Con. The AR is forced to clutch on up.
Yeah, the collateral damage was just so significant. Trophy system denies the stun. Diamond Con surprised from Spart. Assault damage in with the RC, but everyone's just going to reset back over to pool and make this impossible for Adam. Especially before that bomb is planted. I mean, there's just so many angles you can watch this from. A decent attempt to slide on out, but not going to happen. The Spartans will hang on to round 11. Find the win, and they will punch the first ticket into the North American Stage 2 Grand Finals.
Wow, fantastically played right there from the Spartans. In the search and destroy round 11 to read the play. Okay, they haven't thrown any attacks over towards pool. They're not getting aggressive in towards vault, so let's just instantly work the bomb plan. And that's just one of those rounds where Team War realistically let me down. We get all the way to around 11 to slow down the game when we didn't need to. Every single defense, they were taking space away, either working through the map, taking aggressive routes through top cat. But the final round, obviously, the pressure's at the highest here. You don't want to make mistakes. But it's just to give up that A plant the way that you did and then bank on a drop down and towards vault when you have no information, you have no idea what their post plant setup is looking like. You drop down right behind your teammate and unfortunately team kill and lose the gunfight at the same time. Doesn't allow you an opportunity to even think about that retake once a play like that goes down. But the Spartans, the better team in the clutch, able to clutch up here in the round 11 to move on to the grand finals.
Wow, what a series. So now you're in a position to get the control veto advantage in the grand finals. Team War, of course, slipping down to the lower finals, will have to meet up against Mid Brooklyn or YFP. That'll be our next matchup that we will have on broadcast. I just have to say, like, I think, you know, the Spartans were battled up really, I think, evenly in this matchup. And that says a lot, I think, to Team War coming off of what was a pretty easy round 1, round 2 pathway in the bracket.
Yeah.
To deal with the squad that we were holding in such high regard after last week's initial playoff day. And for them to contest and take both hard points against a team that we thought was really polished in their respawns overall is really impressive. And yeah, a little bit of looking at some of the search and destroy. I don't even really know if you need to look much at the vault. Like, it just came down to a couple of the gunfights and a couple of weird post plants. But I think the red card is the one that, you know, stands out a touch, where you're in a couple of 4v2s, 4v3 moments. You've got good numbers. You're just not able to convert the rounds just off of, like, strange calls. Like, someone plays forward for a plant when you've got a long pinch that's going to guarantee you the space to do that. Yeah, so, like, some moments like that stand out in my mind here after this series.
Yeah, the defensive setups on the side of Team War on that red card were not the best. Spartans were able to just pick them off early with the information or just capitalize off the information and with finding out the weaknesses for their defenses. Need to make adjustments going forward into tomorrow. If you do manage to throw that into your series again, but I thought that they outplayed them on that vault in the game number 5. We're talking about that 4v2 round where it turns into a 2-on-2 and we rotate out towards pool and don't have an angle to keep the bomb safe. I think that that was the biggest round of the entire VAT because you obviously are able to put yourself at game point. They're going to still be stuck at 3, but you give yourself more opportunities to take a couple risks in those final rounds instead of playing so slow in that round 11. But to take a look at the bracket again, CTE, a.k.a. the Royal Spartans, able to walk away with the Game 5 victory, move on to the Grand Finals. Team War knocked down to Elimination Finals. Wait and see who they play, which is going to be our next matchup. Omid Brooklyn versus YFP for the rematch.
Yeah, that's a round 1 rematch. And just as the kind of brief history lesson, what happened then, Mid Brooklyn started off hot with map number 1, and then just got wiped in the next 3 maps, 2, 3, and 4. So that's what we got coming up. Shouldn't be too long, hopefully, before we get ourselves set up, because the veto process should be done at this point. So hopefully we'll be able to jump right back into the action pretty darn quickly. Don't go far. North American Challengers right for this. Welcome back, everybody. One more match here this evening as we jump back down to the lower bracket where YFP and Emit Brooklyn will be squaring up, try to stay alive and try to get into the top 3. Have to play Team War, though, in the next round. So that's what's waiting for both these two squads, but they're not thinking about that yet. It's all about what we have here as we need to revisit the Emit Brooklyn roster. We started with them today. They look pretty solid, honestly speaking. Again, it was a little bit of a slow start in map number 1, but after that point, really stepped up, looked really solid. In particular, Rex had a really good back 3 maps.
Oh, yeah. That guy was on point with the AR. Like, the SMGs are always going to have fun field days. But the fact that Dylan Rex at points was taking over with the AR, was also doing it with the SMG. You can tell after that map number 1, Emit Brooklyn finally woke up a little bit. But their hands are going to be full because on the opposite side of the playing ground, you got YFP, a team that already took them down in the first stage of the playoffs. And they did it in 4. It's just like the way that Emit Brooklyn played earlier on, guns are hot. I'm just hoping that they stayed hot because we can't have slow starts versus this roster.
Indeed the case. But I think the thing about this is you have a dynamic SMG duo. When they're really clicking, they're hard to stop. And Fellow may have had a kind of slow series in the opener, but the fact of the matter is this AR duo has been really solid when they are playing well. Like, I think when the front line, back line has worked out well together, they are difficult to stop. It just comes down to if that will actually happen. On the other side for YFP, as mentioned, they did already taste a little bit of victory against this squad, beating them 3-1 in the winner's bracket. Cruz, Dak, Mamba, and Wiz. Kind of like, well, to speak to it, out of the 4 teams that are remaining, this is the only squad that has a roster that has not seen the CDL yet. So, again, just trying to get over that hurdle, beat players who have been there, and really establish yourselves as the next up-and-comers.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what you need to do to try to make a name for yourself or at least work your way up to the big leagues is take care of players that have already been in those situations. Just continuously try to be in the winning circle. With the way that these guys play, I love the young talent. I truly do. I love to watch Wiz's gameplay because he's not afraid to make plays, man. That's the biggest thing that I love watching this title compared to the other ones, because with the Omni movement, it allows more plays to be made. This guy hasn't slowed down his pacing, so he's going to have a field day. And if you allow a player like Wiz to get hot, oh, man, your hands are going to be full. But take a look at the maps and modes. Starting off with the Hasi, Vault map number 2, Vault Control following up, and then a double protocol to end this one off. Yeah, you can already see Omid said, last week we played you on a bunch of red cards. Today, it's not going to be the same.
No, yeah, hell no. Not after what happened last time around. Hacienda, though, has been a map we've seen really for both these two squads. I think actually this is the first map in both of their series today. So some reps have already come through. YFP handled Distro on it, I believe. Let me double check that real quick before I say bad information. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Yep, 250, 151. It was a Hacienda Hardpoint. No one really popped off in particular. It was just kind of a good team effort. So, yeah, both these two squads have gotten a taste of Hacienda so far today. The biggest news here for Emit Brooklyn is can they kind of keep their heads on straight and not just get lost trying to overchow things.
Why'd your tone just change there, buddy? Why did your tone just change there? You know it's us. You know we're in challengers. You know these guys instantly load into the map and they say, whoa, 26 ping is just a little bit too much for my liking. So we're going to hit the reset. We got to try to find a different server. And again, we must wait for the action to brew.
Okay. All right, Jay, if you say so, I'll wait. I'll wait. Golly. Goodness gracious.
Hey, man.
Tell me.
But the good thing about the opening Hasi is that YFP obviously found success early on, but at least today. And then in the opposite side for Emit Brooklyn, they fell short on their opening Hacienda Hardpoint. But it's easy to go back and look at the reason why you lost than it is to think about the reasons why you won. Because it was still, what, an 100-point difference in the YFP series, a 100-point difference in the Emit Brooklyn series. And the reason why Emit Brooklyn lost is because you couldn't hold a hard point. Like, you rotated multiple times over towards P2, were instantly broken because Dylan Rex was getting isolated towards the back, or at least pushed back towards the back to where he opened up lanes to approach from the middle side of lobby. And then on P4 as well, like, you won every single rotation there, but just were instantly broken. So now Emit Brooklyn, with their guns a little bit more warmed, I expect them to be challenging some of those gunfights, stop running away from them. But to take a look at the bracket again, yeah, Roy Spartans sitting in the grand finals, Emit Brooklyn in the duel versus YFP to see who plays Team War.
I think I could recite this bracket to you map for map now at this point. We've seen it so much.
That'd be a talent.
Well, I mean... when we can go between two things. We can either see the map set again, or we can see the bracket. There we go. There we go. Back and forth. Oh, goodness. No, I mean, you're right. I mean, just to kind of give the reaction again, if you missed that opening matchup for Omit Brooklyn, just getting caught trying to get a little too cute, trying to chase down a couple extra kills where they don't need to be. But you go back into what they were able to do in their map 4, a totally different story. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
turning kills into macro movements on the map, flipping hard points, flipping spawns at the same time. That's what you expect to see from Omit Brooklyn. Just comes down to, like, again, like you mentioned, just not starting off slow. And making sure that you can actually find the success you want to with the players that you are looking to kind of break up those rotations. You know, looking at a Capsule, looking at a Rex to get those early rotations underway or those early challenges for breaks underway. So see if they can make that happen.
And I feel like every time I talk about this YFP lineup, like their search and destroy is usually what I think when I think of the 4 on the lineup. But recently, I feel like they've been losing a lot of their search and destroys.
Yeah.
Like in the series previous, where you go all the way to a map number 5 versus these, obviously you clutch up in the map number 5, but you did lose the map 2 on a red card in a 6-2 fashion, just a little bit more icy in those final moments versus some young guns. But you can't really bank on the S&Ds versus a team like Omit Brooklyn here. So
No, I don't think
you need to make sure you answer early on into these respawns. The Hacienda Hardpoint might be a big one here for YFP.
Let's see how these guys been doing so far. Okay, so this YFP team, they made it to playoffs last stage. We know that for a fact. They got the automatic bid back in. Second in Cup 5, second in Cup 6. I mean, hey, they're doing pretty decent when it comes to how this roster has, you know, played off of the reformation. Well, actually, no. They finished top 8 in Cup 6. For some reason, Cruz is listed as playing with fellow Lunars and Capsule. We know that's not the case. I think that's supposed to say Craze. The COD Game PD guys may have just missed a vowel. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. I'm not going to say we're in game until we're actually in game. All right, we're in game. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Here we go. Map number 1, Omit Brooklyn, YFP. To get to the losers finals versus Team War. Dylan Rex ended off his last series absolutely beaming with the AR. He's going to start off map number 1, already taking down the first kill on the Wiz. Craze flies on in, finds a double. Craze finds 3, a clean 4 dead. All spawns for YFP are over towards fences. Soak up all the time.
Yeah, that's a heck of a start, Craze. Finding now 4 in a row. Wow, okay. And this is what you're looking for. Re-wrap back out, make sure there's no overextension. Do they pick up the pinch? Yes, they do. Absolutely perfect start here for Omit Brooklyn. Craze, 5 in a row. Working for early streaks. Dancing with death here. And he's got a little bit of assistance as Wiz is tagged up down to critical health. 10 seconds left on this hard point. And Omit Brooklyn are going to find right around 40 points. And Capsule the one responsible for shutting down the rotation to do.
Oh, and I love this adjustment. You whip out Capsule with an extra AR to stabilize on the map. Now, he's early in a situation to where he knows the pressure's going to be towards the backside, but Dylan Rex finally has some assistance. So you keep on trading, keep on trading. That's all you were looking to do, and Dylan Rex now on 5 in a row. A perfect start here for Omit Brooklyn. All the pressure through the front. Dylan finds another one. You're simply going to get overwhelmed now if you are IFP because you don't have the numbers as Omit fly right back on in.
Ooh, okay. Fellow Caps, Skull Eliminations coming through. Hold the front door after the initial play, and the pinch is also shut down, leaving it just down to Dak from the front. And wow, okay. This is a beatdown. An absolute stellar start for Omit Brooklyn. And YFP, they may just chalk and rotate on this. They're looking for exit kills here, Jay.
You got to chalk it up, though, and not die off the exit. You don't want to spawn on the backside of that old hard point. Thankfully, Dak starts off the trade fights. Craze going to spawn on the backside of P2. Finding that kill, though, onto Cruz, though. He might spawn all the way out unless this new hell pops in time. Yeah, he's going to be all the way out to play, so you're forcing YFP now to watch a couple different angles they probably weren't expecting to.
Okay, a little turn up here for YFP. Dealing with that initial play on the rotation. Craze trying to find some space. Up the vines. Catches Dak. Yeah, that's a big first win. Now you can start to establish something from the front. Capsule in for the contest. Sliding out his Mamba, but dealt with very quickly. Now the long range shots. Dak caught with a knife out. Cruz, topside patio.
Oh!
Capsule. Just absolutely melting, and then the pinch is on from Rex, and he takes down 2. And wow, what a fiery start for Omit Brooklyn.
It doesn't get any better than this, man. You're just playing with your best foot forward so far to open up this hard point. winning every single rotation. Even when you're late, you're finding breaks for a majority of the time. You're already up by 100 points going into the initial P4. So now the slow and steady approach to try to work your way in towards the rock hill at money side. Capsule strikes for the opening kill. He already has a Hellstorm to be earned, but you might not need it. The gunfights are still working.
Yeah, a little back and forth here over the opening time here at P4. Wow,
Good
Fellow
job.
gets away with that one. Holy cow. Hey, Fellows has been hanging out like feet up, bro. He's 2 and 4. It's been Caps and Rex and
My
Craze
God.
that have just completely decimated this YFP squad. Finally, an 8 over the top takes Capsule out of the picture, but I mean, this is a 100-plus point game, not getting any closer as YFP are taking long routes to try to overwhelm this play from multiple angles, but the read seems to be on. Rex coming back over, shuts down the play through open hallway. One more to grab as Dak will slide forward, and that will be a little bit of scrap time, but not out of the realm of possibility for Met Brooklyn to contest this.
Yeah, only Brooklyn still know that, all right, the next hill is going to be P1. We're probably going to contest this all the way to the very end, but they're deciding to cut their losses and attack through secret hallway. So now still in a 100-point difference. YFP have a lot to make up for here on the second half of the game. Start off by not allowing Omer Brooklyn a lot of time here at P1, but maintain spiral side going into P2.
Yeah. Well, big moment here. Wow, nice little movement from Fellow. Trades out at least his life, but Cruz to the drop shot finds the follow-up elimination, giving a lifeline here for YFP over the top of P1. Follow-up also good for Cruz. Right back into this game. Now YFP can start to feel, with 40 seconds still remaining here, Met Brooklyn are just making sure no one's pushing through as they're going to call the Hellstorm in to confirm where everyone's at, but the 2 eliminations come through immediately. So once again, YFP doing what they need to do to get back into this game here.
Yep. They know that, okay, we already got the investment out of the Hellstorm. There's nothing done with it. And we put ourselves in a position to still soak up a lot of this time. They're more focused now off the rotation. It's just you're simply going to get outnumbered. Not a single rotation gunfight go in favor of YFP. Omid Brooklyn still in a position to soak up that final 15 seconds if you can win the one-on-one. Dylan Rex is going to fall. Fellow forced to now back on up. Dylan's going to spawn all the way across the map, but they have the power spots to maintain this.
Ooh. A little bit of team damage coming through. That smoke also, or smoke from the Semtex, I should say, kind of making a mess of that gunfight. But Met Brooklyn will clean everything up, leaving just now Mamba trying to play for an overextension. Backside well fences. Does find one, but Craze is trying to zone forward here. Well, but Mamba finds another on the back. This now puts immediate pressure on Met Brooklyn from inside the hard point. Fellow good for one off of his spawn. Follow-up, stun, keeping him alive for a little while longer, and actually has Rex spawning with him. Maybe a chance to pinch here with Capsule from the front, and that seems to be the case.
And I don't know if Mamba just lagged out or
Yeah,
something.
Mamba may have
He's
lagged
not
out.
moving.
He's moving now.
Oh, okay, he's moving now. But the Brooklyn boys are able to find a break in towards P2. So 20 seconds is a great amount of junk time to fight for. YFP now forced to cut their losses. Still a 100-point difference. Craze already early off the rotation. He's going to catch a couple freebies here.
Only gets the one, but the read's on the way. YFP still down 100, would have to get essentially 45 plus here just to give themselves a fighting chance at this. Decent read over the top. Rex will fall off that pinch. Now everything largely coming from the front. Capsule still waiting. Topside fire, though. Looking for a chance to pinch. Looks for the first. Reads onto the second, but Wiz too slippery. So the opening break stifled. YFP didn't get the first 30.
Yeah, this has been the hell where they found potentially the most success on so far. First go around was Omid Brooklyn, though, leading into a break for a majority of the time. Mamba finds 3, though, this time around. Now you're slowly but surely getting yourself back into this game. Omid Brooklyn trapped in towards the backside of Boathouse. Need a couple kills, and with the lead that they have, you can fight every single second at junk time.
Oh, Craze going to swap between weapons here as he's running low on ammunition. Junk time of 10 seconds. Looking good for Fellow and the rest of Met Brooklyn. That'll get him close to the 200-point threshold. YFP 2v2 over the new time. Mamba good for 4 in a row. Dak right there with him. So now they've got all 4 members in position. A long route from Fellow. This is going to be, I mean, the definition of the longest route you've ever seen. And a little bit of pressure from the front is going to allow now a little bit of an opportunity here. If Fellow can come back through this, but no, Dak from the front cleans up a couple. And this has completely stopped Met Brooklyn from getting this pinch.
Oh, yeah, because you get the gunfight, your teammate spawns over towards Boat. Now you can put yourself on the backside of the rock. So that long route from Fellow gets absolutely nothing done. And all of a sudden, YFP are right back into this game, man. Big 30 seconds still here to fight for. They're walking away with the majority of the trades. Omid Brooklyn are taking their sweet time on the approach. trying to find an opening through top of them. They get the first, but YFP are still in.
In the middle, though, Rex trying to slide forward. Not going to happen. The shutdown's there, and uh-oh. This was a 100-point game right before we got to P3. And now, all of a sudden, we're down to within 20. Big moments here into this Hacienda as we try to fight for the high ground control over the top of P1.
And they're already trying to fight for that top open control. Raze, though, on the pinch is going to make their life a little bit more difficult. Hits the stun. Sets up Dylan Rex for the second, so Omen Brooklyn are in towards the P1. But Dylan Rex only reads one player. Mamba earned himself a Hellstorm. Going to use it to sleepily keep them off of the time, because you have the spawns that you want for the next hill.
Yeah, they're going to get back into the hardpoint almost immediately, too. On top of that, +3 eliminations behind us. Oh, my goodness. What an absolute breakdown here from Brooklyn. Just cooling off on a couple of the big pop-off starts here for the individuals from Brooklyn. And you're going to get YFP. Maybe a chance to claim the lead. Couple of eliminations here for Brooklyn, but Dak, almost able to double up. That would have led to maybe a chance here, but instead, Wiz is going to take the 1v1 over the top of the fountain and now work on rotation.
Yeah, it's all about the work for all the rotation, and they found that second call on the capsule, so that's already 2 plays for Moment Brooklyn. Spawning all the way across the map. Cruz made himself in a position to block the back spawns. You find that trade in towards lobby. You're going to turn it into a 2v3, but this player in towards the hardpoint is the biggest one. You're able to find that kill. Now you're in for the front. Now you just got to bank on this tight setup.
Well, they don't see Mamba initially. Wow, Mamba gets one. He actually slips away from Rex. There's no immediate trade here.
No
Mamba's
way.
still hunting. Mamba's going to find another.
Way.
Oh, my goodness. The last opportunity for this break would be by way of this hit through Zig. Stun just to kind of back it down. Patience now for him at Brooklyn. That's going to punish Dak. Now he can start to set up a little bit of a pinch from the front at the same time. Can you break through this? Here comes their attempt. Initial kill, decent here from it. Brooklyn capsule for 2, and Dak will be shut down. The break is in.
And I'm not going to lie. If you're YFP, I'm chalking it. I'm chalking up that time. We do not lose there. Obviously, we're going to allow them to get closer. We're only going to be down by 10. The rotation is everything that we need right now. You find the initial kill off of it, so you still have everyone on the proper sides of the map. We just need to create a couple layers because the game is going to end right here at P3.
Felony putting some pressure on the rotation on the OE. Not going to happen. Capsule trying to force something up top. Good read from Mamba back over towards Patio. Initial time good for YFP. They're going to reclaim the lead. The spawns are in for Brooklyn, but they need to come here quickly. Shut down up top looking decent. Wiz, backside fences. Doubled up, working alongside a couple of teammates as Craze will jump in for the contest. Can he open up this hard point, though? Up and over, trying to find Dak. Not going to happen. Capsule from the backside, though, will flip things around. It'll stop at 244.
240, 244. Last push for YFP. You got to get in. Throw your stuns in the nades. Tie game. Photo finish on the Gryzon.
Stuns, nades are landing. Fellow in trouble. Backside Stonewall. Can he block down any more of these crossers for YFP? Trying to work their way off the pitch. Comes Wiz, and that'll be a little bit of a momentary break. Craze, though, gets 2. How about 3? Anyone else to touch? The 1v1 possibly for the game. Capsule with the win. Can anyone get back the touch in time? Doesn't look to be so. Capsule finds the final winning 1v1, and a bit Brooklyn able to stop what would have been an absolute breakdown as they were up 100+ and only win by 4.
Oh, my God. Thank God they were able to stop that breakdown because YFP, without question, would have been in the game chat holding that Z button and letting them hear it because they almost made a miraculous comeback there, but Craze putting a bow on these final moments of the map, number 1. The fact that he's sitting from top flat turns into a 2v4. His initial 2 teammates fall, but he's able with the SMG to line up 3, set up Capsule for the one-on-one, and he's able to call game there. It's not clean for Moment Brooklyn, and he's on the second half of the game, but thankfully they're able to walk away victorious there.
Wow. A major turn-up for YFP. And to be fair, like, for Brooklyn, you're, wow, sweat off the brow without question. But a lot of that opening lead comes by way of just individuals dominating. I mean, literally, Caps, Craze, Dylan, all of them putting together multi-spree after multi-spree in the face of YFP trying to play for the right rotations. You know, we had that moment where they were down like 83-10 and they chalk and rotate P2 to P3. They're in a perfect setup and then it gets single-handedly broken. So it's just like, it's tough when you try to evaluate that, but them trusting that, hey, we're making the right reads, we're making the right plays, let's just keep that up. It gets them right back into fighting contention, but when you go down 100+ points like that, it's so hard to make up that ground on a map like Hacienda.
And if you go back to like that P2, these are like little minimal things that you can fix to potentially walk away victorious here. When you go back to that P2 where Dak Eagle challenged for that first death on the side door, and then you allow Capsule to fly on and find a double that leads to the break, he just gave up his life for free. That's the worst thing you can do on a map like Hacienda, is give up your life for free off the rotation or even in the setup, because then if they already have pressure around the back, you're already going to spawn all the way across the map. You're putting your team in a man disadvantage there, and that's what allows Capsule and the rest of the Omen Brooklyn boys to walk through the front door to find that break. That's just a small thing, though. And when you get over towards the P3 side, you saw that they read that the spawns were towards the back. It's just the angle of approach there. Whoever was the player sitting towards the top side of Cat, even though he does find one kill, it's just if you play a safer angle there to potentially find two or find one and get out with your life, that's a better place to be made. You still remember, these are guys in challenges, so there's a couple things that they need to learn if they want to make it to the big leagues, but those little small mistakes stand out in close games like that.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so a little bit of fireworks here. A lot of fireworks here in map number 1. But the conversation piece that you can string from last week to this week with this rematch was came out hot with map number 1. And then it was nothing but YFP from there on out. Now, the map pool is a little bit different from when they had last played. We're going to get double dose of Vault plus then a protocol finish here. But this Search and Destroy, I think kind of looking at this from a Brooklyn standpoint, you got to get into a spot to where you can show me something that just, again, the game plan is ready to counteract what you're able to see. Because, I mean, this has been a map that Bit Brooklyn have used quite often, and it does kind of feel like we're just forcing gunfights. We're just trying to take whatever, fights we can find. Some of it on your terms. It feels like a lot of it, though, from the defensive side feels overly forced. So we'll see if they kind of pay a little bit more respect here to this YFP squad.
But they got to pay a lot more respect, because even in their previous series, the Search and Destroy going all the way toward round 11 and relying on a felony to even clutch up in a 1v3 to get us that W there wasn't the cleanest way to play Call of Duty, especially in S&D. We have to be setting up these team pushes. We can't try to find gunfights 5-10 seconds into these rounds, but this might be a map where Omen Brooklyn prefer that, though. Like, you're going into a vault where you know you have Capsule, you got Craze, we're going to work our way in towards the A sites. We're going to have Felony sitting on the outskirts, Dylan Rex on the opposing end. So let's just try to get this bomb down and play for those gunfights. That's probably the way that Omen Brooklyn are looking to play S&D.
Seems to be the case. That's what we've seen to this point. Maybe a little bit different after they've had a chance to talk about it. We'll find out. We're going to step away for a break and make sure the servers are all set, everything's all good, and then we'll jump into map number 2. Be right back. Here we go. We're jumping on into the map number 2, Search and Destroy. YFP's comeback efforts in map 1 stifled at the very last moment thanks to a 1v1 win from Capsule. And now we jump into the Vault Search and Destroy. Cruz already getting a read onto Rex. And honestly enough, wait a second. Cruz is going to fall. And whoa, the quick defensive pressure from Mid Brooklyn has YFP and me bamboozled how that just broke down so quickly.
I love the initial play call there right there from Omen Brooklyn, though, because they know in round 1, we take pool control. If they're stacking towards the site, our nades will be felled. So the fact that they're able to completely blind counter them on the opening round, taking pull away, isolating the player on the backside of P2, and then everybody inside the site was sitting ducks. Because there's too many players from Omen Brooklyn just ready and waiting for you to peek out, and they were going to take you down. A quick opening round there from Omen Brooklyn to go up 1-0.
Yeah. I mean, initially it looked like that play out towards Palms was going to have Rex dead to rights, but the quick hit through mid comes through. And now all of a sudden you line up a couple. Oh, at least you thought you lined up a couple. Capsule still alive and kicking. Damage over to another. That's enough for Felony to follow up. Really good help coming through from Mid Brooklyn. And now they've got, well, B Street controlled. They just don't have the bomb to play with.
Oh, yeah, they were playing for the gunfights. So I can see both teams just want to get this series done and dusted. Now Omen Brooklyn still in the man advantage. Forced to clear out their spawn to try to recover this bomb, but Mamba's completely on the opposite side of the map. 45 seconds to go, slowly approaching A.
Ooh, does Mamba see this? Yeah, he does. At least he'll know where the next battleground will be. It'll be here right over the top of the A site. He does see Caps on the switch as well. And he's going to try to get the 1v1 isolation, but that's a really tough gunfight. Yeah, good patience coming out. Get underneath cover, get back up, find him before he can retreat, and that's a 2-0 start for Met Brooklyn.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Omen Brooklyn, they look for gunfights in the first 5 to 10 seconds. So you can give it to them. That's the way that they like to play the game. Turn it into a 2v2, but they just simply outnumber you through the middle of the map. Able to walk away with that engagement and a man advantage. And then just take their time off the rotation, gain the info. And even though I thought Mamba potentially had the jump on them, once he's that repositioning sliding on the bottom side of Cash, just Fellow with the movement, able to secure the round and secure the kill. Now I'm at Brooklyn up 2-0. Fellow with a perfect 4-0 start. Back to the defensive side they go. This time they're not contesting for pool. They're working the overextension.
Yeah. And this is bold. Does Mamba expect this? He may have put himself in a corner to where he can stay very safe from this route from Craze. Unless he checks around the back. Wow, talk about doing your due diligence.
Can't do this.
You
Yeah,
can't do that. You have to get the kill and play for this retake. Yeah. So small moment of embarrassment. Craze actually finds a secondary kill. Fellow stepping off. Wow, great damage. Dax seen. Rex finds the kill. Now's the flood, and never mind, Craze. Do whatever the hell you want.
He just said, don't worry, guys. I'll run him. Works the deep pinch. Takes a player from behind, but then he knows if I walk up to the site, it's going to be 10 seconds by the time I even get close into the play. But the fact that he wins that second gunfight onto Cruz, where Cruz had the info, he just had to play for the slide. Craze has always had the confidence. But he basically secures the round with that second kill. Perfect. So far in the search and destroy, 3-0 start. Back on the attacking side they go. And this time they recover the bomb, and with a couple trophy systems, you best believe the bomb's probably going to go down instant.
Yeah. Think about this. This is a 3-man stack for YFP up top through the catwalk. Fellow is watching this, though. I think he's seen a couple of players slide over. Now, yeah, he definitely confirms that. And, ooh, is there maybe a chance here where they try to clear space at B Street, knowing that there's a heavy investment for the defense up top? Wow, nice shots from Fellow. Again, pushes off the angle, and, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this bomb try to rotate over, but instead it's still sticking right on top of the A site looking for someone to contest them.
Yeah, I don't understand what we're waiting for. Like,
Me
Fellow
neither.
was watching over towards poolside. But then now in a man disadvantage, we're going to put it down. 4v2, Craze gets picked, and now Capsule, the guy who just planted, is left in a 1v4. Yeah, good try. We gotta, if you're home at Brooklyn, you have all the info. Fellow spotting and multiple players jumping out towards pool. Let's just get the bomb down so then Fellow can get out of that position. But the fact that they waited so long, he was forced to stay there, and unfortunately got caught.
Yeah, it just looked like maybe the conversation was just too many cooks in the kitchen right there, because You saw for a moment one of the players that was playing deep trying to get a look towards B long to see if they can take B street away. I think that was Rex. But yeah, you got to make a decision here between Craze and Caps. Like, are we rotating out or are we going to commit for the plant? Because even Craze was like looking to see if someone was going to commit down through the hole in the floor at Vault. But I don't know. They just got a little bit too stringy right there, and YFP are on the board looking for a follow-up.
YFP are not going to waste any time on their bomb plant. They're going to be able to get this down successfully. The trophy is exposed, though, so you give them an angle from poolside if they can isolate onto Mama, which they do, and shoot that trophy out and then make their attacks be felt in towards the site.
Some tags from Fellow. Caps looking for the timing to jump on in. Oh, and well, now he's the last one really to make a play. Trying to jump up and over. The hunt for Cruz is on. Good movement. Doesn't put him in the corner, though. Cruz going to find 3. Just down to Rex. He's stuck at the pool. Cruz looking for the ace. I think he may have actually gotten it as well. So Cruz kind of shuts down that contest through pool. Gets the read around the back. And nope, Wiz stole away the ace.
Yeah, what a scumbag, huh? Here, let me get that one there, Wiz. To basically secure the round there for us by hitting that repinch over through top cat. But I thought Omen Brooklyn and Ish initially, they started off the round perfect. Like, you isolate onto Mamba, you shoot the trophy out. We just probably invested all of our attacks to not work our way in towards the site immediately. But YFP now 2 rounds in a row. Even themselves in this game.
Right back into the site we go. This time, Fellow will play deep in towards spawn for the quick plant. Rex, SMG in hand. Nice little spam down. Caps to be follow up off that. No, Dak instead gets 3. Oh my goodness. And Fellow is so far away. Now, the only thing here is YFP know that he had been playing backside P2 before. This time they get the information that he's playing over the top, and Dak will hop on. Good bodyguarding from Mamba with the AR. And that's as clean as it gets.
Yeah, I don't understand, like, the way that Omen Brooklyn plays sometime, it truly does irk me. Because you know that the pressure's coming into Vault. We don't have to slide at them. They have to slide into us. We're just allowing them to sit there on their pre-aims when they are not in the preferred positioning there. Doesn't make sense. You at least traded out effectively to start, but the fact that you allowed Dak to line you up for 3 because we're all just sliding at the Vault door doesn't make sense there. So Omen Brooklyn, even after finding the first bullet off of the bomb being planted, falls short there, and YFP now have rallied 3 rounds in a row to tie the game.
Yep. 3 pretty clean rounds, too. Not much that you can really look at and say they got lucky. It was really good designs, good follow-ups. Now Cruz, SMG in hand, Dak SMG in hand. This is going to be a heavy stack inside the ace site again. Amit Brooklyn going to have to play retake once more.
And you can already see on your minimap, Felony playing a little bit safer. To not allow players like Cruz to work the outskirts of the bomb. Trophies go down, tax getting invested, nothing connecting. It's a 4-stack in towards A.
And the problem is Fellow kind of on the minimap. You see him.
Big
Whoa,
win.
Cruz should have won that one. Trade is on the way. Now here comes the hit from the front, though. Leading it to a 1v1. Rex going to take on for Dak, and Rex is going to hop it. Dak running forward. Does he get the check on this in time? Sure does. And YFP, 4 in a row, all of a sudden, just like that.
They just flipped the switch. They started to understand, okay, these guys have been running at us every single round, especially on their defenses, so let's just allow them to run at us in a very difficult site. We get the bomb down, 4v4 in towards the post plant at A. Even though Fellow, I thought once he won that opening on the opposite side, like that would have been GG on the round. But it was quick adjustments, quick mid-round adjustments there from YFP to instantly find that trade. For everybody else now to turn around, and in a one-on-one, Dak just plays it perfectly. Ends that round on 6 in a row. Potential cruise missile to be earned.
He already has it, I think. We were on the POV. He's got the RC, and the Hellstorm, yep. Couple of tags onto Rex. And the nades land. Oh, my goodness. Bomb's gonna get stuck for the plant. Oh, and Wiz is just not... He has no business winning that gunfight. Still able to snap, find the kill on the Fellow. Oh, and the read here from Mamba is pretty good. Caps has to try to run away. Not going to be allowed to. And nowhere to go for Craze. I mean, these have been lightning fast rounds. I know that's often the case, but they have been convincing lightning fast rounds from one side or the other. And that's 5 in a row for YFP.
Yeah, man. Now they're all of a sudden at game point. You blinked and they were down 0-3. You blink again. Now they're up at game point here in map number 2. 5P are looking for the bounce back here to try to tie the series up, but Omid Brooklyn just looking like they did in that map number 2 earlier on today. Like, just you start off with a couple clean rounds, but after that, everything is just sloppy from this point on. Like, the fact that Dylan Rex gets caught for a first blood there, knowing that we're most likely going to use a lot of attacks to take a little bit of cat control. And then Fellow tries to make up for it with another isolation play. Just the teamwork has been thrown out the window these past couple of rounds for Omid.
Oh, now we're just diving in through mid. Drew's already on the cross to find the first. Support is already here for the offense. And this is what we should have seen from Mitt Brooklyn a couple of rounds ago, but good awareness. Rex comes out, takes care of Dak, and now kind of means that Mitt Brooklyn, we're going to have map control, but again, we're overextending just a touch. Getting caught. Fellow on the cross. Bomb's being planted. Does he slide out to check this? Mama's going to have a good crossing angle to try to keep him safe on the exit, too. Oh, my goodness, no way.
We don't even play for the info on the exit, so at least you know that they're pushed out towards your spawn. But Mamba's watching the cross, he's giving the info to his teammate in Wiz, and all you have to do is just play your life if you're Wiz, because you're the safety net.
Semtex misses. This is taking too long. It's taking way too long. We're rewrapping all the way around the backside at Art, and Caps is going to be seen. Wiz just has to stay safe. He's got a Semtex to delay the gunfight.
No
Still
way.
Loses it. Hops on for the defuse, though, his fellow.
GG.
No way. Mamba's going to get one, but he's not going to get back in time to find Fellow. There's no way.
Well, Caps would have found the way. All it came down to was just destroying Wiz towards the top side of Art. We'll use a couple different words, but remember, we are on broadcast. You got to win that gunfight if you are Wiz.
Oh, yeah. Holy cow. 5-4 the count. Mitt Brooklyn staying alive. And
I'm Omid right here, Alan.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the Dylan, you play right street. I'm initially going to watch your pool. Let's get the bomb down for free.
Instead, 4-man stack at mid with the trophy system to try to win out the exchange of utility. They drop down immediately into A. There's no information on pool, but Fellow is stepping up in his timing here.
Come on,
wow,
man.
Might be exquisite, but Dak walks up from behind,
What
finds the
the-
kill. We're rotating out to be street for another long pinch.
What?
Oh, we're selling, Jay. It is a Century 21 house sale right now, and the market is thriving.
Yep. Every single player from Omid Brooklyn to decide to becoming a salesman at the wrong time in their
Real
careers.
estate agent.
That's just not what you're supposed to do on that round, man. I can understand the aggressive push towards top mid. Fellow thought that he caught the jump on them off the rotation back towards Cat. But it's just you're going into a blind spot. Like, you have no idea of what the setup looks like as soon as you turn this corner. And unfortunately, as soon as you turn that corner, Michael Myers was there to meet you with a knife for that first blood. Then we go for Ego Chow. After Ego, try to make it up while our teammate is getting the bomb down. Imagine being crazy in that situation. Yo, guys, I'm planning. All right, wait, stay alive. All right, stay alive. Okay, now I'm in a 1v4. GG's, move on to next match.
I don't know, man. That was a quick, very quick start for Mitt Brooklyn, and then there was nothing left after that. Just kind of a moment where you kind of look back at the hardpoint and it feels kind of similar in a way. It's like we're running away, we're running a bunch of wild gunfights. We're setting the tone, we're setting the tempo, and YFP are like, nah, okay, we're just going to play smart COD, and we'll eventually win out the day. And that's kind of what happens. I mean, again, like the start here is just so electric, but I don't know. It's just like, does Mitt Brooklyn just get too confident? Because a lot of these rounds, and we're seeing it, I think, appropriately in the highlight reel, it's just like, where are we going? Like, these routes are just so extreme.
I can understand being up 3-0 and making some risky plays because obviously everything that you've done has not been a counter to it. But then when the game starts to get nitty-gritty, when you start to get into these tight moments, we just started scamming crazy if you're Omid Brooklyn. Like, even on your attacking rounds, we're just waiting out the time, waiting out to see if YFP are going to do something drastic, like 4-man jump over towards pool and basically back down from his position. We're delaying the bomb plant. That doesn't work out. Then you go back on another attacking round where right there in the final moments, you found success early on into the game with the 4-man push by leaving the bomb in the spawn. But YFP make the adjustment and said, okay, we're not going to allow you to have that opportunity again. You guys have been delaying this bomb plant. We've been able to retake a bunch of these rounds. But just the teamwork aspect from YFP in the later half of that game was a lot better than Omid Brooklyn. They turned it into a bunch of one-on-ones, and that's just not how you play the game.
No, not at all.
So Vault Control waits for us coming up next. And then Protocol Hardpoint will be guaranteed. Possibility of a Protocol Search and Destroy still there as well. What a weird series this has been.
Sort of like the same series that they played the first go-around, Alan. Like Omid Brooklyn,
in a way,
even though it was a little bit better in the opening Hardpoint, you allowed YFP in the map number 2 to chain a couple rounds together just like they did in this one, which you having a great start. And now that they had that momentum, the last time we saw them on Vault Control was a 4-minute control. So, like, Omid Brooklyn, you need to sit back down in your chair, settle in, because this series is far from done now.
Yeah, far from over for sure. Okay. Man, it's just the resiliency, the composure that we're seeing from YFP is pretty remarkable. Cannot lie about that. It is pretty darn remarkable.
It's just
A lot of
something
things to
about when
say,
you watch
Jay.
these guys, Alan.
It's something about it, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's like with these young challengers guys, it's like people who have confidence, and there's people who like get their confidence taken away, like either when you're entering the pro scene or gameplay isn't going your way. When I look at this YFP lineup, it doesn't matter if you lose a grueler of a map number 1 or you get blown out in that map number 1. They shake things off very quickly, and they're able to still lock in on their game plan, man. They're able to instantly hit that bounce back, and sometimes that's very scary for a team where you're thinking, okay, we're blowing them out the water, they should be demoralized. No, these guys are still ready to go, even if they're down 0-2. Sort of reminds me of like Minnesota Rocker, like roster.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, I think in certain regards it kind of is. Like, just a group of 4 that have often been kind of discounted in terms of where their stock is, whether valid or not. I feel like most of it unvalid when you talk about the Rocker in particular. But kind of the same situation here. Like, you're dealing with 4 guys who have been pretty darn successful in challengers over the last, at least we'll say 2.5 years, and haven't really gotten a chance to do really anything for the league. I mean, there was that rumor last year that Dak was trying out for what team was that he was trying out for that people were rumoring? Was that Seattle back in the day? I don't remember what it was.
What team was attached on last season?
Minnesota.
Yeah, so it was Rocker. Yeah, I remember that. Because I remember they were trialing a bunch of players there, and Dak was one of those guys. They had like a stench between like Major 3 and Major 4 where they were going through that trial and tribulation process.
Yeah.
And Dak was one of the players potentially going to fill that spot, but...
Oh, I lied to you. It was Vegas that he was on last year.
Okay, see, that one made more sense. Yeah, that one made a lot more sense. I was like, Minnesota? No, I don't think so. Vegas? Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, that's the only look that's come through at this point for those 4. The only other time that I can like think about like Cruz and like his name being tossed around a bunch was it early Modern Warfare 2 or early Vanguard? It may have been early Vanguard. His Challengers team was like beating Optic in early scrims. Now, again, Challengers teams have been playing the game in scrims a lot longer at that point because they had cups that they were preparing for and stuff like that. And all of the CDL pros were playing like those opener series, like those opener games.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was like that level of it, but I remember that was like it didn't just happen one; it happened a couple of times.
Players still looking for their big moment, though. Still looking for their big opportunity. Making it into the big leagues and continue their Call of Duty careers at the highest level. But to get there, you got to go through the grueler of challengers. Playing Call of Duty at 11 p.m. where something is on the line, you usually don't find yourself in situations like this in the pros. But for both of these squads, just trying to continuously make a name for themselves. Obviously, the previous Omid Brooklyn squad had 2 players instantly picked up into the CDL. You want to add more into that tally as we get into this control.
Ooh, a little bit of a battle here at mid, coming decently. Well, okay. Capsidol tried to keep this play alive, does decently. A little bit of damage coming through from the defense on the backside of that connector play. And, ooh, Capsule going to hit a route in and through B. Timing here is exquisite, but the problem is his teammates inside of the point. Cap dropped, leaving Caps as the last one left. Wiz is going to find a double, and that will have the defense really thriving right now.
Now you're working your overextension through poolside if you are Cruz. Fortunately, either work their way up through B Street or attack through middle. Just keep on trading if you are YFP. Capsule does strike for 2, but Dak now has to make up for it. You want that gunfight back. But Dylan Rex wins that one. Now opens up this 8-point for his team.
Yeah, looks good for at least one tick of progress. Pinch trying to come through. Wiz sliding out for it, but doesn't wait for his hit from the front. Cruz able to confirm a trade. Little dance here with Capsule, and ooh, the shots just don't really quite land. Craze able to follow up off that damage. Second tick of progress really close to being locked. YFP want to contest it, and they will. They even catch Craze on the reload. Dak for 2. Capsule over the top to go with Rex. Can they find the last 1v1 to likely secure this second tick? Yes, they can, and maybe more to come here with reinforcements breaking in.
Oh, but Mamba, he was supposed to be the guy right behind that guy in the gunfight. Decides to work the overextension. He was thinking, all right, Omen Brooklyn most likely have that 8-point. Still could have gave it one more shot if we were just filling the lanes correctly. Now time has been extended. Omen currently down by 1 life, but they go 3 dead at the wrong time. You already have players like that contesting over towards goals.
Yep.
Damn!
Yep. That'll work. Okay, now the next rotation coming through, and you've got an opportunity here to get onto B with this pressure around the back at the same time. This 1v1 is so critical, though, and Wiz will not lose that gunfight 2 times in a row. So the win is in, and now it's stalling out to 11v8, 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, look how much time they're trying to waste to locate where Dak is over towards ammo side. But eventually, you just have to give that one up and push on forward. You need to take care of the rest. You know that he's the safety net off the race spawn, though. Capsule's able to catch up. So now you can approach your way right through the front side of B. Dylan also finds a second kill. Dylan finds a third. So 7v7. First segment is basically guaranteed here.
Yeah, feels that way. Helps on the way for the stack as well. There's that first tick going to be locked. Fellow damage, but staying alive. This trophy system is still pretty healthy as well. And they find elimination onto Mamba. Now it comes down to trying to find this next contest. Cruz over the side.
No way.
Not looking good at the moment. Contest trying to come through, but it's Craze on the side to allow some damage to come back in. 4v2 situation. Mamba trying to cross. He finds a win, but Fellow shuts it down. Now it's just down to 1. Challenging in is Wiz. Able to contest, but not able to stay alive. And that'll be the round as eliminations come through with, I think, 5 total ticks from It Brooklyn.
Oh, that's big plays right there from Moment Brooklyn. Because realistically, looking at that round from an outside perspective, there's no reason why they should have walked away victorious there. You were outplaying them for the first 45 to a minute of that round. In the final 30 seconds, Mamba doesn't fill the right lane, and then you allow time to get extended. Dak gets caught. He was the guy that you were banking on to simply play his life on that side of the map, but then even after Dak falls, we can't be committing on those gunfights when we don't have the preferred angles for it. The fact that Dylan is able to line up a double sitting through the mid pillars at B Street basically calls the round there. And now YFP forced to try to respond on the attack, down by 5 segments.
Trophy system 9, the defensive nades, and Cruz will line up 2 on the outside of the play. Timer should be ticking that, yep, no contact means there should be some sort of a hit coming through the topside catwalk or through B Street. Mamba, ooh, just not quite able to track onto Craze. Too much speed, too much momentum coming through. And it's a 3-for-1 exchange. Still got a player on site, though, and, well, Cruz will finally drop just before that second tick gets locked.
Yeah, I don't like that play right there from YFP. You find the initial 2 kills, you realize you have all the mid-map control, and instead of stacking the point and guaranteeing at least 2 segments, or forcing the last 2 players who are unaccounted for to be a little bit quicker on their approach, you just allowed them to isolate into a lot of one-on-one gunfights, and now you are having trouble leaving your spawn. Not the break-off you were looking for if you're YFP.
No, not at all. Oh, even worse, Fellow able to find 1+ extra damage. Looks like he wants to take this 1v1 versus Cruz, but instead just values playing this power position up top on the halls. YFP trying to get their setup in. Another read from Fellow. Yeah, great shoulder. Able to go 1-for-1. That's not bad at all. Long route also being developed by Capsule, trying to, again, continue to push these spawns over to the backside of P2. Craze just finessing around the A zone, and this has been really clean from It Brooklyn's defense.
Yeah, way too clean. You're IFP, you're looking for something, and thankfully Wiz finds a double. So that leads to 3 dead. Still know that Capsule is in your spawn, but let's not chow that gunfight. We could leave him in that position, or at least send our teammate on the opposite side to play for the spawners. Mamba's able to find 3. Second segment is locked. Capsule still causing problems behind enemy lines, but time should be extended, and Mamba in the power position.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's going to get the
dead.
extra 60 seconds. Whoa! Guy came flying at me with his legs out like this. Whoosh. 16 plays 10. The clock of the extra 60 seconds. Definitely a benefit, but still a lot of work to be done here. And, well, Rex is looking for an overextension, but he's missed the timing onto Cruz, who finds the kill. And now we're flooding through B Street. Fellow's only got an SMG. You can only find one.
Thankfully, Fellow finds one, though. It makes it a little bit easier knowing that one player's pushed up towards Art. It's only going to be a double stack on the point, but Cruz gets caught. And now still the double stack is good enough to at least secure the first segment, but you're simply going to get outnumbered unless you're able to win some insane fights. You go trade for trade. Now it's all of a sudden a one-on-one. Second segment almost potentially going to be locked, but Fellow strikes at the right time.
Yeah, kills could be the difference maker here. That second tick of progress, not locked. Can Wiz slide on and confirm it to at least tie the ticks of progression? He wants to. Pops the door, seen by Rex. Trophy system is about to expire. And now it's down to can they actually cross on in. Oh, Rex in a really weird spot here, but still finds the first win. Stays alive. Craze now in for a little bit of depletion. Fellow right there with them, and they will clean out the point, no problem.
On with Brooklyn. Take that defense and go up 2-0. Like YFP, again, another situation where they just let it slip. Like, you go 3 dead, you have our control. They got a double stack on the point. The Fellow finally had 1 kill. Allowed it to be a little bit weaker on their setup. Couldn't have the 3 stack with 1 player over towards Art, so they had to be a lot quicker off the respawn. But then once Cruz got taken down initially, that is the most important position to be in. If you know there's nothing in front of you, you don't catch the timing from top Art, don't bank on potentially timing not to go your way. Just guarantee that you won't die into the back so you can keep that power position. Because getting caught in the window is the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Nice break off here initially. Shots with stun effects allowing the defense to win the initial fights, but Capsule keeps the door open. Felony steps through it. And now Craze. Whoa, just can't see him in the smoke on top of the car. I know Mamba's sitting there at a bright white outline, but not for the players in game. Fellow, though, gets a win over towards the B zone. That will pull Cruz back. Trying to isolate on the opposite side of the map is Craze, and he will find Mamba. So now the offense can get their focus right back over to A.
Slowly working up on his first segment. Only have 1 person on the point, though, so you're allowing YFP to develop on some of these long routes to set up these pinches, and it works out. They find every single kill. Dylan Rex off the respawn with an SMG in hand. Does find 1 kill and finds a second, so immediately off the respawn, single-handedly, he's able to give his team another opportunity.
Oh, on the back, no. Rex shut down. Craze, thinking about it. Wiz, able to get a read at the pinches. A vulnerability. Fellow from the front. Able to get maybe some success for Capsule to jump back in as, yeah, that Semtex will land. Ooh, tough fight here, though. A little whack-a-mole up and in from the hole in the wall, and that's enough for Dak to eventually punish. Craze gonna have to make some sort of a heroic play to stop the clock here at B while his teammates come off spawn.
Yep, just pause the game clock. Allow you to just try to bombard their way in towards A. You just got to take care of Dak, but Mamba now works his way up through poolside. He's able to overextend through the right, cut them off as they're approaching in towards lobby. And out with Brooklyn, I don't even know if they got that first segment locked in yet.
I think they may have.
Yeah,
they have. Yeah, they have it. 12v15.
Like 11 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find something here from Craze, maybe there's a chance. Fellow following up. 1 trade's there. Capsule over to the top of the A zone. 6.9 seconds on the clock. Here comes help. Dak shut down. They can stack for more here. And this life count is not convincing, tell you that much. Second tick is locked. 3rd on the way. Wiz may try to contest this, but only sees the back legs of 1. That's an extra 60 seconds. 11v10.
This time, if you're Cruz, you cannot afford to die over towards gold side. You're going to have another situation where it is going to be a one-on-one. The Eagle Child's going to be there, but you're able to secure that win versus Craze. Now an 8v10. Wiz roaming around the middle. Finds another one onto Dylan. You're forcing him to be spawning over towards poolside, and this is where Wiz can start to run around.
Yeah, Caps is going to have to just open the door completely and likely make a major hero play here. Teammates coming off that rotation from top side. Catwalk. Whoa, nice win from Dak. And that will put this round out of question. Decent to salvage at least the A zone, though, if you're Mid Brooklyn. That is important to note.
Oh, yeah. Just earning those extra couple of segments basically guarantees you defense going into that round number 5 if you do manage to get there. The YFP this time around make the adjustments. Dak was their hero, though. The fact that Dak was roaming around that middle map, finding kill after kill when he was simply outnumbered, yeah, that's why he's the best play. He was single-handedly shutting down his pressure in towards the 8 point, taking space away, just being a nuisance with that SMG. And sometimes this is all you really need.
Agreed. Okay. YFP starts here with this breakoff. Not really able to get much done on their initial attempt on their first offensive effort. That's a spoon. That's a Minecraft spoon, yes.
Oh, see, I wasn't really a Minecraft player back in my day.
Me neither. I've actually never played it.
Oh, so you just got it. See, a man of many talents, you know? Just always have the info that I'm looking for, buddy.
Something like that. Breakoff, not good. 4 for 1. That's going to lead to a Mid Brooklyn. Yeah, fellow right back up here again. Just the exact same spot, exact same position. But the follow-up is good here. Dak again creating, and Cruz will be there to follow up. Okay. Now an opportunity to have a couple of members on. First tick will be good. Second, likely to follow here as Mid Brooklyn are stalled out from being able to retake from the front or really from this pinch. So now you're only left with players around the back through square, and they're not going to get here to contest this in time unless Craze can find another follow-up elimination. And doesn't look likely, but no, Rex stops in, and that's enough to complete a little bit of the progress, and Mambo is already rotating over to B.
Yeah, we were scamming there if you're YFP. It's just like, for all these challenger teams, for anyone that's out there, they play a little ball control. When kills are going your way, the best play you can do is stack the point to extend the game. Because we know you're going to need a lot of attempts to even approach this B point if you're not winning gunfights through B Street, or if you're already trapped into your base. Just once you don't allow that time to get extended, you give them one more opportunity to break. They're probably not going to let their foot off the gas here. All their bases are covered.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, Rex. Nice double. That completely eliminates the chances of hitting this in front. And Rex is frying 34 and 25. Light years ahead of the next closest kill tally. Now Capsule getting to work with a little left-right, side-to-side. Last chance. Dak shut down from the front. You're going to have to try to get in if you're Mamba up top. And nope, not going to happen. Rex is shooting 2 straight.
And that's going to be Omen Brooklyn walking away victorious here in their control. In a 3-1 fashion where I felt like all 3 rounds that Omen Brooklyn won, YFP basically fumbled them. The initial defense, you allowed them to break in towards A with about, 30 seconds left. Mamba tried to fill over towards B Street. You simply get outnumbered through the middle of the map. On the attack, you get 3 dead. You have art control, and then the first person that dies is the player in art, which is the most important. Can't have that. And then this final round there, like, you need to stack that point. We got all the kills. They were out there chasing ghosts when we don't need to. Like, we can extend the time. We can give ourselves more opportunities to work that B point or even think about the next play ahead. But then when you don't have time to work with, unfortunately, you fall short because one opportunity Omen Brooklyn needed to break their way on in. You needed 1 segment, and they didn't give it to you with about 50 seconds left to go because they kept on filling lanes, kept on being nuisances, kept on just finessing the map and allowing the game clock to click on down. YFP realistically choked that map there. Now they're down 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because, again, like just the runaway rounds that we saw for a bit Brooklyn, even when they were in the driving seat, definitely convincing. And it felt like, yeah, YFP had a couple of windows, a couple of opportunities, but not able to follow up, and a lot of that being shut down thanks to Rex and Capsule. 36 and 26 for Rex, 27 and 21 for Capsule. So, yeah, the individual efforts, again, just kind of efforting a lot of that home. So, good stuff from Brooklyn. They take the edge in this series, now 2-1 up after a search and destroy that started 3-0 up for Brooklyn. I'm sure they're going to want that one back. But regardless, we've got a Protocol Hardpoint coming up next. And I bet Brooklyn did look really solid on this map in their last series. So things to work with off of that were for YFP. See if they can kind of hang with the slaying after that was anything but.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn looked good on Protocol HP in their previous series, and they also looked good on the last time that these two teams matched up, because this was the map number 1. They were able to take care of them with ease, basically beating them by 100. We know that Omid Brooklyn are always going to focus on the fundamental aspect, to try to chain hill after hill. So the P3, P4 focus needs to be in the back of the minds if you are YFP. But we need to start to stabilize the map a little bit. This is the thing about this YFP roster, is that they have so much confidence, they're not afraid to make plays, but sometimes you're making too much plays, and to where you're causing spawns to flip or be a little bit scattered. Can't really stabilize around the map because we're not covering the right spots, because we're just running around. We need to make sure on a map like Protocol that we're getting 4 dead and no one is moving, because so we can guarantee where they're coming from to be ready for that next push.
Yeah. Very true, very true. We've seen a lot when it comes to what these teams have been successful or unsuccessful with when it comes down to Hardpoint at large. So it's, you know, broad strokes, umbrella statements to see if, you know, again, we don't have the exact numbers to know like we do with the CDL, like what are the rotation percentages, what are the hold percentages. It's just off of eye tests and general sense of feeling during critical moments, right? I think that's the biggest part. Like, it's critical moments that I think have really defined how we think about both these two teams looking at this map for.
Yeah, I feel like critical moments is the biggest thing that allows CDL teams to define what kind of player you are. And that's why you're either going to get the call or you're not. Because in some of these clutch moments where the games go down to the wire, who's going to make the best play? Who's not going to shy away from the moment? And at least right now so far in this series, it's been Dylan Rex and Capsule. Like, those guys have been the safety nets for Omid Brooklyn. On the opposite side for YFP, Dak had his moments in the control, also had his moments in the search and destroy. But now going into this Protocol, it needs to be a complete team effort here, because we know that battle for mid map is everything. But it's like when you're thinking about rotations on this map, you can tend to get lost because you're losing track of players hitting zip lines and stuff like that. But quick situations where you need to figure it out at P2s, you can't just funnel towards the backside of the tower. You have to work routes to try to get on out, because it makes your game a whole lot easier going forward.
We know that these hard points can be strung together if you make a couple of small miscues. See if it happens. We're going to go to a break real quick. We'll come back to map number 4, Protocol Hardpoint. YFP trying to send us to 5 or be eliminated. See what happens after this. Here we go into map number 4. Mid Brooklyn up 2-1 in our lower semifinal matchup. Elimination match, especially for YFP. Needing to find a way to win this protocol hardpoint to get to a map number 5. And, well, so far the breakoff has been pretty darn good.
Hey, a couple of extra ARs allows you to hold down those angles to the T. You find every single kill initially to start this P1. You still have Omid Brooklyn running over towards Grandma's side. Mama trying to go back and forth to make sure all of his bases are covered. But thankfully, again, we have so many ARs on the map that all the crosses are being watched. 3-for-1 trade. Dylan Rex, last player alive, trying to get something uncontested here at the point. You don't want to allow 45 seconds on P1.
I'll say, but there may not be an option for it here, Jay. Every single gunfight is turning around for YFP. Capsule able to open up a little bit of space here at mid-map, but no, just another one of those moments where the help is just very convincing. So 44-0, and a rotation from the front to P2. Follow-up from back up top of the windows. Cruise down low, shut down by Craze. And now it's just down to confirming trades as Mid Brooklyn try to work their way in with the proximal spawns.
Man, this is what I was saying about that YFP roster. It doesn't matter if they lose the previous map. They always hit the reset going into next, and they are doing it to perfection here. Another 3 dead in the feed. Dylan Rex knows that I have to try to hit a route out here. I don't want to commit everyone challenging on the backside of tower, but YFP just keep on filling the gaps. When you think that you have an opening, there's too many arrows watching these angles, and then Wiz is still getting Mixie on towards the hard point, but 20 seconds still here to fight for. YFP aren't going to get this up for free.
No, and why not? You can send a couple of members here just to play for the exit. You've got spawns controlled really nicely. Bruise from ledge works out for one. Wiz trying to follow up, and uh-oh, that might be a little bit too much of a commitment. Mamba, middle of the map shutdown. Uh-oh. Just like that, the game has flipped around nearly completely. Couple of exit kills coming the way of Rex. Dak still playing around the back. And, uh-oh, they may not know he's here. Rex spawns into a pretty decent spot, but there is the trace shots, and that'll be enough for Capsule to get the easy elimination, and now emit Brooklyn into the time at 3.
Yeah, it's a situation where YP just don't really bank on that next hill. They were so focused on getting them off of that final 20 seconds. They were relying on them to just win those gunfights so then they can set up properly for a new, but gunfights don't go your way. Now you're on the back foot. Omid Brooklyn blink. They're back into this game. 25 seconds here at P3. YP gonna give it one more crack at it, but 3 go down. This is where you start to cut your losses and think about that rotation over towards new. But Omid Brooklyn are already in position to contest it.
Yes, they are. This is how this map plays. I feel like a lot of teams would be completely lost for composure in those first 2 hard points, being down 70-0 essentially. But now look, 73-72, hit Brooklyn in the lead. Tough shots over the top from Rex. The nades, the stuns, all landing. Craze is left on an island inside the hard point. Nowhere for him to go. Mamba thinking about the challenge towards field, but weakened up. Allows Wiz to take the baton and make the play forward. And YFP are good for the first 15.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn, once they found that those 3 kills in the previous hardpoint at P3, they needed to instantly go down low. They were just so late, even after that, because they tried to apply pressure through top mid gun to where now this hill still is going to be scrappy, and YFP able to win. A majority of these traces still hold down this HP. 30 seconds still to fight for. Omid Brooklyn going to give it one more crack. You're trying to split the setup here and split the break attempt. Pressure here from both ends.
Dak trying to slip away through Spiral. Yep, will be able to, and he finds a kill on the fellow. Trade for decent, though. Craze still flying forward, and the SMGs will eventually break for the scrap time. So after the first set of hills, it's going to be about a 20-point game, somehow, some way, after what was a 70-point spree from YFP to start. Immediately counteracted by Mid Brooklyn. And yeah, 20 points nearly to the exact form. We go back to P1.
So YFP pulled out a couple extra yards to make their setup a lot more locked down. See it when that comes off the bridge on what gun he has for the choice, but right now Omid Brooklyn are running it up. Try to tie this game up here at P1. You have the spawns being controlled. You just don't know if you're going to be able to read this route out of Wiz because he's worked his way on the ground.
Yeah. Well, Capsule will drop. Now the look over towards P2. 27 seconds to fight. Oh, shots from Fellow are clean. That's going to make this a little bit more messy here for the side of YFP. And yeah, that will lock things down. A little bit of scrap time. Actually, a lot of it is scrap time. Looking decent here for Mid Brooklyn. Just comes down to, can they get someone to actually get a read over towards the field side? Because right now, that's the only opening. YFP just flooding in through the middle of the map, though. Just kind of keeping the 50-yard line intact. I'm surprised they didn't try to do something you know, around the backside, but such is life.
They're more than happy to trap them in towards the backside of tower. Just looking for these initial kills off the rip. They lose the initial 2 though. So now Craze can start to be a nuisance. He already zips his way on up. His teammates are letting him know, I think someone's gonna be on you, but he's unable to put himself in a position to at least flip the spawns for now. And even though YFP find a break, they're trapped.
Yeah, now the kill's coming through. An exit here, though, in case Craze finds the kill, and that's enough for Fellow to confirm the trade on to Wiz. An opportunity for another late lead swap here. 126, 131. Spawns are close for YFP, but they have to funnel through the front because mid-map is still being controlled by Mid Brooklyn. Caps floating. Yep, that'll work. Good timing. Scrap time of 14 seconds, looking decent. And keep your eye on Craze. He's still shutting down rotation through the middle of the map, at least trying to.
ASP1 control. He already let someone slip on by, so Craze now potentially, if this guy falls, it's going to spawn all the way across the map, and you might have the same situation if you're all Mid Brooklyn, but thankfully you got a felony. Even with an AR up close and personal, he's able to slide, slippery slide, get into that HP for the double. Now hold down the P3, you take the lead right on back, you read the pressure early on towards the back, but IFP, they win those trades, they take the spawns, and now they're here for the break attempt. No way.
For 2, almost gets the third. Fellow still alive and kicking. Rex trying to support by getting the high ground control. And he's got a really good look towards this back door. Semtex just to create some space. Forces the rotation in through Spiral. Good read onto Mamba. Wow, the awareness of Rex at an all-time high at the moment. Can he get his win versus Wiz? Evenly exchanged. Help is here, though, for Mid Brooklyn, and Capsule will secure the kill. What a swing. I mean, it was 70-0. Now you're looking at 170 to 138. YSP set up for new, but no! Capsule just gets 2 for free. Now the slide in for Rex, leaving just 1 left alive. It's just Wiz, and he gets shut down. Rotation win for Mid Brooklyn.
Oh, that might be the game.
Might be.
You already had Craze clear out the spawns on the backside towards Spiral. Now all of your focus is over towards Ellie, Elevator, Zip, and Big Door. And if you don't find a break here quick, YFP are basically going to get eliminated here at stage 2. First kill goes in favor of Felony. Going to fly out and be aggressive if you are Capsule to set the tone. 4-for-2 trade. Still holding down to the HP and still running up that score.
Yeah, and everything is locked down here. I mean, you've got opening field control from Capsule. A read on the play through mid also on the way. Caps in some trouble. Rex, ooh, I don't think he actually meant to hop off that small ledge, but now a chance for YP to try to break. They've got numbers, and they will be able to keep this map alive.
Final 15 going to go their way. Still going to be down by a hefty margin. 60-point difference going back to our third set of HPs. Trades go down around the middle of the map, but Fellow knows the P1 is going to be cleared on out. We just lay down, soak time. My teammates are able to flip the spawns. We're getting closer and closer to 250.
Yeah, Mamba on 5 in a row as well. See an opportunity. Don't let off the gas here if you're Mid Brooklyn. These are a lot of isolated kills coming through. YFP over 160. Now just down 1 good hard point at P2, essentially, and they're still finding a lot of time here on the first hill.
Oh, the nades are hitting, though. The nades, 3 nades hit. Cruz right there in that scenario for him to get taken care of, and then Fellow flies on in to find 4. That's how you basically put a bow on the series. You haven't really been striking so far today. If you are T-Fel, your teammates had you in the backpack, but all you need is a moment. Need 10 seconds also to close out the game. You can still do it here.
Just stay down here if you're Rex. You've got enough help, and he actually finds a kill on a Cruz. Last one that could possibly contest is Wiz. Decent damage coming out, but Rex able to stay alive through the nades coming over the top. And Mid Brooklyn, after being down massive through the first 2 hills, just turn it into overdrive. Shut down YFP from 3 to 4. And then there's a moment of late resurgence for YFP, but they're not going to have the same heroics that they had in map number 1 to get this thing to a tight finish.
Man, it's insane how one part of the game basically dictates the entire game. Like the fact that you go up 70 to 2, or basically 70 to 0, but then we get too aggressive at P2 side to spawn all the way across the map. That was the turning point, because they were the team that dominated towards the bottom side of P4. Initially, you would have been up by almost 150 points at the ending of that first rotation of hard points, but just that one small mistake, being too aggressive on that angle, not finding a break into P3, and then allowing Mid Brooklyn to keep themselves into this game. Another mistake there out of YFP, unfortunately, costs them in this series, costs them in the Elite, and Omen Brooklyn. Just like, I don't know, like the way that they played today, they had moments where they looked like the best team in the game, and then they also had moments where they were just like, what the hell are we doing?
No,
when they look like the best team, without question, one of our top dogs here in Challengers still remain.
The gunpowder, the manpower, the gunpowder, whatever you call it, the slaying power is significant. I mean, again, the amount of takeover moments that we've seen from Brooklyn across the board in this stage and the last stage for that matter, nearly unrivaled. I think the thing is they are prone to kind of doing what they started to do here near the end, where they're up 226 to 130, and it was just like, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one. Like, it's just, they kind of get a little bit lost in the sauce. Like, I don't know if it's just the overconfidence or just the leader's advantage is so steep. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, when they can play fundamentally sound COD as a four-man team, they're difficult to deal with. And I know we definitely saw instances of that. We also saw mistakes that came through, really for both sides. But I think that there is something to be said about how Brooklyn started off map number 1, how they're able to deal with a significant deficit at the start here at map number 4. Definitely moments to look at for sure as you prep up for Team War tomorrow. But still, it's one of those matchups that it is hard to put like a label on it, because the results are going to look more convincing than I think this is going to be.
Oh, yeah. The results definitely going to look a lot more convincing here, because obviously if you're Omen Brooklyn, you close it out into 3-1. But YFP just made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes in the opening hardpoint. They made 3 mistakes that costed them every single round on the Vault control. And then had 1 mistake from P2 to P3. Basically costs them the entire protocol hardpoint. They are going to be eliminated here at the Elite. Omit move on to top 3, like you said, to play against Team War tomorrow. But we have a stellar final 3 remaining in the Elite Stage 2.
I'll say, I mean, this final 3 is really solid. I mean, Brooklyn, you see the result all the way back in Winners Round 1. They were able to get taken down by YFP. You get through this lower round run that is taking forever, and they're able to get their revenge, and now you have a chance to square up against opponents that you haven't seen since, at best, the group stage. Team Ward being the first one, and then possibly the Houston Spartans. But you look at that Winners Finals matchup, that was a map 5 banger, where, again, both teams just going blow for blow with one another. Like, really solid COD being played. I think especially in the respawns, where we thought the Spartans were going to kind of run away with some of that. Like, yeah. No, like, the Team War showed us that they can hang in the exact same kind of ways and methods that we had kind of really given a lot of credit to the Houston Spartans to yesterday.
Yeah, they brought it in the HP versus the Spartans. Just the Spartans had better game plans in the Search and Destroy to still be able to walk away with that series. And that's truly like the scariest team that we have left in the Elite for me, is because the fact that last week they showed us they were the best hardpoint team in the game. This week they come in, at least day 1, they lose both hardpoints, but they respond in Search and Destroy. So it's going to be a tough team to take care of, because if they can bring in their respawns, be on point in their HPs, their S&Ds are basically almost guaranteed, and their control game is unbelievable. That's the team to beat tomorrow without question.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun one, man. I'm excited for it. Lower finals, grand finals, both for Europe and, of course, for North America. Best of 5 followed by a best of 7. Money in the line. We'll see how things go. And then, of course, we're getting ready for Major 2. So a lot still to come with Challengers. But we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, right here, youtube.com/CODChallengers. So long. Bye-bye.